Chapter 1, An unexpected love at first sight happened to him. Country A, Philadelphia. The gentle morning sun fell into the luxurious room, and the high-quality queen-size bed with warm gray tones was embraced by a man and a woman, sleeping peacefully. After an unknown period of time, the woman's long eyelashes slowly opened like butterfly wings. When her eyes met a white and firm chest, her face turned red. "You're awake," the man opened his dark eyes and withdrew his arm from around her waist. He had obviously awakened long ago, and his low, lazy voice sounded slowly. Xiaotong sat up shyly, wrapped the quilt tightly around her and moved towards the edge of the bed. Seeing the new clothes on the bedside table, she reached out and took them to wear. The man raised the corners of his lips, pushed the quilt over to Xiaotong's side, and slowly dressed on the other side of the bed. Yesterday was the darkest day of Xiaotong's life after her step-parents passed away. The childhood sweetheart she grew up with and her fiancé betrayed her and went with the girl they picked up on the street half a year ago. While Xiaotong was working overtime at the company, her fiancé Su Mulan was at home flirting with Zhong Qianshan. If she hadn't said she wasn't going back last night but then suddenly went back and accidentally caught them in the act, perhaps she would still be kept in the dark and used like a fool by Su Mulan, working like a horse for his company. "Xiaotong, you're so guarded. For so many years, you've been by my side every day, but you've never let on the slightest bit of femininity. How could I not fall in love with someone else? She's so understanding, she knows when I'm cold and when I'm hot. With such a good girl by my side, it's inevitable that I'll be tempted. You're only suitable as my sister, not as my wife. I think we're not meant to be. I hope you can accept this reality with equanimity." Xiaotong felt disgusted at the words of this scumbag ringing in her ears. He spoke so nicely, making it seem as if she needed him in this world and would cling to him. Phooey. Xiaotong packed her bags and left the apartment that night, finding a random hotel to stay at. Her mood was extremely messy, so she went into the bar here. She originally just wanted to drown her sorrows in alcohol, but who knew she would suddenly drink herself into oblivion and follow someone to a hotel room in a daze. Li Longqing came to the city on business. When he returned to the hotel, a woman with a strong smell of alcohol threw herself into his arms and hugged him, muttering nonsense. When he tried to push her away, the woman's stunning beauty suddenly captured his heart, and Li Longqing's body responded instantly. He had never imagined that love at first sight could happen to him. It turned out that liking someone can really happen in just a short moment. The woman's facial features were exquisite and three-dimensional. She didn't wear any makeup, but there was a natural beauty about her that captured his heart. When her lost eyes looked over at him with tears like broken diamonds, Li Longqing's heart was like a spring bud breaking through the soil, itching to come out. He couldn't bear to leave her side, so he used his room key to open the door, helped her into the suite, and fed her a glass of lemonade. She drank a little too much and threw up. Li Longqing carried her to the bathroom and let her throw up in the toilet. Seeing that she was dirty all over, he let the bath water run and let her soak in the bathtub. He held her face, which was red from the alcohol, and laughed, "Call me when you're done, if you can't get dressed by yourself." "I'm not a child," Xiaotong pouted, her lips red and cute, and waved her small, water-dripping white hands. Go. Li Longqing smiled, strode out of the bathroom, and went to take a shower in another room. When he returned, there was an uninvited guest on his bed. Chapter 2. Be good, can you stop provoking me? Her snow-white skin was dazzling under the crystal light, as tender as an egg with its shell removed. Li Longqing's handsome face turned red, and he took a deep breath before opening the closet and taking out a white shirt to help her put it on. Xiaotong was restless, wrapped her arms around him, and the two exchanged positions in the midst of dizziness. Xiaotong sat on his waist, twisted her little butt, and narrowed her watery eyes. "The sofa is so hard." Li Longqing's ears turned red as if they were bleeding. His fingertips trembled as he fastened his buttons, and he looked at her with heavy breathing. "Don't fidget." "I want to." She acted up, her tone a little more shrewish. Her red lips approached Li Longqing's ear in the warm breath. "Why can't I? I can learn, I can also be coquettish, and I can also be understanding. Why do you want to hurt me with her?" Li Longqing paused for a moment, then lifted his hand and ran it through the woman's long, black hair. His magnetic voice was full of tenderness as he said, "If someone needs you to make major changes in order to be with them, it means they're not right for you. Someone who truly loves you will accept you for who you are, and won't need you to learn to be understanding." "But he said I was no good because I'm not feminine." "I need to learn, I'm not a normal person." Li Longqing paused at his fingertips and gently pinched the woman's smooth, soft face. "You're very good. People who think you're not are blind and don't deserve your tears." You should be happy, free of a man with bad taste. This is something to celebrate with firecrackers. You think I'm very good? Xia Tong's heart felt like a fragrant little flower blooming, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Longcheng. Would you like to marry me and have children? Okay, Li Longcheng's breathing suddenly tightened a little. This girl was really drunk. Could she stop provoking him like that? He might not be able to hold back. Xia Tong smiled contentedly, her smile sweet. Then kiss me. Li Longcheng laughed, lowering his head to kiss the corner of the girl's lips. His dark eyes were deep, like the endless night. Be good, can you stop provoking me? The next second, the strap of his bathrobe was pulled open, and the woman's disgusted voice rang out, You're so useless, how could you get pregnant from a kiss? A man's pride is so fragile that Li Longcheng instantly tensed his handsome face. He flipped over and pinned the spoiling woman underneath him, sucking on her rosy ear extremely oppressively, and said with gritted teeth, You asked for this. Thus began a night of decline. Her wandering thoughts returned to the present. Dressed, Xia Tong sat by the bed, ready to talk to him. For the first time, she was inexperienced, so she looked up tips on her phone. Generally speaking, in this situation, you can either forget about it or compensate, and Xia Tong was fine with either. Does it still hurt? Was the first thing Li Longcheng asked, wearing a tie and twisting his face away. Xia Tong and he were facing each other, and she nearly gasped for breath at the stunning beauty of this man. He had a very handsome face, narrow black eyes with bright, clean pupils, slightly upturned corners, a heroic look between the brows, and long, thin, curled eyelashes that hung lazily. A Chinese idiom popped into Xia Tong's head, priceless. Every inch of his facial features was like a perfect work of God, each wrinkle and tuft captivating. Handsome and elegant. Seeing that Xia Tong did not reply, Li Longcheng let out a puzzled nasal sound, and his clear and seductive phoenix eyes smiled at her. I got a little out of control last night. Are you still in pain? Xia Tong, who was slow to react, blinked and said honestly, It hurts a little. Li Longcheng curled his lips, raised his hand and rubbed the top of her head. Sorry, let's go to the hospital. Okay. Xia Tong had never had such an experience before, and she also felt the need to go to the hospital for a checkup, so as to avoid any regrets if anything happened. My name is Li Longcheng, the awesome Li, but the Longcheng who will make the city fly. The man's voice was low and elegant, like the sound of a high-class cello. My name is Xia Tong, Xia for summer and Tong for Tongguan. I know, the man's lips curled slightly, and a strange light flashed in his deep, dark eyes. He knows? Xia Tong looked at the man in confusion. Chapter 3 Today is the first time I've gone out on a date with the opposite sex, and I've never had a girlfriend before. Last night I asked you, and you said it already. Encountered a scourge. Li Longcheng was afraid of scaring her away, so he gathered himself, leaned slightly forward, and said in a serious tone, My family is very traditional and requires that a man be responsible for only one woman in his life. If my family finds out that I had sex with a girl but didn't marry her and spend the rest of my life with her, they will beat me to death. Is there no other way? Xia Tong didn't want to get married. We will keep our mouths shut, no one will know. But what if I can't help having urges to sleep with other women? Li Longcheng's eyes revealed a hint of pity. Xia Tong felt like she had encountered a very funny joke. Are there really such men? I am one. Li Longcheng admitted that he was a bit thick-skinned, but he really might only have urges for Xia Tong. In his 28 years of life, before meeting Xia Tong, he didn't feel that there was anything between men and women that was worth being happy about, until he met Xia Tong last night. I'm from Baicheng in the People's Republic of China, and I'll be going back soon. I won't be staying here. Xia Tong began to find reasons to make him give up the idea of getting married. Li Longcheng's eyes sparkled with light and a smile. What a coincidence, I'm also from Baicheng. I have a mental illness, as judged by the doctor. It's difficult for me to fall in love with the opposite sex, or to express love to the opposite sex. So, for you, who are so eager to get married, I'm not a good choice. I've heard of this kind of emotional disorder, but I don't think it's a disease. You just haven't met the right person. Li Longcheng reached out and grabbed Xia Tong's wrist. Is there any other reason why you don't want to marry me? Is it okay if I simply don't want to? No, Li Longcheng raised an eyebrow. What if you run away and I really end up alone? At this moment, Li Longcheng's phone rang. Someone was calling. Li Longcheng looked at Xia Tong and said, I'm going to take this call next door, so you think about whether you want to marry me today or tomorrow. Does it make a difference? Xia Tong nodded, and Li Longcheng took the phone to the next room to take the call. Hello. Brother, when are you coming back from country A?
Mom and Dad have chosen several beautiful and wealthy women for you to meet. Hurry back, your sister wants to see what you look like on a blind date. Blind date? Why are those two suddenly doing this at home?
Li Longqing sneered, his tone of voice rejecting people from afar. Forget it, I have someone I like, and I will never go on a blind date in this life. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone.
When he turned around and walked back, Xia Tong was no longer by the table. A bank card and a note were pressed under the glass of the water glass.
Li Longqing picked up the note and skimmed the delicate handwriting. There are 50,000 yuan in the card, and the password has 6 zeros.
As compensation to you, marriage is waived, and we are just strangers. My first night is worth 50,000 yuan? That's not acceptable.
With a wicked curl at the corner of his mouth, Li Longqing sat on the sofa and took an elegant sip of his coffee.
His phone dinged, and a message came in. After scanning the text, Li Longqing put down his coffee, paid the bill, and left the cafe.
A luxury car pulled up and stopped. Li Longqing opened the back seat door and got in, returning to the hotel suite. The waiter had already come over to clean up, and the air, which had belonged to him in Xia Tong's ambiguous atmosphere, had dispersed, leaving only the smell of air freshener. Li Longqing strode into the living room, where several bodyguards were waiting for him, holding a man kneeling on the ground. The man had a black eye and a swollen face, obviously having been warmly served by the bodyguards. Presidently, we checked all the surveillance footage from the bar last night and found sufficient evidence. The spiked drink was deliberately served to Miss Xia by this guy under someone's orders.
Wow. Tell me more.
Li Longqing sat down on the leather sofa, picked up the man's chin with the black muzzle of his gun, and his eyes were both evil and charming. After Xia Tong left the cafe, she quickly took a taxi back to the hotel to check out and change to a hotel far away. Just as she had finished unpacking her luggage, Su Mulan's secretary Shioli called, her voice urgent, "Miss Xia, you finally answered the phone. President Su is talking business with a client, but he doesn't know much about robots and has broken the product."
He called you, and you should have blocked him, right?
President Su is now in the office, furious and not to be dissuaded. You must come quickly and resolve the situation.
We don't know what to do. Chapter 5, Get married as soon as you land. Don't you dare regret it. Xia Tong's mouth curled up in contempt.
Sorry, I've already quit. Your boss's business is none of my concern from now on.
It's not my fault if he gets angry. I'll block you too. Bye.
After saying that, she quickly blocked all the numbers of the people related to Su Mulan in her phone, leaving only Uncle Su's number. After doing this, Xia Tong booked a flight back to Baicheng. For some inexplicable reason, she was a little anxious, always feeling that if she continued to stay here, a traditional man would come looking for her to force her to marry him.
What? When did she say she'd be back?
Su Mulan sat in the boss's chair, his face gloomy, and sternly questioned the female secretary. The secretary swallowed, throat hoarse, and said in a trembling voice, "Ms. Xia said that the company's affairs had nothing to do with her, and then she blocked me."
Damn it, is she really leaving me?
He slammed his fist on the table and began to panic. All of his robot projects were inseparable from Xia Tong. If Xia Tong left, the project would have to start all over again, which would be a waste of money and time and would be a great loss to him. He never expected that Xia Tong, who had always treated him like a treasure, would turn her back and leave so decisively this time.
She was so heartless. Why didn't she think about her own problems? If she was willing to please him, why would he want to be with another woman?
Brother Su Lin, I've arranged an appointment for you with a very talented robot designer who has just graduated from a prestigious university.
He's easy to handle and won't ask for a high salary.
Compared to Xia Tong, he's more cost-effective. I've already sent him an offer and he should be here soon, Zhong Qianqian said sympathetically.
Su Mulan's expression was not optimistic.
No one knows robots better than Xia Tong. Even if you hire someone else, they won't be as good as her. Zhong Qianqian's eyes were red and tears were rolling down her face.
I'm sorry, Qianqian is too stupid and can't help you.
I'm sorry, I'll go find Xia Tong. No matter what she does to me, I don't care as long as she comes back to help you.
I'm willing to disappear. Ugh. Su Mulan quickly got up and helped hold Zhong Qianqian. Baby, are you okay?
No, Brother Mulan, being pregnant is so hard.
Zhong Qianqian leaned against the man's chest and shed tears. Just bear with it, it'll be over once the baby is born.
Qianqian is so stupid, she can't help you, unlike Xiaodong, she's so capable, more so than a man. Hearing this, Su Mulan felt a wave of annoyance in his heart.
Zhong Qianqian really couldn't help him, and only Xiaotong was a capable assistant in his career.
Unexpectedly, he really agreed with this, instead of telling her that she was the most important in his heart.
Zhong Qianqian was secretly jealous and mad. Xiaotong, don't blame me, you forced me to do it.
Taking out a jade pendant from her bosom, Zhong Qianqian said, Brother Su Lin, my real parents have come to find me.
Take me to meet them. It seems they are from Baiqing too. You found your parents? Who are they?
Su Mulin felt that the jade pendant looked familiar, as if he had seen it with Xiaotong.
But he quickly dismissed the thought. This was Zhong Qianqian's thing, so how could he have seen it with Xiaotong? He must have remembered it wrong. Their surname is Shen.
My biological father is Shen Yuebai, but this time it was my grandmother who recognized her relatives with me.
My father is not here. Shen Yuebai. He is the top tycoon in Baicheng.
In the cabin preparing to fly to Baicheng in Country Z, Xiaotong pulled her small suitcase to find her seat, put her luggage down, and just sat down when she suddenly felt two sudden pokes on her shoulders. Xiaotong turned her head, and the man sitting next to her put down the newspaper, revealing a handsome face that turned heads, with dark eyes dotted with a starry brightness, looking at her with a smile. Xiaotong's eyes blinked 3 times, trying to confirm that this must be an illusion. How could that traditional man be here?
Hey, we meet again, what a coincidence, even in economy class we can meet.
Li Longcheng made it sound very refreshing to accidentally run into someone.
Why are you here? Are you deliberately following me? This is an airplane flight, how could I deliberately follow you?
If I had such ability, how could I let you escape yesterday? Li Longcheng deliberately reminded someone of running away yesterday, his eyes falling deeply on Xiaotong.
Xiaotong was indeed in the wrong, looking forward with a guilty conscience. Is it because there isn't enough money? Well, no. How much do you want? To the extent that includes you.
Li Longcheng smiled gently, his beautiful phoenix eyes bright and clear. When he spoke, he was in the habit of staring at Xiaotong's face. This look made him look like a crazy man obsessed with someone else's girl to others. It seemed that he was going to be persistent. Xiaotong suppressed the anger that welled up in her heart, turned her head, and spoke with a smile, Fine, let's go get the certificate as soon as the plane lands.
Don't regret it, and I won't divorce you after we get married. Chapter 6, Some Rules for Married Life. Civil Affairs Bureau.
When Xiaotong got her marriage certificate, she regretted it. This marriage was too hasty, and the days ahead would definitely not be easy.
Well, come back tomorrow and let's get a divorce, Xiaotong said to Li Longcheng.
Li Longcheng snatched the marriage certificate out of her hand and put it in his pocket.
Marriage is a major event in life, how can it be treated like a joke? And you said that if we got married, you wouldn't leave me. I hope that you, Miss Xia, will keep your promise and never mention divorce again. Fine, let's set some rules now.
Since the other person wanted to get married so badly, Xiaotong decided to give him a taste of what it was like to offend a woman.
A new wife wants to set rules for herself?
Li Longcheng gave a slight smile and assumed a posture of listening attentively. Go ahead.
What can he say?
Xiaotong is only 23 years old and has no experience with the opposite sex or marriage. Fortunately, he has roughly read a few boss novels sent by his friends, racked his brain to recall the plot, and summed up the following points. First, after marriage, you must not interfere with each other's lives. Second, you must keep your marriage a secret and not announce your relationship to the outside world. Third, we have no joint property, so if we divorce, I won't ask you for a penny, and you won't get a dime from me either.
Honey, we are getting married, so how can we not interfere with each other's lives?
Li Longcheng not only wanted to interfere, he wanted to interfere fiercely. He immediately grabbed Xiaotong's hand and pushed his fingers between her fingers. Xiaotong frowned, You're too casual. We've only known each other for 2 days. We've already had the deepest exchanges after just 2 days. The rest of his words were covered by Xiaotong's hand as she said, Don't mention that. Li Longcheng didn't say anything, his eyes looking at her with clarity.
Xiaotong was not as brazen as him, withdrew her hand, and spoke coldly, You got what you wanted, got married, now are you satisfied?
Very satisfied, Li Longcheng smiled, his eyes shining, he couldn't be more satisfied.
That's fine then.
Xiaotong turned around and left. Li Longcheng went around in front of her. Wife, those 3 rules you just mentioned are all anti-human, not at all humanitarian, I think they should be changed.
Xiaotong looked at him coldly, What's your brilliant idea?
Li Longcheng gave a wicked smile, his eyes sparkling like a puppy's as he looked at her and said, First, we should live together, and I will take care of your food, clothing, and shelter.
That's what being husband and wife is all about.
Second, if you want to keep your marriage a secret for now, I agree, but when we love each other, the marriage should be announced to everyone. Third, your money is yours, and my money is yours too. He was not afraid that she was a liar who slept with other people and then took their money. Xiaotong understood that she had met a man who hated marriage.
Okay, you can change it if you want. Xiaotong compromised.
After all, they were already married, and perhaps living with him was not a bad thing. Her parents had passed away, and she had no home.
Would Li Longcheng give her a home? Then, let's go home first.
Li Longcheng took Xiaotong's hand again. Xiaotong did not object again, but just looked at this strange hand holding hers, feeling strange. She thought to herself, if I can hold it for the rest of my life, I will definitely treat him well.
Xiaotong, let me tell you a little about my personal situation.
My parents died when I was 8 years old. After that, I lived with a friend of my parents' family. 5 years ago, I went to country A to study and work.
Until yesterday, I had a fiancé, but he betrayed me.
I turned to alcohol to ease my sorrows, and that's how I met you.
You know the rest.
I don't have my own place in Baicheng yet, and I haven't found a job yet. I'm currently planning to go stay with a friend for a few days, and I can't take you with me. Li Longcheng lifted his hand and scratched her.
Pretty hump nose. You forgot, I'm also from Baicheng. I have a car and a house, which is the same as you having a car and a house. Of course, after getting married, you have to live with your husband. Let's go, I'll show you our home. If you don't like it, we'll buy another house that you like.
Xiaotong's eyes were a little moist as she was led by Li Longcheng to hail a taxi and go to an upscale residential area.
The houses here start at tens of millions of yuan each.
There is a bustling commercial district nearby, convenient transportation, and complete designs for all kinds of living facilities.
The average person cannot afford this location, but Li Longcheng actually lives here. Did he really just make a small investment? Chapter 7 Li Longcheng, you're not a rich second generation, are you? You're not the young master of some wealthy family, are you? Xiaotong asked Li Longcheng suspiciously as they rode the elevator to their floor. Li Longcheng raised an eyebrow, do I look like it? Or, do you like marrying a rich man?
Xiaotong's face fell, and her face was full of resistance. No.
I hate the rich. Li Longcheng, because of your ex-fiancé? Not exactly. Once you enter the rich family, it's like a deep sea.
The rich man's sons are surrounded by beautiful women, which is very annoying.
Li Longcheng curled his lips. Luckily, I'm not a rich second generation.
That's good. But you're also very rich, and you can actually afford to buy a house here, Xiaotong admired. Li Longcheng rotated his brain, coughed softly, and said, actually, I bought it with a loan. I happen to know the person in charge of this property development, and I used some connections to buy it at a low price.
Now I have to pay 20,000 yuan in monthly mortgage payments. What about your car? What brand is it? Did you buy it in full or in installments?
Xiaotong looked at him and said, you're not a car slave, are you?
Of course not.
I bought a car for tens of thousands of dollars for transportation.
He had already become a house slave. If he even bought a car on installment payments, wouldn't he scare away the woman he wanted to marry?
Li Longcheng immediately changed his strategy and said that he bought the car in full payment to save a little face for himself. Xiaotong nodded without doubt and said, if you are good to me, I will help you pay part of the mortgage. Li Longcheng laughed, I'm not marrying my wife to pay off the mortgage. I can pay the mortgage alone, but there is one thing I need to trouble my wife with. After saying this, Li Longcheng took out his wallet from his pocket, took Xiaotong's hand, placed the wallet in her hand, and said with a smile, my wife, I will leave the custody of my money to you in the future. The card passwords are all 6 zeros, so you can swipe any card in your wallet when you want to spend money. I have my own money, I don't need yours.
You are a very generous person. Although I married you, you don't really know me.
If I were a bad person, I would secretly transfer your assets and leave you with nothing.
By then, there would be no regret pills for you to take.
Xiaotong wanted to return the wallet, but Li Longcheng patted her palm instead. His mind was made up. He looked into her eyes and said, because I have decided that you are my wife, and I know that you are not a liar. You have so much confidence in me. Xiaotong was quite surprised. Out of the sea of people, she had met such a pure man. Perhaps he had other unknown shortcomings, but his trust in her made her decide to give it a try with him.
I also have confidence in me.
Although I don't have much money, I'm still quite good looking, so my wife shouldn't change her mind, right? Li Longqing bent over and came closer, in a posture as if he were going to kiss Xiaotong. Xiaotong's heart sank, and she hurriedly turned around, but the man's arm wrapped around her waist and gently pulled her over. His cool, thin lips fell, and his breath surrounded her.
Xiaotong's mind went blank for a moment.
Although the two had had physical intimacy before, it was when she was unconscious and had no memory of it at all. Unlike now, when it was broad daylight and the five senses were strongly assaulting her, she just wanted to struggle, but then the man's low voice sounded in her ear, "Wife, I'm going to hug you."
Xiaotong's 5 black eyelashes trembled.
Yes, she was his wife, and he was her husband. Since they had already come this far, there was no need to be pretentious. Li Chen kissed Xiaotong while picking her up and carrying her into the bedroom with steady steps. Xiaotong was extremely nervous, her eyes were watery, her expression full of panic, like a lost fawn. Li Longqing liked her this way, and his thin lips lightly touched her eyes.
"If you don't like it, I'll stop now."
Although he couldn't help wanting to be intimate with her, he still put away his overbearing manner and asked her opinion.
Chapter 8, You're not allowed to come to my house casually anymore. I don't dislike it.
Xiaotong bit her lip, her heart pounding wildly, and she frowned. "That's not what I meant, I don't know, sigh." Li Longqing laughed softly and held her hand tightly. After an unknown period of time, Xiaotong fell asleep. She was so tired that her bones were limp, and she was drenched in sweat and buried under the covers. Her cheeks were red and cute. Li Longqing kissed Xiaotong's forehead, eyes, nose, and little mouth, reluctantly got up, carried Xiaotong into the bathroom to wash her up, put on her his own white shirt, and changed the bed with new bedding and sheets so that she could sleep peacefully. Zizizi, the phone, submerged in the pile of clothes, vibrated for a long time before being discovered by Li Longqing, who left the room tiptoeing with the dirty clothes and phone in his arms. "Mr. Li, I called you 18 times.
Could you not hear me the first 17 times?
Zhou Ci was full of complaints. If he still couldn't get in touch with Li Longqing, he was going to go berserk. Zhou Ci is 1 year younger than Li Longqing, and is Li Longqing's junior and friend. He has been by Li Longqing's side since Li Longqing started his own business, and has been loyal to him.
When Li Longqing's Qianji group was established, Zhou Ci took the initiative to become Li Longqing's special assistant to the president, pushing aside the positions of director and vice president.
He felt that all the other positions were too unchallenging, and the position of special assistant to the president was slightly more difficult.
After all these years, today, Zhou Ci wants to resign and quit being the special assistant.
Damn it, Li Longqing has even gone missing, which is going to drive him crazy. "Sorry, I was doing something very important and didn't pay attention to my phone." Li Longqing raised the corners of his mouth, holding his phone between his arm and using his hand to separate his clothes and put them in the washing machine. "What can I do for you?" Heard the sound of the drum, I knew this guy was at home. Zhou Ci said, "I'm not asking you out on a date, of course there's a problem at the
company."
Just now, the vice presidents got together for a meeting. They had different opinions about the construction of the new development zone, and there were many contradictions in their respective plans. No one could convince anyone else, so they picked up and started fighting with their chairs. They've all gone to the hospital now, and the news has spread.
Everyone has to laugh a few times when they mention it.
You'd better hurry back and rein them in, or else the cool and noble image of our Qianji group will be gone forever.
Okay, I'll go visit them in the hospital tomorrow. It was true that the lunatics could only be restrained by Li Longqing. Zhou Ci added, "You're at home, right? I'm nearby, so I'll drop off some documents for you to sign."
Upon hearing this, Li Longqing's voice tightened and he warned, "Don't come to my house, and don't come to my house in the future. Leave my house's room card on my desk tomorrow."
"Why? Do you have a dog outside? Do you not want the old one when there's a new one? May I ask which flirtatious bitch in the world is more attractive to you than me?"
Zhou Ci's voice was full of sadness.
He just wanted to resign, it's not like he really wants to resign.
Li Longqing snorted, "Don't worry, you're the only bitch. My bitch secretary, if you dare to come up here without permission and scare my wife, I'm not finished with you."
"You have a wife?" Zhou Ci's mocking voice sounded, "President Li, it's only 3:30 p.m., and you're already sleepwalking?
Believe it or not, you are not allowed to come to my house casually in the future. If you scare my wife, I will skin you alive, pull out your tendons, and drain your blood. By the way, I have a task for you. Before 5:30 p.m., put a car worth about 70,000 yuan in the parking space in my community and remove the Maybach." Zhou Ci was silent for 5 seconds, and then said seriously, "Did you go to Country A to negotiate a big deal that fell through? You ran into the casino after being disappointed in the market, and you owe a lot of money.
The company is going bankrupt, so you're now going from luxury to frugality? Why don't you think outside the box and imagine that I'll hammer your head in with one punch? Just get ready when I tell you to. What's with all the nonsense? You're a special assistant and you're qualified to question your boss? Believe it or not, I'll dock your year-end bonus. That's because your request is so scary. You don't want to drive a luxury car, but a car that costs tens of thousands of dollars. Could it be because of your so-called wife? Zhou Xi is a mouthy person, and Li Longqing doesn't refute. He feels that he is close to the truth. President Li, are you hiding your identity as a rich man and secretly married a young girl? Chapter 9, Haven't touched a woman in 800 years? Damn you, Zhou Xi, your ability to hit the nail on the head is growing by the day. Li Longqing threatened coldly, I went down to the garage and didn't see the car, so tomorrow I'll replace my special assistant. Okay, this assistant will immediately go and replace your car for you. Zhou Xi dared not really provoke Li Longqing, the smiling tiger, and obediently went about his work. He became more and more interested in whether Li Longqing had a young wife hidden at home. Could it be that President Li was really married? He looked so ascetic that he was just waiting to become a monk. Zhou Xi always felt that the only difference between Li Longqing and a monk was that Li Longqing liked to make money, while a monk did not care about money. When Xia Tong woke up, the sun had already set. The sky outside the French windows was filled with flaming clouds, and the gorgeous brilliance looked like a magnificent oil painting. She slowly sat up with her hands propped on the bed, and the smooth bedding slid off her body, revealing the men's shirt. Memories flooded back. After she fainted from crying, Li Longqing, that beast, had a conscience and stopped, carrying her to the shower to change her clothes. Hasn't he touched a woman in 800 years? He's crazy, Xia Tong rubbed her sore waist and slowly got out of bed. Li Longqing pushed the door open and his gaze softly lingered on her. Wife, you're awake. Seeing the woman supporting her waist, Li Longqing raised his foot and moved closer. When she saw him, Xia Tong was afraid that he would pounce on her again, so she quickly stopped him. Don't come any closer, I'm so tired. Li Qing laughed, shrugged his shoulders, and looked at her with his Fengmo eyes. I swear, I won't mess with you today. Xia Tong was not stupid. After she had cried and begged him several times just now, he refused to stop, and his oath was no longer valid. Bring my suitcase in and go out. I've already hung your clothes in the closet. Xia Tong was astonished as Li Longqing walked into the closet, pulled open the closet, and saw that there were neatly hung tops and jeans of various colors from light to dark, while on the other side were Li Longqing's suits, trousers, and white shirts, all of the same style but in large quantities. Wife, your clothes are so plain. I'll go shopping with you later, Li Longqing said. No, I'm fine with these. Xia Tong walked in, took a set of clothes, and swept her gaze over the black and white colors, commenting lightly, I think your clothes are even more monotonous. Li Longqing nodded in agreement, I feel the same way. Why don't you take me shopping? Xia Tong changed her clothes, washed the men's shirt she had worn, took it out and hung it on the balcony to dry. Li Longqing came over, took the shirt from her hand and hung it on the clothesline. His magnetic voice rang out, we have 5 washing machines in the house, 1 for clothes, 1 for socks and 1 for underwear, so you don't have to wash them by hand. Why did you buy so many washing machines by yourself? Xia Tong was surprised by the quantity. The workers helped me install them during the renovation. They thought my house was so big that it would be occupied by several people, so they installed a few more. They were really prescient. Now I can finally use them. Smiling, Li Longqing took Xia Tong by the hand and led her to the dining table, where he sat her down. He then went into the kitchen and brought out 4 dishes, 1 soup, and 2 bowls of rice. Looking at the delicious-looking dishes, Xia Tong's stomach rumbled, and her eyes glowed slightly. You can cook? My father was worried that I wouldn't find a wife when I grew up, so he taught me how to cook from a young age. Li Longqing took an empty bowl and served some soup to Xia Tong, putting the best piece of meat in it. With your qualifications, how could you not find a wife? Your father was worrying for nothing. Xia Tong took a sip of the soup. The deliciousness of it was comparable to that of some restaurants' master chefs. With this kind of setup, how could he not find a wife? Li Longqing watched her eat. Wife, can you tell me what you like to eat and what you don't like? I'll cook from now on. Xia Tong was secretly happy. It was great to be able to eat home-cooked meals, but she realized that she didn't seem to have done anything. The house was his, the meals were cooked by him, and he earned the money. Doesn't it upset you that you cook? I can't cook. Why would you feel unbalanced cooking for your wife? Don't think too much about it. Just be my wife and do whatever you want.
Li Longqing scooped a spoonful of scrambled eggs with tomatoes onto her rice.
This is my specialty.
Xia Tong took a bite and her pupils trembled.
Why is the scrambled eggs with tomatoes you make sweet?
Because I put sugar in it.
You don't like it?
Li Longqing wanted to remove the bowl and replace it with a new one of rice. Xia Tong shook her head and said, I've never had sweet scrambled eggs.
Li Longqing's eyes sparkled. So what do you think of the taste? Do you like it? If not, I won't make this dish again. I like it.
Xia Tong took a big spoonful and the next second, Li Longqing grabbed her wrist and removed the bowl. Li Longqing went into the kitchen, brought out a bowl of new rice, and placed it in front of her.
He said in a solemn tone, if you don't like it, you don't have to eat it. You're in your own home, why are you forcing yourself? Don't you consider me your husband?
Because this was his specialty, Xia Tong was embarrassed to say that she didn't like it. But he cooked just to tie her down.
She didn't like it, but she ate it anyway, which made him feel very unfulfilled. Chapter 10, Tong Tong's heartbeat quickened as he flirted with her. Tong Tong, even though we're married, do you still want to be polite with me and be, well, roommates? Li Longqing's handsome face was full of displeasure, and a hint of coldness overflowed from his deep dark eyes.
Xia Tong's heart pounded. Give me some time to get used to it.
I just feel that it's not right for me to be fussy about the food you cook.
I'm not treating you like a stranger, but I've been used to it since I was little. After my parents died, I lived under someone else's roof and ate whatever I was given.
I didn't have the right to be picky.
A long time ago, she was also a spoiled little princess, picky about what she ate, preferring vegetables to meat. She didn't like it when her parents coaxed her to eat at mealtimes, but her father would drive around to get whatever she wanted, no matter how much trouble it caused, just to make her smile. But a deliberate car accident took away the happiness of the family of 3, and she also fell from heaven to hell. At a young age, she went to live in someone else's home.
As an orphan, having something to eat was already a blessing, so how dare she break the bowl?
Besides, other people were not like her parents. If you threw a temper tantrum and didn't eat, they would keep food for you 24 hours a day. Xia Tong restrained her sadness, pulled her lips into a dry smile, and said ingratiatingly, I'll adapt quickly, so don't be angry.
Li Longqing's heart was deeply pierced.
Reacting to how hurtful his words had just been to her, the man got up and went over to Xia Tong, put his arms around her, and patted the small of her back with his palms. His throat felt like it was weighed down by a boulder, and with a heavy apology, he softly opened his lips, It's my fault. I spoke too harshly, thinking only of myself and not considering your feelings.
I was wrong, Tong Tong. In the future, I will get to know you better and not be so rash as I was just now.
Anyone who hears such words will be moved, and Li Longqing really brought a ray of light to Xia Tong in her saddest and most helpless moment. I don't blame you, Xia Tong closed her eyes, stubbornly holding back the tears in her eyes, biting her lip, and embracing the man's strong waist with both hands. Neither of them spoke again, and time passed in silence. This silence, with its reassuring power, infected Xia Tong, who was like a small boat adrift in the storm, while he was like a majestic harbor that had appeared out of nowhere. She sailed into it, and the storm and rain were kept at bay. After a while, the man's magnetic, gentle voice drifted down, Wife, you've been holding me for a long time without letting go.
Are you hinting that I want to do something else?
What? Xia Tong didn't understand the meaning of the words, but she had been holding him for a while, so she let go of his hand a little embarrassed. The next second, Li Longqing bent down to pick her up, sat himself in the dining chair, and Xia Tong sat in his lap. She was old enough to know better than to sit in an adult's arms like a child.
Xia Tong was so embarrassed that her scalp went numb, and she blushed and said, What do you want to do again?
Since I'm here, I might as well hold you while we eat so you don't cry. With one hand around Xia Tong's waist, Li Longqing held the chopsticks in the other hand and picked up a piece of chicken to feed Xia Tong, watching her eat.
Is it good? Do you like it? Be honest.
If I find out later that you don't like it, our bed activities will double every day.
I don't really like this because it's a bit bland. I like spicy food. Okay, I'll make you a spicy chicken next time. Do you like spicy chicken?
Li Longqing's chin rested on Xia Tong's shoulder, and his bright, shining phoenix eyes looked at her tenderly. The faint, pleasant smell of men's perfume from his body enveloped her, and it made Xia Tong's heart beat faster.
Chapter 11 After marriage, Xia Tong needs to be responsible for. I like it.
Xia Tong's eyes avoided his, her heart pounding wildly. I'll be honest with you, can you stop hugging me?
No, you're too cunning. If I don't show you a little color, you won't be sincere.
She is so straightforward, others say she is too direct, and he actually described her as cunning.
What nonsense is this?
Here, try this fish.
Do you like it?
Yes.
What about the soup? I don't like the fact that there are carrots in it. What ingredients would you like in the soup?
I like the kind with Chinese herbs, red dates, wolfberries, yuzu, and dried longan. My dear wife, just make do with this meal, and in the future, I'll make everything you like. I actually like scrambled eggs with tomatoes without sugar. It was with this kind of coercion and inducement that Li Longqing held Xia Tong in his arms and finished the whole meal. If Xia Tong was not honest in the slightest, he would become very strong and overbearing.
Xia Tong didn't dare to provoke him and said whatever came to mind.
Hearing these heartfelt words, he became happy instead. Miraculously, Xia Tong's mood gradually brightened as well, and she increasingly felt comfortable spending time with this pure man. After a good meal, Xia Tong took the initiative to wash the dishes and took them into the kitchen. Li Longqing walked in slowly and told her, "We have a very big dishwasher at home that can wash 20 bowls and 20 plates at a time, so you don't need to do it." As he said this, the man had already put on the special kitchen gloves and put the dishes into the dishwasher to be cleaned.
Automatically. Xia Tong said, "So I don't have to do anything if I marry you? In the long run, I think you will feel that you are also giving too much."
"You can also do other things for me," said Li Longqing. "Chores like cooking and washing the dishes hurt your hands, so just leave them to me."
"What will I do then?"
Xia Tong didn't want to be betrayed by another person for the same reason. Su Mulan had chosen someone else because he didn't like the fact that she couldn't please him. One day, Li Longqing would also dislike the fact that she didn't do anything and choose someone else, so she wanted to change. "You just take care of." Li Longqing gave a wicked smile, took off his gloves and threw them into the sink, then easily picked Xia Tong up and put her on the clean countertop. He put his hands on either side of Xia Tong's body, leaned up from the bottom to the top, and said, "Feed me." After that, his slightly cool, thin lips covered Xia Tong's lips.
The atmosphere in the kitchen became quite ambiguous. Xia Tong couldn't defend herself.
She was really confused. They had been intimate just a few hours ago, so why did he want to do it again so soon? Thinking about his strength, Xia Tong's waist and legs ached faintly, so she quickly used the excuse of going to the mall to buy clothes to get away. The excuse of buying clothes was pretty good, and when Li Longqing heard it, his eyes lit up, and after pecking her lightly a few times, he took her out of the house. The two of them took the elevator to the underground parking garage, where a small, black, domestic car with an unassuming brand name was parked in the space. Li Longqing took out the car keys that Zhou Ci had given him when they cooked dinner and unlocked the car. He opened the passenger door and Xia Tong got in, while Li Longqing got around to the driver's seat and got comfortable. He could drive almost any type of car, so even though he had never driven a car like this before, he immediately felt at home behind the wheel and smoothly pulled out of the underground parking garage. The security guard who was watching the parking lot was puzzled when he saw the car. In a community like theirs, it was the first time he had seen such a low-grade private car. He clearly remembered that Mr. Li used to drive a Maybach, so had he gone bankrupt? After the car had just driven out, a flash of light flashed from a Land Rover parked in the corner. Click. Chapter 12. Li Longqing plays tricks to please his wife.
Did you get it?
I got it. I'm sure I'll get rich this time. I didn't think the second young master of the Yi family would find a new love so soon. When they arrived at the mall, Li Longqing led Xia Tong straight into a high-end women's clothing store. The clothes here were of a high-end style with a simple design, which suited Xia Tong perfectly.
"Wife, would you like to try on a skirt?"
Li Longqing selected a white skirt and held it in front of Xia Tong. "You'll look great in it."
Xia Tong immediately looked for the price tag on the skirt, but couldn't find it. Obviously, this was an expensive dress.
"I don't want to buy clothes here," she whispered. "The clothes here don't really match me." "You go try it on, and you'll know if it matches or not." Li Longqing pushed Xia Tong into the fitting room without further ado. Seeing that the man wanted to buy clothes for her so much, Xia Tong didn't refuse. When it came time to pay, she just used her card, since Li Longqing had given her the power of the purse anyway. While Xia Tong changed clothes in the dressing room, Li Longqing put away the smile on his handsome face and called the owner of the women's clothing store to the corner.
"Mr. Li, what can I do for you?"
"All the expenses my wife and I have here will be charged to Miss Li's personal bill. Someone will come to pay the bill in a while, but you can't tell my wife to your face that buying things here costs money. You have to say that the clothes here are a gift from you." The boss is a smart person and naturally understood, but he was still a bit embarrassed.
"Mr. Li, your wife seems like a smart person.
If she asks me why it's free, I can't just say it's a special event today, can I?" If other customers hear that, they'll definitely demand free stuff too, and then I won't be able to run my store.
Li Longqing couldn't help but laugh. Why would I let you do business for free? I'm not trying to rip you off.
Just say that I saved you and now you want to repay the favor by giving us a bunch of designer clothes. The boss applauded happily. Mr. Li is still very clever.
I'll remember that. Wait and see my performance. Okay, if you mess up, I'll let you close down for good.
Li Longqing gave a cool smile, his majesty fully on display. Only when dealing with Xia Tong did the man show his gentle side. When dealing with everyone else, he could be as strong-willed as he wanted. After all, he was the son of a famous family, and there was an air of nobility about him that was unmatched by ordinary people.
Wow.
Xia Tong pulled open the curtain and walked slowly out of the room. It had been 5 years since she last wore a skirt. 5 years ago, she participated in a coming-of-age ceremony and wore a black pleated skirt. Later, she followed Su Mulan to go abroad. She was busy with her studies and work, and it was very inconvenient to wear a skirt. It would also attract attention, so she switched to jeans, which hid her slender, straight legs. Li Longqing turned his head when he heard a sound and looked over, only to feel that what appeared before him was a fairy. The white dress seemed to have been made for her, elegant and lively, supporting her slender waist, her calves exposed, her ice-white skin and jade-like bones, as if she were a snow fairy descended to earth.
Do I look good? Xia Tong came out barefoot.
She didn't think white shoes and a white dress went well together, and when she was still looking at herself in the mirror, she suddenly realized that she loved beauty too, and should not give up the right to dress up for others. Li Longqing walked up to Xia Tong with the high heels he had already chosen, bent down, put the white high heels on her feet, clapped his hands, stood up, and laughed. You look beautiful. The man couldn't help but reach out and stroke Xia Tong's face. My wife, you're as beautiful as a fairy. Xia Tong smiled, a little coy. Don't be so flattering, it's not that exaggerated. Mr. Li is not exaggerating at all, Mrs. Li, you really are very beautiful, with your beautiful features and fair skin, this dress is honored to be worn by you. The boss made a dazzling entrance, praising her loudly with shining eyes, and even waved to get the other employees to join in the praise. Xia Tong was embarrassed the whole time, as the shop was just too enthusiastic.
Can I ask how much this dress costs?
It was supposed to cost 70,000 yuan, but I won't charge you, I'll give it to you for free.
The boss said generously, then looked deeply at Li Longqing.
I still remember a month ago, when I went mountain climbing with my family, I accidentally fell off a cliff. If it weren't for Mr. Li pulling me up, I would have been smashed to pieces and separated from my wife and son. Today, Mr. Li is here with his wife, patronizing my women's clothing store, and it's my time to repay the favor. You can pick whatever you like here, I'll give it to you for free. That's not a good idea, Li Longqing politely declined. Chapter 13. Li Longqing stopped, lowered his head, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her fiercely.
What's not good about it? If you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't still be running this clothing store.
You saved my life, and you saved the jobs of all these employees.
Mr. Li, if you want, I can give you this store.
The boss said with a heroic air. Cough, cough, no need. Li Longqing waved his hand to refuse, leaned over Xia Tong's ear and whispered, honey, let's just choose 2 sets of clothes, otherwise he might not let us go. Xia Tong also felt that this would happen, so she chose the skirt she was wearing and a small shawl, which should look pretty cheap.
Is that all you've chosen?
Mrs. Li, do you look down on me? How can this little bit of stuff compare to Mr. Li's life-saving kindness to me? The boss personally led 3 waitresses to clear a third of the clothes in the store with lightning speed, packing them up quickly and neatly on the floor. Li Longqing looked around leisurely and laughed. Boss, this is too much, we won't take it.
This is considered too much? I haven't finished choosing yet.
After receiving the big boss's hint, the boss led the people to sweep up another third of the shoes and clothes. In fact, Li Longqing felt that this was quite a bit. This amount of clothes was less than 1/10 of what was in his sister's closet. However, if they kept taking, the store would be empty, and Xia Tong would definitely become suspicious. So, he had to nod and let the boss stop. The boss immediately understood, walked up to the 2 men with a smile, and said cheerfully, Mr. Li, the remaining styles are not the most recent, and I'm not sure I can give them to you. If there are any new styles in the future, I'll personally deliver them to your home. Give me your address.
No need for that. I don't deserve any of this. It was a simple thing to do to help you.
Don't mention it, said Li Longqing, as he took the pen and wrote down the address of the residential area.
You still want to continue shopping, right? Go ahead.
I'll have someone deliver these to you later, said the owner, smiling.
Li Longqing took Xiaotong's hand and they were about to leave.
Xiaotong said that she hadn't changed her clothes yet, but Li Longqing said that she looked beautiful just as she was. That I have to take the clothes with me, Xiaotong said helplessly. The boss said wisely, Mrs. Li, don't worry, I'll have someone fold them up and put them in a bag to send back with these clothes.
You two go ahead and enjoy your shopping. Thank you. You're welcome.
The boss, who had made a fortune, saw the couple off with a smile. The waitress looked at the couple's backs with a doting expression. I didn't realize that Mr. Li got married so quickly. Last time he came to pick up his sister's clothes, he was still single.
The boss gave her a sideways glance. Do you want to marry Mr. Li? Don't even look at it. Mrs. Li is a heavenly beauty, and you can't compare. You'd better be practical and find someone who is on the same level as you and has something to talk about. Boss, I was just having a dream, and you woke me up. What kind of dream? It's not good to see other people showing their affection and spreading dog food? You had to dream. You're right. I think Mrs. Li is so pretty and cute.
She's by Mr. Li's side, obedient and soft, just like a little white rabbit. Here, Xiaobai too always feels like she's received a great fortune.
Embracing Li Longqing's arm, she sighs, this boss is so generous.
I've never seen anyone repay a life-saving debt with such a big gesture.
The clothes should be worth a few million, right?
I think so, but a shop like the boss's, which has made a name for itself, the cost of the clothes must not be that much money. He makes all his money from fame, and he can't lose much. A few million can buy his life, and he must think he's made a fortune.
Li Longqing broke it down and then looked at Xiaotong. Honey, does this make me seem calculating and greedy? No, why would you think that?
Xiaotong shook her head. You already rejected the boss, it was him who was too enthusiastic and generous. People like him really live up to the saying, a drop of water is returned with a spring of water. I've saved someone's life too, but she ate my food, lived in my place, used my things, and asked me for pocket money every month. In the end, she even stole my fiancé. The boss really is the best. Li Longqing paused, lowered his head, cupped her face in his hands, and kissed her fiercely.
He said annoyed, what's so good about scumbags that it's worth mentioning? We're on a date, and mentioning them is so depressing. Date? Aren't we here to buy clothes? Xiaotong asked confusedly, a proper straight girl.
Li Longqing was patient with her. Buying clothes is included in dating, and now we're moving on to the next part. What's next? Xiaotong was full of interest, because no one had ever played with her like this for so many years, as if she had gone back to when she was a child, when her parents were still alive, playing games with her in the garden.
Miss Xia, don't you feel like something is missing from your ring finger?
Li Longqing smiled, put his arm around Xiaotong's waist, and slowly walked towards a jewelry store. Chapter 14. If someone else wants to bully her, she doesn't need to do it herself, her husband will help her get even twice as much.
Li Qing picked up a diamond ring and slipped it onto Xiaotong's ring finger.
He didn't really like the conventional design, and there was a chance that it would clash with someone else's, but there was nothing he could do. If he bought a more expensive one, Xiaotong would suspect his wealth, so he could only let her wear an unremarkable diamond ring for now.
I want to wear a plain ring, what do you think?
A voice as clear as spring water sounded in his ear, sounding like it was asking for his opinion. Li Longqing raised his phoenix eyes and met the woman's bright starry eyes.
Honey, don't save money for me.
I still have the money to buy you a big diamond ring. If you have the money, use it to pay off the mortgage first.
Forget the ring. Besides, I don't like this kind either. Xiaotong was serious.
Li Longqing sighed, his phoenix eyes looking straight at her, his expression a mixture of helplessness and adoration. If he had known, he would never have said that he was a slave to his mortgage. Xiaotong blinked, and her curled eyelashes moved like small fans, beautiful and heart-stopping. She took off her diamond ring and put it back on, saying slowly, my parents wore plain rings when they got married. Their plain rings weren't as precious as diamonds, just 2 silver circles with a red thread wrapped
around them.
But they were very comfortable to wear and convenient for doing anything. When I was little, I liked holding my mother's hand. My mother said that when I got married, I could take off her ring and wear it.
Li Longqing suddenly understood what she was thinking. A ring with a story behind it is indeed more meaningful than inanimate jewelry.
So did your parents give you their rings?
Li Longqing asked.
Xiaotong nodded, yes, before they died, they gave me the entire pair of rings along with a chance to survive. It's just that I didn't protect it well and someone else took it.
Who took it? Your ex-fiancé?
No, when I was very young, my uncle and aunt robbed the family and took the rings away. The rings were not worth much, but my aunt was very stingy and wouldn't let me take even my little dresses, let alone the rings. Xiaotong came back to her senses and said, diamond rings are inconvenient to wear normally, so choose something else. Then choose a plain ring. Li Longqing followed her.
Xiaotong smiled, thank you. Haha, thank you? Li Longqing frowned, pretending to be angry. The man's face said, I don't like you being polite to me.
Xiaotong was used to saying thank you, and it was really hard to change that in a short time. She tugged on his sleeve and promised, I won't do it again next time.
Li Longqing looked serious, we'll see how you behave. Xiaotong.
The two of them discussed together and chose a pair of simple rings with a minimalist style.
Li Longqing asked doubtfully, wife, where did the red string on the rings my in-laws wear come from? Did the shopkeeper provide it when we bought it?
The saleswoman standing in front of them laughed brightly and said, the kind of red string you are talking about should be someone deliberately buying rings that don't fit and then wrapping them with red string. Someone used to like to do this, thinking that it was drawing the red string that brought two unrelated people together and turned it into a sweet marriage. So it's that particular, Li Longqing learned, then the red string must be prayed for in those marriage temples before it works. Don't worry about it, just wear it like this, Xiaotong said. Li Longqing also felt that he should first put the ring on, and some other day he would get the red string and have a pair of plain rings custom made just for him and Xiaotong.
How much are these rings? Xiaotong asked.
The saleswoman said, 5,000.
That's so cheap, Li Longqing wanted to vomit blood. He had never bought such a cheap thing in his life, and it was still a wedding ring. It's not cheap anymore.
These are plain rings, and some of them are still 2,000 or 3,000. Xiaotong liked it, and didn't feel that the ring had treated her unfairly at all. Perhaps it was because they had gotten married so quickly, because yesterday she had wanted a divorce. Li Longqing smiled bitterly to himself.
Xiaotong?
Just as he was reaching into his wallet to pay, someone called Xiaotong's name from behind, in a strangely intimate tone. Xiaotong turned her head and her eyebrows and eyes instantly froze. She finally agreed with what Li Longqing had just said, you shouldn't mention jerks on a good day, to avoid bad luck. Sister Xiaotong, you've come to buy a ring. Zhong Qianqian walked over with Su Nulin's female secretary, Xiaoli. Xiaoli's eyes lit up when she saw Xiaotong.
Miss Xia, you look really good in a skirt. You look like a fairy. Xiaoli praised in amazement.
Xiaotong pulled the corner of her lips lightly, while Zhong Qianqian coldly curled her red lips and laughed. I didn't realize that Sister Xiaotong also looked good when she dressed up. I've never seen Sister Xiaotong look so good before, but now that she's got a new man by her side, she's all dressed up. Xiaotong gritted her teeth. This Zhong Qianqian no longer bothered to pretend, probably because she felt that she had gotten Su Nulin. Xiaotong was about to retort when the man beside her wrapped his arms around her waist, distracting her. Immediately afterwards, Li Longqing personally intervened, his eyes directed at Zhong Qianqian, oozing hatred.
It's very simple.
In the past, people weren't worth her time. After all, celestial beasts are different from humans, so how could a beast appreciate the beauty of a fairy? As for the young lady next to you, I don't include you in this sentence, but your eyes and aesthetic sense are very good. Xiaoli was embarrassed by her own status, so she could only smile and not say anything, but her eyes expressed great approval. Xiaotong smiled lightly, and the benefits of marrying a husband so quickly were quite considerable. If others wanted to bully her, she didn't have to get personally involved, her husband would help her get even twice as much back.
Chapter 15, the couple together defy Zhong Qianqian.
Zhong Qianqian's face turned pale with anger, and she gave a cold smile. After all this, you still don't think that Mu Lin is worthy, so you treat him badly.
Sister Xiaotong, you have no eyes.
Brother Mu Lin is such a good person, rich and talented, the pride of the heavens, but you don't want him, and you insist on this kind of man who brings you to a jewelry store but buys you a plain ring. It seems that your brain really doesn't work very well.
I'm really surprised. How can a brainless carbon-based creature like you have the nerve to say that my baby's high IQ brain is not working? I didn't understand the truth behind the saying if you can't eat the grapes, say they're sour before, but today I understand it. You little brat's interpretation is quite spot on. Also, the good things you say about Mu what's his name should only be visible to you, otherwise how could Tongtong, as a normal woman, not see what's so good about him? By the way, if he is so good, why didn't he come shopping with you? Is he pretending to be nice, or are you not worthy?
Li Longqing once again delivered a string of witty remarks. Xiaotong was full of admiration, and she almost wanted to give him a double 666 and a big rocket.
This eloquence is worthy of Zhong Qianshan. Because Zhong Qianshan is not well educated, she definitely could not argue with him. Honey, she's actually right. I was stupid before. I treated a scumbag like that like gold, kept an ungrateful bitch like her at home for half a year, let her spend my money on food and clothes, sleep with my fiancé, and now she's giving me a chance to provoke me. She really is stupid, Xiaotong said calmly. She doesn't deny any of this. She really was stupid, and that's why she never noticed anything fishy about the two of them. But I'm awake now, my mind is back. Xiaotong's eyes suddenly flashed with a knife-like sharpness, and she raised her hand and slapped her hard. Zhong Shanshan closed her eyes tightly and didn't move a step, but the slap didn't land on her face. When it reached her face, Xiaotong let go of the force and pinched Zhong Shanshan's chin with her fingers. She wanted to slap Zhong Shanshan a few times, but her mind was still there, and she would never do such a thing in public. And let herself be affected. Xiaotong pinched Zhong Qianshan's chin and laughed coldly, revealing Zhong Qianshan's unknown secret. 6 months ago, I saw you on the street in country A, someone had slashed your face. The other person's wife said it was because you were a mistress that you destroyed her family. She had a lot of evidence. I didn't tell Su Mulan about it, so he probably still doesn't know that his innocent little treasure is a slut. You're talking nonsense, Zhong Qianshan tried to slap her, but she missed and Xiaotong swung her chin away first. You know for yourself whether I'm talking nonsense or not. At the time, Xiaotong didn't believe what she heard and thought that Zhong Qianshan had been forced to say it. Now that she thinks about it, she was taking her too lightly. Whether someone has done anything wrong or not, the answer is surely in their eyes. Zhong Qianshan's eyes were wide as a copper bell. Sister Xiaotong, since you have chosen to degenerate, don't appear in front of Mulin and I again. At least you took care of me for half a year. I will repay you for this kindness now. Shelly, go get the biggest diamond in the store and I will buy it for Sister Xiaotong. It's too shabby to see her wearing only a plain ring costing a few $1,000s on her hand when she gets married. The saleswoman came over and asked with a smile, may I ask your surname and first name? Zhong Qianshan, but you only need to know the name Su Mulan. Zhong Qianshan took out the black card given to her by Su Mulan and sat down. After counting the bags, Xiaotong slowly frowned. Why do I feel like there are a lot more? When we were in the store, there weren't this many. Who cares, he's willing to give it to me anyway. Naturally, Li Longqing secretly had someone else prepare it. Xiaotong didn't think much of it, there were so many clothes, she probably couldn't wear them all in a year. After thinking about it, she looked up at Li Longqing, who was sitting on the sofa looking at his phone, and said, can I take some to give to my friends? Wife, these are your clothes, of course you're in charge. Then I won't be polite. Xiaotong became happy. When she smiled, the upper eyelashes of her eyes would curve, which was so beautiful that it went straight to his heart. Li Longqing couldn't help but want to hug her and kiss her, but he restrained himself with willpower, not wanting to disturb her fun of looking at the clothes. Xiaotong felt a card in one of the bags of clothes and handed it to the man. This was accidentally dropped in by that boss, so you can return it to him some other day. Chapter 17. Li Longqing frowned, you're being polite to me again. Li Longqing took a look at it and said, this is the exclusive platinum card for VIP customers of that shopping mall. With this card, you can go shopping at any store in that mall and get a 50% discount on all items at the internal price. Normally, people can't apply for this kind of card without a certain amount of assets. It seems that the owner has an extraordinary identity and background, and he gave you this card. Xiaotong's eyes widened, for me? Yes, it says your name here. Li Longqing poked at the place where the label was attached, and the two black characters Xiaotong and a flourish of dragon and phoenix came into view. Xiaotong really didn't dare to accept it. Boss, you're too polite, you'd better return it. I'll give him a call. Li Longqing called the owner of the women's clothing store and told him about the VLP card. The shop owner generously said, I am the majority shareholder of this shopping mall, so it is actually very easy to get such a card, and I have the right to do so. Mr. Li, your help has really been very important to me. Otherwise, my wife would have become a widow, and my children would have had no father. My eldest daughter is in her 3rd year of high school, and if anything had happened to me, she would have been so sad that she probably wouldn't have been able to even sit the university entrance exams. You can keep the card. You are welcome to come to this shopping mall often to go shopping, and to come to my shop often, and I will treat you well. We will go there when we have time. My wife thinks that you, the boss, are too generous and polite to give us so many things at once, and she is embarrassed to take them. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Don't be polite. My family is well off, and all of these things are just a drop in the bucket. It is my good fortune to be able to make friends with you. Li Longcheng looked at Xiaotong for advice. Xiaotong nodded, indicating that he could hang up.
Li Longcheng curled his lips, paid his boss a few compliments, and ended the call. While Xiaotong was sitting on the sofa, he was pulled over and sat in his arms. The man's handsome face was adorned with a shallow smile, and he was so handsome that it was heart-stopping. He really is good-looking, and I wonder what kind of parents could give birth to such a handsome son. Wife, if you want to go shopping in the future, just take this card. Don't feel embarrassed. Since they gave it to us, they hope we use it, said Li Longcheng. He could have said, wife, your husband and I have plenty of money. Buy whatever you want. But with his identity hidden, he could only say these words with the help of others. Li Longcheng had never felt so suffocated. No matter how he thought about it, it didn't feel right. He even felt an urge to go and beat Su Mulan up. If it weren't for him, Tong Tong might not have such a deep aversion to the wealthy. Xiaotong inserted the card into his shirt pocket and said, I hardly ever go shopping, so you can use this card. Li Longcheng screwed up his thick eyebrows, you're being polite to me again. Xiaotong shook his head, no, I really don't go shopping much. I like to stay at home. As he spoke, he suddenly lowered his head and kissed. Xiaotong couldn't defend herself and fell back onto the sofa. Her hands grabbed the man's shoulders. Underneath the thin shirt, there were hard muscles and a burning temperature. Xiaotong opened her eyes slightly to peek at the man kissing her with his eyes closed. Why did he like doing this so much? It was like he was starved for it. Sometimes gentle, sometimes overbearing, it was overwhelming. Xiaotong struggled a little, and his fingers immediately squeezed into her fingers. Just, sorry to refuse. Just go with the flow. Zizi, the phone on the coffee table vibrated, and an incoming call came in. The two paused, and Xiaotong took the opportunity to push Li Longcheng away, sat on the sofa, and picked up the phone with a blush on her face. Who's calling? Li Longcheng's slightly red handsome face was a bit gloomy. Which guy is such a spoilsport? Chapter 18. The man was taking her underwear off the drying rack. Xiaotong's face flushed. Su Mulan's grandfather, he's very nice to me. After explaining, Xiaotong answered the phone. Tong Tong, I heard from Mulan that you've returned to the country too, why don't you come home and stay? Where are you living now? Su Qingbai's old, smiling voice sounded. Xiaotong tightened her grip on the phone. Grandpa, I've broken up with Su Mulan, so it's not appropriate for me to go back and live there. Broken up? What do you mean? You're not really broken up without my permission. Good boy, come back soon. Grandpa hasn't seen you for a long time and misses you. Tong Tong, don't be impulsive. Give Mulan a chance. I'm sure he just had a momentary lapse of reason and did something to upset you. If you come back, I'll let you punish him as you like. You're your grandfather's favorite granddaughter-in-law, and you haven't even come back to visit him. It makes him sad. Xiaotong remained silent as Su Qingbai kept talking, trying to win her back with emotional appeals. Since things have come to this, and Grandpa still wants her to be his granddaughter, it must be that Su Mulan has not told him everything, and he may even be lying. Thinking about this, Xiaotong said, Grandpa, I'll go see you tomorrow. She meant to go see him, not go back. Good, Grandpa will be waiting for you, and you must come back, or Grandpa will send someone to fetch you. You're just a young girl, what are you doing running away from home? Su Qingbai reminded her again that that was her home. Xiaotong felt a pang of sadness in her heart. How could that possibly be her home? Her real home had disappeared the day her parents died. After ending the call, Xiaotong looked up, and Li Longcheng was no longer in the living room. He had clearly been sitting on the sofa playing with his phone, but in the blink of an eye he had disappeared? Xiaotong got up and walked around the house, looking for 2 minutes before she found him, collecting laundry on the balcony. The man was taking her underwear off the clothesline. Xiaotong blushed and quickly rushed over to grab the underwear. Li Longcheng grabbed half of the underwear and looked at her coldly, what? These are mine, I'll collect them. Li Longcheng was silent for half a second, grabbed it back, hung it back on the clothesline, and walked back into the house with his clothes. When Xiaotong reached out to take it, she realized that she couldn't reach it, the pole was too high. Can you help me take it down? Xiaotong asked the man, who had already walked into the living room. If he hadn't hung it back up, she could have taken it herself. Forget it, she'd better do it herself. Xiaotong looked around the balcony, but couldn't find any tools that would work. Li Longcheng was 1.89 meters tall, and when he raised his arms, they were higher than the clothesline, so there was no way Xia Tong could find any aids. Xia Tong tried her best to stand on her tiptoes, stretching her arms as long as she could, but her underwear was still high above her, looking down on her. She was so angry that she was going to buy a clothesline from the supermarket tomorrow. Xia Tong, who was too tired from standing on her tiptoes, fell backwards without warning. She was finished, she was going to fall on her bottom. Just then, she felt a warm, solid chest behind her. A slender, strong arm wrapped around her waist from behind, while the other hand took off her underwear and placed them in front of her. "Thank you," Xia Tong said, relieved to get her hands on them. Liang City nodded, let go of her hand lightly, and turned around and went back into the house. Xia Tong blinked, turned around and quietly looked at the tall figure walking into the bedroom. Why was he suddenly not so enthusiastic? Did something happen? Xia Tong couldn't figure it out. Did he dislike her short stature? Unfortunately, she was 23 years old and could no longer grow taller. After receiving the clothes, Xia Tong carried them into the bathroom to take a shower. Li Longqing stood at the bedroom door glaring angrily at the bathroom door for a long time, his handsome face turning more and more pale, his clenched fists clearly showing the veins. Taking a deep breath, the man turned and went to the study. Just then, his phone vibrated, and his sister called. "Brother, good evening, let me tell you a ghost story. I stayed at home all day and didn't spend a dime, but suddenly I received an 800-meter long bill for women's clothing, totaling 7 million. Ladies' dresses, bags, and high heels. I didn't received anything. I called the boss and he said that Mr. Lee had taken Mrs. Lee shopping and charged it to my account. Dad would never take Mom to a shop for young people. Mom likes to wear chonsams. So, brother, have I encountered a fraudster?" Chapter 19. Li Longcheng said coldly, "Have you known me for the first day?" After hearing this, Li Longcheng immediately transferred 10 million yuan, "Here's your money." Ding! Li Xingyao, who had received the transfer record, let out a dog-like laugh. "Brother, who did you buy it for?" The owner said Mrs. Li. "When did we have a Mrs. Li in our family?" Li Longcheng and his two younger sisters all took their mother's surname. "My wife, your sister-in-law, is not Mrs. Li. What else?" Li Longqing's tone was so natural that it was as if he were saying, "It's a nice day." Li Xingyao exclaimed, "You really have a girlfriend?" "I'm married." Her brother, if he doesn't make a splash, he won't make a splash at all. Ouch, so I wasn't dreaming, it's true. Li Xingyao pinched her thigh hard, it hurt like hell. "Don't tell Mom and Dad yet, keep it a secret, okay?" Li Longqing's cold tone was strange and intimidating. "You're so happy about getting married, why are you being so mean? Brother, did you really marry of your own free will? It's not like you went out and messed around and got forced into marriage, is it? If your parents find out about this, they'll break your legs. One of the Li family rules, no fooling around, and if you're caught, you'll be beaten until you can't anymore." Li Longcheng was taken aback, and a bitter smile curled the corners of his mouth. He would like to be forced into marriage, but unfortunately, the girl didn't feel the same way. The domineering young master of the Li family fell for a woman and experienced the taste of a one-sided love. "In your eyes, I would be forced? Li Xingyao, have you known me for the first day? Che, you still have such a bad temper after getting married. My poor sister-in-law, she is going to be harassed by you. Brother, can you send me a picture of your sister-in-law? I want to see who is so holy that she has accepted you. Your phone is not safe, it is easy to leak out. You will naturally meet when it is time for you to meet. I warn you, don't come and disturb my life, and don't investigate the situation on my side." Li Longqing's warnings always worked. Over the phone, Li Xingyao could feel her brother's caution about this matter, so she was even more curious about who it was that made her brother so careful to protect. "Oh, I'll be good, I won't bother you," Li Xingyao sighed. Why didn't she let her say it, but also let her know such explosive news? It really suffocated her. "Was I just being mean?" Li Longqing suddenly asked. "Yes, did someone offend you?" "No." Li Longqing hung up the phone and sat on the sofa. The image of Xia Tong sitting on the sofa answering the phone flashed through his mind. She didn't even mention the important matter of going to her ex-fiancé's house to him. Li Longqing sat in the study for a while, and then appeared in the bedroom with a face that said. When he looked up, he saw a slender figure wearing a traditional blue pajama set sitting by the bedside, applying skin cream. The soft feminine charm was extremely incompatible with his cold-style bedroom. Li Longqing's pupils contracted. Damn, his wife is really cute.
She can be cute even when wearing such ugly pajamas. Where have you been?
Upon seeing him, Xiaotong got off the bed and slowly walked up to him.
Li Longqing's face softened, in the study. I thought you went out, Xiaotong said. Li Longqing rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm like you, not telling you anything? Would I go out without telling you?
Xiaotong pondered this for 2 seconds, looking him in the eyes. Then you went to the study and didn't tell me. I'll remember next time, Li Longqing said. You have to tell me what you're doing.
Okay.
After saying that, Xiaotong walked into the bathroom, and after a while, she came out, carrying her hands behind her back, and walked up to Li Longqing. Can you help me with something? Li Longqing raised an eyebrow. Xiaotong felt a little embarrassed and took out the freshly washed underwear. The pole is too high, I can't hang it up. Li Longqing raised the corner of
his lips, took the underwear and went out to hang it up.
The man is tall, and he can hang the laundry without even stretching his arms.
This tall guy is the envy of others.
Xiaotong was full of envy. I'll go buy a clothes rack tomorrow.
I'll hang it up. Buying this is a waste of money. This is definitely money that needs to be spent, I can't save it.
She felt that Li Longqing was someone who didn't save where he should, but rushed to save a few dollars where he shouldn't.
And a clothes rack is only a few cents? Chapter 20, Can't Sleep, Do Something Else.
After hanging up the laundry, Li Longqing returned to the bedroom and saw Xiaotong already in bed. She had moved her laptop and was sitting on her legs, writing something. Her slender and delicate fingers were flying over the keyboard, looking particularly professional.
Li Longqing raised the corners of his lips, walked into the cloakroom, grabbed a set of pajamas, and went into the bathroom.
As soon as the door opened, a sweet, watery smell hit him in the face, like the smell of green apples. On the sink, next to the black men's shower gel, there was an extra bottle of light green women's shower gel, which looked very good together. Li Longqing's blood rushed a little, and after a quick shower, he got out, threw back the covers, and lay down in bed. Seeing this, Xiaotong turned off the computer and placed it on the sofa next to him, then picked up his phone and asked, Longqing, what time will you get up tomorrow? Li Longqing tilted his mouth. I just need to punch in at the office at 10 a.m. Set the alarm for 7 a.m. then.
Will that disturb you? It's fine.
When I wake up in the morning, I'll go to the gym at home for half an hour.
If you're hungry, go wake me up to cook. Xiaotong nodded.
After turning off the lights, the two lay down. They had fallen asleep properly, but Xiaotong, who was still groggy, also felt drowsy. The large hand that sneaked up her skirt and burned her skin made her flinch. Xiaotong opened her eyes and looked at her side, but before she could say anything, Li Longqing grabbed her and pressed her down. Xiaotong's sleepiness was completely gone, and she subconsciously pushed her hands against the man's chest.
Her heart was pounding. Don't you want to sleep? It was so tense, their breaths mingling together in an ambiguous and unbearable way. I can't sleep, I want to do something else.
His voice was low and hoarse, like sandpaper being ground together. Li Longqing bit her earlobe. Continue what we didn't finish on the sofa.
Xiaotong's body stiffened, and the next second, her pajamas disappeared without a trace.
The morning mist gradually faded in the scorching sun, ushering in a radiant morning.
As soon as the alarm clock went off, Xiaotong got up.
She didn't have the morning sickness, and she didn't stay in bed. No matter how late she went to sleep last night, her body would automatically wake up the next day when the alarm went off, so she didn't dare stay up late for fear of being unmotivated the next day. Looking outside at the bright sky, she felt that something was wrong.
Was it really that bright at 7 o'clock?
Xiaotong picked up her phone and looked at the time.
It was 8 o'clock. She had set the alarm for 7 o'clock, so how did it become 8 o'clock?
In the past, Xiaotong would have found this very strange, but now she thought that Li Longqing had set her phone alarm. Xiaotong thought about it for a while and set a password for her phone. After washing up, she gently pushed open the door to the gym and saw a tall, straight figure wearing an old man's vest, sweating on the treadmill. The muscles on his back were moving, and the sweat had stained his skin bright. Xiaotong felt that she should not disturb him. He had said that an hour of exercise was enough, and it was only just 8 o'clock. So she went about her own business. This time, she didn't plan to go to another city when she returned to Baicheng.
It would be nice to find a job here and live a simple life. Half an hour passed. Xiaotong typed up a resume and sent it out.
She leaned back in her chair, stretched lazily, and frowned in frustration as she covered her stomach.
I'm so hungry. Xiaotong went to the kitchen to have a look around.
She had wanted to make breakfast herself, but she didn't know how to combine the ingredients, so she decided to go to the gym instead. She knocked on the door, footsteps approaching, and Li Longqing opened the door, looking at the woman who had already woken up, his voice low. Hungry? How long will it take you to work out? Shall I go downstairs and buy breakfast? The man's tank top was soaked through and had bulges, and Xia Tong's eyes were embarrassed to look forward, and her throat subconsciously rolled.
Chapter 21, Good Wife, Cheer Up Your Husband. I'm done. Go play for a while, and meet me at the table in 15 minutes. Wow.
Hearing the exact time, Xia Tong hurriedly slipped away. The earlobe under her dark hair was visible, changing from white to dark red. Looking at the little woman's fleeing back, Li Longqing curled his lips, feeling hungry as he touched his flat stomach. If she didn't come knocking again, he wouldn't have the energy to stay here anymore. After breakfast, Li Longqing took a shower, changed into a suit, and appeared in the living room with a briefcase. Xia Tong was sitting on the sofa watching TV, and when she looked up, she was amazed again. He looked really handsome in a suit, comparable to a world-class male model. His legs were especially long and powerful. Honey, I'm going to work, Li Longqing said, his eyes smiling, his gaze falling deeply on Xia Tong.
Go ahead, make some money, Xia Tong responded. Li Longqing coughed and hooked his fingers. Xia Tong got up doubtfully and walked over, meeting the man's clear, clean black eyes. Husband is going to work, does wife want to cheer husband up before leaving? Come on, Xia Tong bent her elbow and made a gesture. Li Longqing's dark eyes were tinged with a smile, his tongue nudging the roof of his teeth, his tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. This is how you cheer someone else on, now you're cheering your husband on, you need to do something different. Xia Tong bent the other elbow as well. Come on, come on. A low chuckle shook out from his chest, and Li Longqing laughed, hugged Xia Tong's waist and pulled her in front of him, lowering his head and kissing her hard, his fair, handsome face full of lust. After a minute, he let go of Xia Tong, who was almost out of breath, with a smile on his face. His dark eyes were mischievous. Tomorrow morning, I hope my wife will take the initiative. A kiss, and you'll work harder. Xia Tong. I'm leaving. Stay at home and call me if anything happens. Li Longqing stopped teasing her. If he continued, he wouldn't want to go to work himself. Xia Tong came back to her senses, blushing as she sat on the sofa, her fingertips brushing her numb lips as her mind buzzed. Zizizi, her phone rang. Xia Tong came back to her senses, picked up the phone, looked at it, smiled, and pressed the answer button. Hello, Ziqing. Tonzi, guess what I saw? I saw Su Mulin in my neighborhood, hugging a woman. The two of them were so intimate, it looked like they were having an affair. You suddenly returned to China this time, did you find out that he's having an affair? Xin Ziqing's flirtatious and irritable voice sounded in her ear. I was planning to tell you about this, but I didn't expect you to run into it first. I didn't return to China because Su Mulin was having an affair. I knew he was with someone else in country A. I broke up with him, we're no longer together. Okay, since you've broken up so rationally, I don't need to worry about forking a forklift to get you out of his life. Tonzi, don't be sad about the breakup. There are plenty of men out there, and the next one will be even better. I have plenty of resources. I'll pick you up tonight and find 3 sweet little wolves to serve you and make you feel like you're in heaven. That's not necessary. Xia Tong already felt sad enough every night when she faced Li Longqing's big wolf dog, and now she was going to have to deal with 3 little wolf dogs as well. You're just too honest. Someone as beautiful as you should be a scourge to the world, and being single-minded is not something a beautiful woman should do. Xia Tong couldn't stop crying or laughing. Let's meet at the usual place this afternoon, and I'll tell you about my latest situation. We'll meet up with Yuan together. Okay. I'll go to work and earn some money first, baby. Give me a kiss. Bye. After hanging up the phone, Xia Tong thought to herself that it was getting late, so she went into the closet and picked out a beautiful outfit to wear. The clothes sent by the owner of the women's clothing store all had a very elegant style, and they were all beautiful no matter what she paired them with. After changing, Xia Tong was ready to go out. Before leaving, she remembered something and sent a text message to Li Longqing, letting him know that she was leaving. Li Longqing, who was sitting in a meeting room, received the message and raised the corner of his lips, his handsome face like a spring breeze. My lovely wife, I'm leaving now, I'm going to go see Grandpa Su. Let me know when you're leaving. My lovely wife, After replying, Xia Tong changed the note for Li Longqing, husband of the flash marriage, Li Longqing. Li Longqing's WeChat ID is an A, which is very simple, but she still changed the note for him, in case she forgot. Chapter 22 Sister Tong Tong, he is a scumbag.
Li Longqing put down his phone and looked up at Zhou Si's leering eyes.
His eyebrows were raised in a cold manner. What are you looking at me for? Are you coveting me? I'm sorry, I'm married.
Zhou Si laughed. Mr. Li, the plain ring on your ring finger is very eye-catching.
I don't need you to tell me that you are already married.
When he saw this ring, Zhou Si was sure of his guess that his boss Li had really married a girl while concealing his identity as a rich man. If this got out, it would be world-shaking.
As long as you know, where is the room card?
Li Longqing's voice was cold, and he knocked on the expensive pearwood tabletop. Zhou Si took out the room card and placed it on the table. The cold house where only Li Longqing lived would now have a mistress.
He really wanted to see the true face of the CEO's wife.
Li Longqing put the room card away, glanced up at Zhou Si, and warned lightly, in the future, you may often meet my wife, so you should present yourself as a friend and colleague, and don't call me Li Zong in front of her.
Understood.
Just like the old Mrs. and Mr. Yi, you are a programmer at Qianji Group, with a monthly salary of 60,000. All of this can be verified in the Human Resources Department, Zhou Si said with a practiced air. Li Longqing revealed a satisfied expression, just remember that.
Get ready, I'm going to the hospital to check on those people.
Xiaotong found a cosmetics store in the shopping mall near the community, bought a set of cosmetics and put them here, and then put on some makeup before taking a taxi to the Su family. When she arrived at the Su family, she went straight to the Qingzhou garden where Grandpa Su lived.
Look at you, you're so polite as to bring a gift back to your own home, treating your grandfather like a stranger, don't you?
Su Qingbai said affectionately, hugging the ginseng that Xiaotong had given him.
Although it wasn't anything precious, it was the child's heartfelt gift. Humph, that boy, Mu Lin. When he returns, I'll teach him a lesson.
He actually did something to wrong you, and I won't be called Su Qingbai until I beat him half to death. Mrs. Su, Gu Xieme, who was walking over, heard her grandfather's words and was furious. She couldn't help but retort, Dad, Mu Lin met the woman he loves and wants to be responsible for her.
This is a man's expression of responsibility. He didn't do anything wrong. Why do you always help outsiders? I don't want to hear you talk, and every time you speak, it gives me a headache. Su Qingbai gave his daughter-in-law no face.
Gu Ximei's face turned pale, and she snorted, well, honest advice is not pleasant to the ear, so it's normal that Dad doesn't like to hear it. But I gave birth to my son, and I just don't want to hear anything bad said about him.
He hasn't done anything wrong, so why should he be criticized?
Some people don't work hard enough to hold on to a man's heart, but they have the nerve to come to their elders and complain about their situation.
Do you hear what this person is saying?
If it weren't for me calling Tong Tong back, she wouldn't even bother to come back. You talk in circles, and that's just not pleasing, Master Su bluntly retorted, looking sternly at his son, Zhang, control your wife. Gu Xieme still wanted to butt into the fray, but Su Zhang interrupted coldly, will it hurt to say less?
You know what kind of attitude your father has, and you still have to go against him? Tong Tong is part of our family. Their childish betrothal was set from a young age.
It doesn't matter if you don't recognize it, as long as I, the Su family, does. Su Zhang said coldly.
Gu Ximei was furious.
Whenever Su Zhang had a fight, he would talk about the Su family, as if she was completely separate from it.
If you're so capable, then just say that Mu Lin is my son, not your Su family's.
Su Zhang gave her a look, not wanting to argue with her, and walked over to Xiaotong, speaking gently, Tong Tong, you've grown up again. Girls change a lot as they get older, and this year there seems to have been a lot of change, and you've become even more beautiful. I'm sure you've learned a lot during these past few years abroad, haven't you? I really have learned a lot at Duner University, Xiaotong replied.
Dad, you have a great eye.
Even from a distance, I can see that Tong Tong is as beautiful as a goddess, said Su Munyuan happily, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiaotong. Su Munyuan is Su Mulan's younger sister, the second daughter of the Su family, and she is 2 years younger than Xiaotong.
When she was little,
Su Munyuan liked to run after Xiaotong, calling out, sister, sister. Su Munyuan had wanted a sister since she could understand things. Unfortunately, her mother only gave birth to a brother for her, and she would never be able to have a biological sister in this life. Xiaotong's arrival more or less made up for her regret.
Sister Tonton, my brother betrayed you and got someone else pregnant. Don't forgive him, he's a scumbag and doesn't deserve you.
There are other brothers in the Su family who are more suitable for you, Su Munyuan said as she took Xiaotong's hand.
Chapter 23, choking me to death won't change the fact that he's a scumbag. Gu Sumai was furious.
Niren, how can you say such a thing about your brother, as his younger sister?
I'm not wrong. He is a scumbag. If he weren't, how could he know that he was engaged to Tong Tong and still be with someone else? And he didn't even tell us first, just broke the engagement and started dating again.
That's a scumbag, Mom. Your brother has lofty ambitions and high standards, and naturally, he has high aesthetic standards for his wife.
Is it wrong to have high aesthetic standards? Where does my brother get off having high aesthetic standards? It's like a rapid decline in standards.
He's not going to settle down with Tong Tong, who is so pretty and smart, but is going with some unknown little girl.
Mom, don't you care about family pedigree? You approve of that Zhong Shanshan? Of course I don't like anyone.
Anyone who is worthy of my son has to be the daughter of a family like the Yi family or the Shin family. You really know how to flatter yourself, Su Zhang criticized. Stop daydreaming, the daughters of families like theirs never marry.
Gu Sumai's breath caught in her throat. Don't forget, my distant relatives, the Gu family, are very powerful. What connection do you have with those relatives who are even weaker than sugar threads?
Alright, stop arguing and put down your things and leave quickly.
I just want to have a good chat with Tong Tong. Su Qingbai waved his hand impatiently. Where is Mu Lin? I told him to come back, why isn't he here yet? Grandpa, you don't know, do you? My brother went to keep that Zhong Chanshan company last night and hasn't come back yet.
He bought a villa at Jin Mingxing's residence for Zhong Chanshan to live in, a golden house to hide a beauty, Su Muran said as she poured the oil. Su Qingbai slammed the table hard. That ungrateful son of mine, I'll beat him to death. Grandpa, with his personality, my brother abandoned his fiancée and helped the mistress take over. In ancient times, that was considered favoring the concubine and destroying the wife.
If this gets reported, our family stocks will plummet.
I volunteer to go to the company and take my brother's place, said Su Munyuan enthusiastically.
Gu Xiamei slapped Su Munyuan on the shoulder. You little brat, you and your brother are siblings. Is there any way you could take something from your brother like this?
I just think that my brother is not qualified for the position, and I want to take his place.
My business acumen is not inferior to my brother's, and I haven't been involved in any messy gossip. Just because I'm a girl, it doesn't mean I can't be the heir. You are the second in-line heir. Who says you can't be the heir? Su Qingbai began to consider this granddaughter.
Unknowingly, his granddaughter was already 21 years old and gradually maturing.
It wasn't impossible for her to be the heir.
Grandpa, can I go to work at the company? Seeing that her grandfather had this idea, Su Muran took advantage of the situation. Although I'm still a graduate student, the assignments from school don't overwhelm me, and I can go to work at the company while studying.
Yes, let your father arrange it, Su Qingbai agreed. Su Muran was overjoyed. Dad, what position are you going to give me? We'll talk about this when we get back. I won't let you down. Su Zhang also had this idea.
You guys go, don't bother Tong Tong and me, Su Qingbai told them to leave. Before leaving, Su Munyuan leaned in Xia Tong's ear and whispered, Tong Tong, don't ever forgive my brother.
He has a child with someone else. There's only a 0 time and countless times affair.
My 2 cousins are actually not bad.
Hurry up and go.
You've been turning your back on me all day.
How did I give birth to a daughter like you? Gu Xiamei angrily dragged Su Munyuan away.
Stepping out of the courtyard, she began to torture Su Munyuan, choking her arms several times hard. Su Munyuan's face crumpled in pain, but she did not resist. When Gu Xiamei finished choking her, she said calmly, Mom, even if you strangle me to death, it won't change the fact that my brother is a scumbag.
Su Zhang, look at your daughter, what has she become?
I am her real mother. Gu Xiamei's eyes were red, and she looked like she was about to cry. Su Muran pulled up her sleeve, and on her fair skin, she saw clusters of red and purple bruises. Mom, you are the one bullying me, not the other way around. Muran, go to school, and I'll talk to you about going to the company tonight. Su Zhang was trying to get rid of his daughter.
Chapter 24, Grandpa Su wants to give Xia Tong the house.
Okay, Dad, Su Munyuan said, turning around and skipping away.
Gu Xiamei was furious and her head was hurting. I've raised an ungrateful child. Is she really my biological child?
You gave birth to her after 9 months of pregnancy, so you should know best. If you loved her as much as you loved Su Mulan, she would have also sided with you. After saying this, Su Zhang strode forward, leaving Gu Xiamei behind.
Have I ever said that?
I clearly treat both children equally. Gu Xiamei shouted, which made her look even more guilty.
Xingzhu Garden.
Su Qingbai cut to the chase and directly asked Xia Tong, my child, be honest with your grandfather.
Can you give Mu Lin another chance? If you are willing to give it, Grandpa will let you get married immediately.
If Mu Lin is not honest after marriage, he will not be able to inherit the Su family. Xiaotong was flattered and stunned, and said, Grandpa Su, it is impossible for me and Mu Lin anymore.
He doesn't love me and doesn't want to marry me. He was probably with me before because of your face. I know this now and have let it go. I won't blame him. I think I will have my own life in the future, and he will have his own life as well.
We are not destined to be together. After listening to Xiaotong's words, Su Qingbai already understood that the child had been heartbroken and didn't want to turn back. Grandpa Su, although I can't be your granddaughter-in-law, I will still treat you as my most respected grandfather. He took good care of her, just like a real grandfather, and Xiaotong will always remember that.
I know that you are a kind and honest child with a conscience. The one without a conscience is my shameless grandson.
The more Su Qingbai thought about it, the angrier he became, until his face turned black with anger.
Xiaotong quickly poured a cup of tea and handed it to him. Grandpa, have some tea.
Su Qingbai took the cup, but he wasn't in the mood to drink it. After thinking about it for a while, he said, since you've already made your decision, I won't force you.
I can only say that Mu Lin is not blessed. Grandpa will give you a house, one that's nearby. You have to come visit me often. Su Qingbai took out a property ownership certificate and wanted to give it to Xiaotong. Grandpa Su, I can't accept this. I have a place to live now.
Besides, it wouldn't be right for me to accept this house.
Xiaotong really wanted to say outright that she didn't want to have anything more to do with Su Mulin, but the situation made it clear that she couldn't completely cut ties with him. Su Mulin had betrayed her, but Grandpa Su and Uncle Su had never done anything to wrong her, and had cared for her like their own child for more than 10 years. In the future, she still has to repay the favor, so there is no way to completely sever the relationship. Facing the property ownership certificate, Xiaotong did not accept it. Su Qingbai snorted coldly. Do you want to sever your relationship with the Su family and have no contact in the future? Don't you want Grandpa Su?
Xiaotong shook her head. No, I will visit you often.
Then you should keep it. If you don't, Grandpa will think that you are avoiding trouble. That's right, it is avoiding suspicion. All the Su family's belongings will belong to Su Mulin in the future, so it makes sense that she takes someone else's house? Xiaotong is quite stubborn, and it's quite infuriating.
She doesn't argue with you, but uses silence to make you clearly understand her real decision. Su Qingbai suppressed the discomfort in his heart and asked her, You said you have a place to live.
Where are you living now?
I live in Emerald New World, Xiaotong said.
Su Qingbai's eyes lit up. Emerald New World is a very nice high-end residential area, but you just got back, and you were able to buy a house there? I rented it, Xiaotong subconsciously made up a lie. Chapter 25, It's his illegitimate daughter from outside.
Xiaotong was working for a salary, so it was reasonable for her to rent a house.
Su Qingbai didn't suspect anything, and he said, I'll buy the apartment you're renting for you. Grandpa, really, it's not necessary.
I think it's better to earn money and buy my own first apartment in life, so that I will work even harder.
Xiaotong was flustered.
She could not let Grandpa Su know about her marriage to Li Longcheng yet, or else he would definitely have a heart attack.
Su Qingbai glanced at Xiaotong and sighed, all of you young girls nowadays are too ambitious. However, being ambitious is not a bad thing, better than being weak and being bullied. Let's not talk about the house for now. He deliberately emphasized the word for now.
When you come back and go to work, come to the headquarters of the Su Group, and I'll find you a position.
Xiaotong, Grandpa, the Su Group doesn't have a field of robotics design. Even if it did, she wouldn't be able to get in.
Su Qingbai wanted to say that the company founded by Su Mulin and Country was just that, but they had broken up now, and Xiaotong could not possibly go back under Su Mulin's nose.
He opened his mouth, not knowing what to say.
Xiaotong continued in a relaxed tone, I've submitted my resume to the top robot design team here.
If I pass, I'll be starting work soon.
Grandpa Su, thanks to your cultivation of me over the years, I have this impressive resume.
Su Qingbai laughed, what have I cultivated in you?
You started receiving scholarships in junior high school, your academic performance was top of the class, you were always first in your year, tuition was free, and you even worked part-time during the summer and winter vacations to earn money. I really don't think that this old man has helped you in any way, you have earned all of this for yourself.
Yes, Grandpa Su gave me a home when I was at my lowest.
Xiaotong was a little heartbroken when she said this. Once, she really did consider this place her home.
Unfortunately, Auntie Gu didn't like her. You little brat, you're an orphan.
If it weren't for the paternity test that proved you weren't related to Su Zhang, I'd suspect you were his illegitimate daughter. Auntie Gu's words from that time still ring in my ears.
Su Qingbai's eyes couldn't help but turn red when she heard her say this. Fine, it's enough that you still consider me your grandfather.
You have to remember, if you're wronged outside, come here to find your grandfather, and he will help you.
Don't ever stay silent if you're bullied.
Grandpa isn't the richest here, but he's also an old man that no one dares to bully casually. Not to mention, you still have Uncle Su Zhang.
I will. Xiaotong's father, Xia Dongling, and Su Zhang were good friends.
As long as Xiaotong could remember, Su Zhang often came to the Xia family to visit Xia Dongling, and would play with her for a while every time he came. Beautiful memories came flooding back, and her heart was filled with a soft sweetness.
Xiaotong thought she could skip the Su family, but she would come to Qingzhou Garden often, never failing to repay Grandpa Su and Uncle Su for their care. Time flew by, and Su Qingbai was sleepy and wanted to take a nap.
Xiaotong helped him back to his room, put the gifts she had brought on the table, and left. As soon as she walked out of Qingzhou Garden, she came face to face with the two people she least wanted to see. Qingzhou Garden and the Su family were connected and shared a front yard. Su Mulan got out of the BMW with Zhong Qianqian and saw a beautiful figure slowly walking out of the small stone path that made him gasp. His gaze went from bottom to top. At first, he saw the woman's simple and elegant attire, a high-end woolen overcoat matched with a mid-length skirt. The beige marten boots exposed two white and shapely calves between the skirt and boots, exuding a charming beauty. He was thinking, a beautiful woman is here, when he looked up and saw Xiaotong's face, which was beyond beautiful after all the careful makeup. He felt like he had been electrocuted, and his eyes were filled with amazement.
Xiaotong, did you come to my house today specially dressed like this?
Su Mulan walked up to Xiaotong and couldn't take his eyes off her.
Chapter 26, Do You Want to Die?
He actually knew that Xiaotong had delicate features, but in recent years, Xiaotong had been wearing makeup, which made her look a bit rustic. Now, she was wearing a different outfit, and her whole person looked luxurious and cute, which made people fall in love at first sight.
And she made this change because she was rejected by him, right?
Thinking about this, Su Mulan was secretly a little pleased. If Xiaotong had this realization a little earlier, he would not have chosen someone else.
In the past, Xiaotong really was blind and didn't notice that Su Mulan was actually a pushover.
How could he be so presumptuous as to think that she had changed for him?
Wishful thinking.
I didn't come here specially dressed up, but starting today, this
will be my normal appearance.
Xiaotong finished coldly, intending to walk past them and leave, when Zhong Qianqian suddenly reached out nervously to stop her.
With a look of vulnerability, she said, Sister, don't be angry with Mulin. It's my fault. What do you want me to do so that you can make up?
Xiaotong was really drunk.
Did this Zhong Qianqian have a hole in her brain? Why did she act out everywhere she went? Do you want to die if I want you to die?
Xiaotong asked leisurely. Zhong Qianqian's soft eyes widened in shock, and she hid in Su Mulin's arms.
Sister Xiaotong, why have you become so scary?
When you have been working like a horse for Su Mulan for a few years, and find out that he is with another woman that you truly treat, you will understand why. Nilam is not that kind of person. Zhong Qianqian bit her lip, with an image of self-sacrifice that said, You can scold me and hit me, but you can't say anything bad about Nilam.
Xiaotong's fists couldn't help but itch. This woman is not just a dreamer in the entertainment industry, she is a loss to the entertainment industry. Qianqian is doing this for me.
She knows you left me, and she feels so sad and guilty that she hasn't been able to eat or sleep well for the past 2 days. So please don't be mean to her. Su Mulan looked at Xiaotong's expressive face, and a subtle feeling of a seed breaking through the soil and sprouting suddenly arose in his heart.
She makes me unhappy, so what if I tease her?
If you feel sorry for her, just take her and get out of my sight. Xiaotong raised her chin slightly in cold arrogance. This arrogant look made Su Mulan's calm heart continue to ripple. Xiaotong's appearance was much better than Zhong Qianqian's. Probably because Xiaotong's family originally dealt in antiques and was a wealthy merchant family, she was spoiled as a little princess by her uncle when she was young and had the noble temperament of a young lady.
Forget it, you're angry with us, and if I go on, you won't forgive us.
Su Mulan bitterly tugged at his thin lips. Fortunately, Zhong Qianqian's family background made him firm, otherwise he would really try to win Xiaotong back. In a while, my company will relocate back to Baiqing and become a subsidiary of Su's. I'll give you double the salary.
Will you come back and help me?
I was your first boss after graduation, and our cooperation was the most tacit.
Every member of my team also worked very happily with you. Xiaotong was the backbone of his robot design team. Over the past 3 years, he had been responsible for the money, while Xiaotong had been responsible for the ability, which had allowed his team to gain a foothold in the field of robotics. Currently, he can't find anyone else who can quickly establish rapport with the rest of his team as quickly as Xiaotong. Xiaotong is the light of his team. Xiaotong, just say yes to Mulin. It's twice the salary. If you apply to another company, you definitely won't get such a high salary. I'm so jealous of you. You're better than a man. Unlike me, I don't know anything and can only rely on Mulin. You're so amazing, don't waste your talent. Zhong Qianqian noticed that Su Mulin kept staring at Xiaotong's face while talking, and she was jealous to death. She couldn't lose her temper, so she could only interject in a teasing manner. She didn't want Xiaotong to come back. There were so many robot designers in the world, and Xiaotong was nobody. Chapter 27: The Strange Man Who Supports Xiaotong. Su Mulin was a little carried away by Zhong Qianqian's flattery. He also felt that Xiaotong would not leave him for a better offer. Smiling, he extended his hand. Let's collaborate again. Xiaotong didn't know where he got his confidence from. If it weren't for the fact that he was her fiancé, she would never have stayed in that shitty company after graduation. Mr. Su, you never understood me. If there's a chance, let's meet at the pinnacle of robot design. I will definitely reach the top, and you, just go with the flow. Xiaotong's confidence dazzled Su Mulin. She actually didn't want to. The expression on Su Mulin's face became not very good, and he wanted to scold Xiaotong for being inconsiderate, but Xiaotong was too lazy to pay any attention to them and just walked away. Zhong Qianqian gave Su Mulin a nudge. Mulin, you drive Xiaotong home, otherwise there won't be any taxis here and Xiaotong will have to walk. Although Xiaotong has a new boyfriend, that boyfriend can't even afford a diamond ring, let alone a car. Su Mulin's full attention was captured by the words new boyfriend. Xiaotong, you have a boyfriend, going crazy. He grabbed Xiaotong's wrist and asked, when did you get one? Did you cheat on me a long time ago? Ha? Looking at the man's somewhat fierce eyes, Xiaotong shook his hand off forcefully and said, you're sick. Don't change the subject, answer me. I always felt that I had wronged you and felt guilty, but now it seems that maybe I didn't. Xiaotong cut in, don't doubt yourself, you are the one who let me down. As for my new boyfriend, of course I found him after breaking up with you. Su Mulin's heart sank. In fact, he didn't believe that Xiaotong, with such an outstanding fiancé, would still look at other people. It must be that after she found out about him and Zhong Qianqian, she was heartbroken and just found a man to heal her wounds. Tong Tong, the best medicine for a broken heart is time, not a new love interest. I hope you won't humiliate yourself. How can a man who doesn't even have a car deserve you? He probably doesn't look very good, does he? Can he afford a decent handmade custom-made suit? Yes. Pop. Xiaotong coldly slapped him, he is much better than you. Before this, she thought that without love, there was still the affection of childhood sweethearts. Everything was her self-righteousness and naivety. Xiaotong suppressed the slight acidity in her heart and walked away with a stern gaze. As soon as she walked out the front door, Su Mulin continued to chase after her. I won't say anything else, I'll walk you to the bus stop. Yes, Xiaotong, I've already hit you, but Mulin is still so kind as to want to give you a ride, just in case you have an accident walking alone on this road. Don't be ungrateful, Zhong Qianqian sneered with a smile. Xiaotong said indifferently, Z is a society ruled by law, with excellent governance. To me, the biggest accident is him. Su Mulin. While the two were talking, a Maybach with an expensive aura silently pulled up and stopped a few meters behind Xiaotong. The door opened and a young man with a refined appearance got out, walking with grace. Has Miss Xia finished her visit? Please get in the car. Saying this, the man made a gentlemanly please gesture towards Xiaotong. Xiaotong looked at the strange man who had suddenly appeared to support her and was puzzled. Although there are mostly good people in the world, this is a bit too good luck, isn't it? Okay, Xiaotong complied with the man and walked towards the Maybach. The man immediately walked quickly up to her and opened the door for her. As she bent down to get in, he thoughtfully placed his hand on the door to prevent her from hitting her head. Xiaotong. With a dull and elegant pang, the door closed, and the Maybach slipped away from Su Mulin's eyes in a triumphant pose. Su Mulin's face was pale, and his eyebrows were knitted. Zhong Qianqian's eyes were wide as if she was about to roll to the ground the next second. Chapter 28, This car belongs to our CEO. What kind of car is that? It's so impressive.
Zhong Qianqian didn't know anything about cars, but the quality of the body and the nobility of the man who got out of it all indicated that it was no ordinary car.
Maybach, worth over 10 million.
As Su Mulin read out this information, he felt his tongue turn bitter. His BMW cost 1 million, and he only managed to buy it by borrowing money from friends.
What important person had Xiaotong met that he would send such an expensive car to pick her up? What was the relationship between them?
Thinking about this, Su Mulin's brows furrowed tightly, and he felt a kind of anger at having something taken from him. Zhong Qianqian was shocked by the price he mentioned, and when she looked up and saw his reluctant expression, her cheeks puffed up and she leaned over softly to wrap her arms around his.
Is it really that expensive? Sister Xiaotong is amazing. Just a few days after you left, she was able to find such a rich friend. How did she do it? How did she make these people come to pick her up willingly? Doesn't Sister Xiaotong's boyfriend feel the slightest bit of crisis?
The original intention of saying this was to hope that Su Mulin would think of Xiaotong in a bad way, such as Xiaotong selling her body to rich people.
In the end, Su Mulin didn't say anything, and his face grew more and more angry. Finally, he yelled at her, "Stop it! Xiaotong is not that kind of person."
Zhong Qianqian was stunned, her slender eyelashes fluttering, and big tears rolling down her face.
Why are you so angry?
I didn't say anything about Xiaotong, you're just imagining things.
I know, I'm not as good as Xiaotong, so why don't we just break up? After saying this, she turned around and wanted to leave. Su Mulin grabbed her hand. "Qianqian, it's my fault.
I was in the wrong just now, so don't be angry."
Are you still in love with Xiaotong? If not, go and get her back. As long as you are happy, I don't care. How could a woman say these words without any regrets, and how could a man not be moved? Su Mulin was immediately stunned.
Looking at Zhong Qianqian's eyes, which were stained with clear tears and were so clean that they contained no impurities, he felt that his attempt to win Xiaotong back had really been an insult to Zhong Qianqian. He embraced Zhong Qianqian in his arms. "I have never loved her.
The person who made me fall in love for the first time was you."
Just hearing you say that is enough. Zhong Qianqian lowered her head, a sly smile curving her lips.
Let's go, I'll take you to meet my parents. In the Maybach speeding down the highway. Xiaotong, sir, thank you for helping me out. But I don't know you, how do you know my surname is Xia?
The man looked in the rearview mirror and smiled lightly. "My name is Zhou Xi. I'm a friend and colleague of your husband Li Longcheng.
This car belongs to our CEO, I'm the CEO's secretary. When the CEO isn't using it, I can use it too." Xiaotong's eyes widened. "So how did you know?"
"It's like this, I happened to be passing by here, and Longcheng called to ask if I was free, and asked me to come over here and hang out near the Su family's place, and when I saw you, I took you away."
He, was probably afraid that someone would bully you.
His simple words warmed her heart.
"Thank you, Mr. Zhou."
If Zhou Xi hadn't appeared, Su Mulin was afraid that he would continue to harass her. She couldn't hit him in front of the Su family's house, so she felt very passive. Zhou Xi took a quick peek at Xiaotong's beautiful face in the mirror, and thought to himself, President Li's control over women is really scary. Either he doesn't get close to women, or he marries a stunning beauty.
No wonder he's obsessed with beauty and doesn't want to leave. Men.
Before, all he could see was the kingdom, but now he's willing to leave the kingdom behind for a beautiful smile.
Sister-in-law, don't be polite with me. I'm on good terms with Longcheng. If you run into trouble in the future, just come to me.
If you want to borrow my car, you must also come to me.
I can even come over and be your chauffeur.
It's your husband's car anyway, and I'll be getting paid for taking it out during work hours, so I'm happy as can be. *****.
Here's my business card. If you need anything, just call me.
Xiaotong took it and looked out the window, saying, "Just drop me off at the bus stop up ahead.
Don't let me keep you from work. It's fine.
Our CEO gave me a task today, to drive around and draw a map for him."
Xiaotong smiled enviously. "This is a really good job." "You're right, Longcheng is too dumb. The CEO asked him to be his personal secretary before, but he refused because he didn't want to go to cocktail parties. He's just an ordinary programmer at the company, making less than 100,000 yuan a month, which is much less than me." Zhou Xi acted like he was serious, with a dark smile at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 29. His face, figure, and voice, along with his cooking skills, all captivated her. Zhou Xi said in a joking tone, "Sister-in-law, you seem to come from a prestigious family, so how did you end up with a guy like me who makes less than 100,000 yuan a month?" Did he threaten you into marrying him? Xia Tong's peach blossom eyes flashed. What Mr. Zhou said was more or less close to the truth. However, no matter how it started, now that she and Li Longcheng had consummated their marriage, she naturally had to defend her husband in front of outsiders. Xia Tong said, I'm not from a famous family, I'm just an ordinary working person. To me, earning 100,000 yuan a month is already pretty good. It seems that Longcheng has charmed you with his own charm. Zhou Xi said with apparent certainty, but inwardly she was very puzzled. With Longcheng's perfectionist personality, which was so annoying to others, how could he have charmed a beautiful woman into being devoted to him? Xia Tong curved her lips and smiled in response. She couldn't help but think that if it came to being charmed, it should be his face, figure, voice, and his cooking skills that had charmed her. Ding! The screen of her phone lit up, and an unread message popped up. It was from the husband from the flash marriage, Li Longcheng. The husband from the flash marriage, Li Longcheng. Honey, did my colleague pick you up? Honey, cutie, yes, I'm in the car. Honey, cutie, I was just going to send you a message. Li Longcheng's scorching, dark eyes stared intently at the new message, and a faint smile came to his lips. Lightning fast marriage husband Li Longcheng, were you bullied at the Su family? Wife cutie, no, but I met Su Newlin. Wife cutie, I didn't tell them I was married, not because I want to hide our relationship, but because I didn't really want to tell them. I'll tell my friends later. Li Longcheng discovered that this little idiot knows exactly how to manipulate him. Seeing this message of voluntary confession, the man had no heart to go to work, and just wanted to go find his lovely wife and hug her for a while. I didn't know marriage was so good before, and I laughed it off. Now I really want to shout to the world, I married a super cute wife. Lightning marriage husband Li Longcheng, ding. Miss Xia Tong, this is your online Al Butler Xiaoe. I have a surprise for you here. Reply Xiao Xie Xie to receive it, otherwise please reply unsubscribe. Wife Xiao Kuai Lu, unsubscribe. Liancheng, the husband of the shotgun wedding, a little reminder from A, replying unsubscribe is the same as saying I love you to Mr. Li Yongcheng, the real A. My lovely wife, I love you. Mr. Right, ding. Received. Here is a questionnaire, what would you like to eat tonight? A is omnipotent. As long as you order, it will immediately tell Mr. Chef Li Longcheng in the Three Realms to cook a big meal for you. Genuine and fair. Wifey, spicy chicken, mapo tofu. Mr. Right, ding. Xiao A has received it. The questionnaire has been sent to Chef Li Longcheng, and he will prepare dinner for you at home tonight. Kiss, kiss, kiss. Xia Tong has never interacted with the opposite sex like this before. Her friends often send her the e-kiss kiss emoticon, but she never feels flustered or her heart racing. Now that Li Longcheng has sent it, her face immediately turns red, and his clean, exceptionally handsome face flashes through her mind. Her heart was beating chaotically, and Xia Tong held the phone tightly. Number 359 Yunxi Road, the entrance to the Pear Blossom Art Park. Xia Tong got out of the car and walked to the driver's seat. She nodded slightly to Zhou Xi, Mr. Zhou, thank you for driving me here. Zhou Xi smiled and tapped his forehead with his hand, it's my job. Have fun. When Longcheng gets off work tonight, he'll come pick you up, right? He can just go straight home after work, and I'll take a taxi, Xia Tong said. I made a date with him. I'll go first, then. Have fun, sister-in-law. Zhou Xi rolled up the window and started the car. Xia Tong walked into the art park and walked for 5 minutes to a bar called Green Garden that her friends had jointly opened with someone else. Chapter 30 They have all seen my more wild side. The interior is not noisy, as it is a quiet bar, with lighting and background music that are designed to make people feel relaxed. Xia Tong mentioned Qin Ziqing's name, and the waiter led her to a corner by the window. Outside, there are full-grown Corolla roses, and the view is stunning. There are 2 beautiful women sitting on the sofa. One is as enchanting and seductive as the red roses outside the window, beautiful and moving. The other one looked like the white wine in their glasses, clear and transparent on the surface, with a deep aftertaste. The 3 hadn't seen each other for more than half a year. Seeing Xia Tong, who looked nothing like her old self, sauntering over, Qin Ziqing couldn't even drink her wine. Her eyes were fixed, and she embraced Xia Tong and kissed her. Xia Tong pushed her away with a frown. Please spare me, this is the makeup I wore inside the store. It's okay, I'll take responsibility for you. Come on, give me another kiss. You have such a pretty face, I want to kiss it a few more times. Qin Ziqing's fiery red lips came together menacingly.
From Xiaotong's perspective, it looked like the kind of guy in an ancient costume TV series who goes to a brothel to find flowers and ask for sex. Xiaotong was full of disgust and pushed her back onto the sofa with force. Pretty girl, you're actually rejecting me? Is it because I'm not rich enough? Or is it because I'm not sexy enough? Xin Ziqing cooed and flirted, and her mouth was vulgar. But she was beautiful and elegant, and doing all this didn't make her look vulgar at all, but rather charming and coquettish. In layman's terms, she was the kind of spoiled brat that many people would like to have as a rich friend. Xiaotong gave her a blank stare. Are you sure you want your employees to see you like this? Xin Ziqing flirtatiously tousled her hair. They've seen me in a more unrestrained state. She's gone mad, working the demon day and night, and even the Jade Emperor can't rein her in. Zhang Yuyan was used to seeing Miss Qin like this. Xiaotong took off her woolen overcoat and draped it over the sofa, sitting down. President Qin, I don't even support the wall, I just admire you. No, now I'm most impressed with you. Baby, as soon as you kicked that scumbag out, you evolved from a very pretty girl into a top-notch beauty like Miss Hong Kong. Su Mulan really is a scourge, standing in the way of you for so many years. Isn't it so, Tong Tong? When you walked over just now, my heart skipped a beat. This is the feeling of being moved. Zhang Yuyan also stared at Xiaotong with pink bubbles in her eyes. When we were studying, you were the prettiest, but after you went abroad to study, you were so busy that you didn't have time to take care of yourself. Xiaotong laughed. You're right, I didn't enrich my life properly in the past, I spent all my time working. Wan, has your new job stabilized yet? I just settled it the day before yesterday. I'm a foreign language teacher at a private kindergarten in Tianhe district. The salary is okay, 9000. That's 2,000 more than your last job, Xiaotong laughed. Yes. Zhang Yuyan is easygoing and content with what she has. She is satisfied with the job she has found as long as she likes it, and she doesn't care much about the salary as long as she can survive. After taking a sip of wine, Zhang Yuyan asked, have the Su family found out about your breakup with Su Mulan? Xiaotong said, I went to the Su family this morning and told them all about it. Xin Ziqing asked questions while playing with her phone. What is the situation with the Su family? Is Mrs. Su unconditionally on her son's side? Xiaotong took the wine Zhang Yuan handed her and said, well, Grandpa Su and Uncle Su understand me very well, as does Munan. That little girl, Su Munan, has always known what to do. She has been ratting on her own family since she was little. Xin Ziqing and Su Munan are on each other's WeChat contacts, and they have known each other since they were little, but they can't be considered friends. Anyway, when they meet outside, Su Munan can come over with a smile and say hello to Xin Ziqing, calling her Qingjie. Xin Ziqing can also casually buy this little sister a meal or something. The bond between them is Xiaotong. Otherwise, they would be pure strangers. I want to announce something to you all. I got married. Without any build-up, Xiaotong finished his drink and got straight to the point, speaking in a tone of voice as normal as if he were talking about the weather. Chapter 31, he probably won't be able to share a bed with another woman in his life. Xin Ziqing and Zhang Yuan, what? My ears must be playing tricks on me, right? Zhang Yuan looked at Xin Ziqing in panic. Did you hear what Tonton said just now? I heard it. She said she was married. Xin Ziqing reached out and touched Zhang Yuan's thigh and pinched it. Zhang Yuan screamed in pain and pushed her hard. Are you crazy? Why did you pinch my thigh? It hurts. Xin Ziqing withdrew her hand and apologized with her hands together. I thought I was dreaming. Zhang Yuan gritted her teeth in anger. Why didn't you pinch yourself? I'm afraid of pain, Xin Ziqing pouted pitifully. I want to kill you, Zhang Yuan shook her fists. Both of them couldn't accept this. When they calmed down, Xiaotong calmly repeated, I'm serious, I got married, the day I returned to China. The two best friends had to accept the fact that they knew exactly what Xiaotong's personality was like. Zhang Yuyan's head was buzzing from the bombshell of news and she was about to faint. Tong Tong, who did you marry? Xin Ziqing's focus was on something else. It's not that you and Su Mulan both cheated on each other, is it? That would be so exciting. Xiaotong gave her a sideways glance. I broke up with Su Mulan, left the apartment, and that night I was in a bad mood, so I went to a bar to drink. I met him drunk at the hotel. I woke up the next day and he said I was his first woman. He has a serious case of cleanliness obsession, and if I didn't marry him, he might never be able to share a bed with another woman in his life. If his family found out, they would beat him to death. Of course I didn't believe such words, and I slipped away before he noticed. As a result, I met him again while flying back.
After getting off the plane, I got married to him.
After saying this, Xiaotong's face was burning red, as if a primary school student who had done something wrong was waiting for criticism.
The atmosphere fell eerily silent.
Xiaotong lowered her head and drank her white wine in silence. Betrayed by your ex, one-sided love, marriage of convenience, these are the kinds of plot twists you only find in novels, but Tong Tong, you've actually made them come true. I've decided that the heroine of my next novel will be based on you, Zhang Yuyan said solemnly.
Xia Tong.
Qin Ziqing raised her glass and touched it to hers. I always knew that beneath your arrogant exterior, you had a crazy heart. It just needed a trigger to wake it up.
Crazy woman, I toast you.
Xiaotong's face changed slightly, and she raised her glass and coldly touched it back.
Crazy woman, I toast you back. Qin Ziqing gave a charming smile.
We crazy women all have a bright future.
Xiaotong, I'd rather not be friends with you. You've already married Yue Qing, and you still have the nerve to dislike me? Tong Tong, you've just left the wolf's den and fallen into the tiger's pit. Tell me, what are the conditions of your marriage? Is he handsome?
Xiaotong's mind flashed the face of Li Longcheng, and she gave a soft grunt.
Qin Ziqing doubted, I don't believe it, show me a photo.
I don't have a photo of him, I'll take one for you when I go back tonight, Xiaotong said.
Qin Ziqing covered her red lips and said, after getting your license, you lived with him? So you've already slept together more than once.
Xiaotong really wanted to argue with Qin Ziqing because her expression was really exaggerated, but she couldn't argue with this fact. It really made her angry. She wouldn't let Li Longqing sleep with her tonight, and she would let him sleep in the study.
Zhang Yuan, what about his financial situation?
Xiaotong, he is 28 years old, a programmer, with a monthly salary of 60,000 yuan. He has bought a flat in Emerald New World, with a monthly mortgage of 20,000 yuan.
I don't need to help him pay it. Zhang Yuan let out a gasp. Emerald New World?
That place is very expensive, starting at 10 million for a house.
That's not bad. What's his personality like? Is he nice to you? So far so good, I can't find anything wrong with him. Qin Ziqing snorted coldly. With such good conditions, how come he's still single at 28 and a virgin? Don't you guys suspect him? Xiaotong and Zhang Yuman looked confused. Suspect what? Chapter 32, when will I be able to have my first time?
I'm dying of thirst, and I'm drowning in sorrow.
Qin Ziqing, sexual orientation. You suspect that he likes men? Zhang Yuan rubbed his chin and pondered, it's not impossible.
After all, at 28 years old, he's good looking, has a car and a house, and if he didn't have any problems, he would have already had a girlfriend. Qin Ziqing, my last client's husband, picked her up from work every day, rain or shine, and gave her a bouquet of roses every Monday. He called her his dear wife whenever they met, and made everyone else green with envy. But in the end, her husband bought a small apartment and kept a male college student. My client went to his house to sort things out, and the male college student said sweetly, "Honey, say something."
My client fainted that day and was taken to the hospital. It's really sad when you think about it.
She thought her perfect husband was just trying to cover something up. I support whatever the heart desires, but cheating on your spouse is really outrageous.
Zhang Yuyan was filled with indignation. Xiaotong listened to their analysis and felt even more at a loss. She pretended to be calm and took a sip of coffee, weakly asking, how do I determine his sexual orientation? Qin Ziqing, marital life, I guess. See if he's passionate about you. If not, he's just marrying you to satisfy society. Zhang Yuyan, Tong Tong, what do you think? Is he passionate about you? Xiaotong's heart was pounding. Well, he's quite passionate. Zhang Yuyan, how passionate is quite passionate? Xiaotong blinked, how am I supposed to answer that? Qin Ziqing, this is very important, just count it. From the time you got your license to the present, how many times have you done it, and how long did each time last? If it was a quickie, then you can't keep this man.
Xiaotong, intent on proving that Li Longcheng was not gay, blurted out, we went to his house after getting our license yesterday, and while we were talking, he couldn't hold back and came on to me.
That time was 4 hours, I forgot how many times it was.
While we were sleeping, he couldn't help himself. Just as she was saying this, she caught sight of the two men's glowing green eyes. Xiaotong suddenly understood that she had fallen into their trap and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, he doesn't like men. You two, behave yourselves. You're so lecherous, it's annoying. Zhang Yuan was still in the mood, I was just getting into it, and you stopped.
Talking.
Xin Ziqing's eyes were shining. As the only one of the three of us who has a sex life, you won't lose any face if you tell us more, Tongzi. No way this is private life, and Xiaotong is not that brazen.
Tongzi's face is so red, I bet the guy's service was top-notch, haha.
Xin Ziqing rested her chin in her hands, her eyes full of envy. You, when will I be able to have my first time?
It's so dry, it's killing me. It's very simple. Just find a fiancé who likes you.
Zhang Yuyan encouraged her. Look at Tongzi. After kicking out the scum, her luck immediately changed.
Men are now coming to her. She's now full of happiness. Aren't you jealous? Miss Qin, don't hang on to one tree. Go embrace the whole forest.
No, I'm going to fight for him. I'm so mad at you. Qin Ziqing pouted her red lips, looking extremely cute.
Zhang Yuan shrugged her shoulders. If you're willing to suffer, we won't stop you. Tongzi, cheers to your new marriage.
Cheers. Me too. Qin Ziqing held up her coffee and came over. The three of them clinked their glasses and laughed. Zhang Yuyan, Tongtong, if you were my mom's daughter, she would be so happy.
She complains every day that I'm getting old and haven't found a boyfriend yet.
She's already given me a death notice. If I don't bring a boyfriend home for the New Year's holiday this year, she'll set me up with someone.
It's annoying.
I'm only 23 years old, and she makes it sound like I'm 32 and can't get married.
These days, where can you find a good man? She's not afraid that I'll marry just anyone and get killed by domestic violence?
If you're in a hurry, learn from Tongzi and go to a bar and pick up a guy, Qin Ziqing urged.
Xiaotong quickly said, don't ever learn from me, I'm only doing this because I'm lucky. If it weren't for Li Longcheng, I would probably be finished by now. Wan, don't do anything reckless. I definitely won't mess around.
A career is much more attractive than a relationship. Zhang Yuan had just finished speaking when Zhang's mother's phone unexpectedly rang. She held the phone up to her ear and groaned, oh no, I'm going to get blasted again. She answered the phone, fawning, hello, Mom, I'm working overtime.
Overtime again? Why do you have to work overtime every day? Life isn't just about making money. Can you find some time to meet someone?
Today, I was criticized by your aunt again, saying that you are 23 years old and still don't have a boyfriend. I don't expect you to find a boyfriend yourself. Recently, I contacted a friend, and her son is 28 years old and single. You should get ready. When the time comes, go visit the family.
I will send you the contact information of the family. What? I have to go visit the family? Oh my god, this is not good. I'm timid, I'm socially anxious, I dare not. Mom, can I not go? That's fine, just don't come back for the new year. I can't bear the shame.
After saying that, Zhang's mother hung up.
In Zhang Yuyan's hometown, girls got married very young, most of them getting married in their 20s. Zhang Yuyan had never liked this convention since she was a child.
She was scared at the thought of being stuck at home giving birth to children and cooking for a man when she was 20, so she studied day and night and ran away to the big city. Zhang Yuyan wanted to cry, and pitifully grabbed Xiaotong's hand. Why don't you go back to be my mom's daughter during the new year?
Xiaotong patted her head sympathetically. Then can I also inherit your family's 10 mountains and 100 orchards?
Of course not, Zhang Yuyan wrinkled her nose, unless you were really born to my mom. Even if that were the case, you would still be an illegitimate daughter.
Would your father be willing? Qin Ziqing laughed. Zhang Yuan took a sip of coffee and said with certainty, my father would like it.
He treasures my mother very much, otherwise I wouldn't have such a low status in the family.
That's true.
In your family, your mother is the most important, followed closely by your mother's dog, then you, and finally your brother.
Even I, a guest, am ahead of you all, ha ha. Qin Ziqing's words always hurt.
Zhang Yuyan was furious and grabbed Xiaotong's hand, saying, Tong, let's ignore this vicious woman and go to the nearby mall to max out this woman's card.
That's a good idea.
Every time they went on a date, they had to go shopping, which was a must. Zhang Yuyan and Xiaotong were in charge of shopping, and Qin Ziqing was in charge of swiping the card.
Chapter 33, My heart is inexplicably swaying.
If only he had truly owned Xiaotong.
An hour ago. Su family. Mom and Dad, this is Zhong Qianshan.
Su Mulan brought Zhong Qianshan back home and formally introduced her to Su Zhang and Gu Xiamei. Su Zhang didn't even look at her, holding his teacup and bowing his head in silence. Gu Xiamei did glance at Zhong Qianshan and gave a strange comment, she looks very petty, not as pretty as Xiaotong. Hearing this, Zhong Qianshan's face turned green, and she pitiably tugged at Su Mulan's arm. Su Mulan received the signal and spoke again. Qianshan is pregnant with my child.
Parents, we should find time to talk to Qianshan's family about the wedding, otherwise it will be inconvenient to get married when Qianshan's belly gets big. What wedding? I haven't heard of any happy news in the Su family in recent years. If you want to get married, you do it yourself, and don't bother to notify me. Su Zheng disclaimed any involvement.
Gu Xiamei looked at Zhong Qianshan and said, little girl, you think it's impossible to marry into the Su family because of your son-in-law's status. Our family is well known in Baiqing, and Mu Lin is the future successor.
If he marries you, what skills do you have to help him reach the next level?
Mom, Qianshan is the daughter of the Xin family. Although she doesn't know anything about business, this reputation will definitely help me, Su Mulan said.
Xin family?
Gu Xiamei and Su Zheng both raised their heads.
Gu Xiamei, which Xin family?
Su Mulan curled his lips, reached out and stroked the hair of Zhong Qianshan sitting next to him, and said, Qianshan's biological father is Xin Yuebai. She is the missing daughter of the Xin family. After a while, when Mr. Xin returns to China, he will announce her identity to the world.
What? You are the daughter that Xin Yuebai has been looking for?
Gu Xiamei's attitude changed 180 degrees. This is really unexpected, Qianshan, you are too low-key. Auntie, I really like brother Mu Lin, can you let me be with him? Zhong Qianshan asked obediently. Of course, Qianshan, when you go home, discuss it with your family, and let's go out for dinner sometime to prepare for your marriage together. Gu Xiamei's eyes twinkled with a smile.
Zhong Qianshan bowed her head, a wicked smile of success flashing across her lips. As long as she had the identity of the Xin family's daughter, she would definitely be able to marry Su Mulan. Dad, what about you? Su Mulan looked at Su Zheng.
Su Zheng was not very happy about it, but he could not offend the Xin family, so he said indifferently, let's talk about it when we meet. After saying this, he put down the newspaper, got up and went to the company.
Brother Mulan, does uncle not like me?
Zhong Qianshan bit her lip, feeling aggrieved.
Gu Xiamei sat down next to her and took her hand. That's just how my husband is. We all like you very much.
Qianshan, now that you have a child, I, as your mother-in-law, should take care of you personally. From today onwards, you will live here and I will serve you. Zhong Qianshan quietly raised the corner of her lips, lifted her face and obediently shook her head. Auntie, I should be serving you.
That's not possible. You are carrying the Su family's first grandchild. Gu Xiamei ran her hand over Zhong Qianshan's belly, her eyes full of hope.
Zhong Qianshan yawned, and Gu Xiamei immediately told Su Mulan to carry Zhong Qianshan back to her room to go to bed. Su Mulan did as he was told, carrying Zhong Qianshan horizontally up the stairs. Gu Xiamei smiled and took a sip of tea, her heart filled with excitement. Be polite to her for now, and once we're sure she really is the Xin family's daughter, then I'll be Xin Yuebai's in-law.
After Zhong Qianshan fell asleep, Su Mulan came downstairs and said to Gu Xiamei with some concern, Mom, will Grandpa agree?
The power of the Su family was still in the hands of Su Qingbai, and it was up to him to decide who would take over the Su family in the future. Su Mulan was not the only son of the Su family. His second uncle also had two sons, who were about the same age as him and had equal strength. Gu Xiamei said, don't worry, just because Zhong Qianshan is the Xin family's daughter, your grandfather will definitely not disagree. Son, why didn't you say so earlier? Zhong Qianshan is actually the Xin family's daughter. Fortunately, I have always opposed you being with Xiaotong. Su Mulan's mind flashed with Xiaotong's beautiful figure, and his heart inexplicably swayed. If only he had truly owned Xiaotong, he wouldn't feel a little lost when he thought of her now. Chapter 34, On the first day with him, I want to squeeze him dry. Thinking about her beautiful appearance in the morning, Su Mulan's heart was restless. Gu Sumei was still bragging, your grandfather always brings up Xiaotong's dead parents. Although they did help the Su family, it was a long time ago. Xiaotong has lived in our family for so long, and she has already paid back for everything she has eaten and used from us. Your grandfather is just a pedantic old man who always wants to be a good person. Xiaotong is like that, how can she be worthy of you? Mom, stop it. Since you've already separated, don't keep talking bad about her. Xiaotong had helped him a lot at the company, and Su Mulan was not only emotionally attached to her, but also grateful. Moreover, he had not given up on Xiaotong. His career needed her. Do you know where she lives now? Su Mulan asked, looking up. Gu Xiamei gave a cold stare. How would I know? It doesn't matter where she lives, as long as she doesn't come back. I'm annoyed whenever I see her. I'm going out first, Su Mulan said, not wanting to sit here and listen to his mother's nagging. He stubbed out his cigarette and tried to leave.
Gu Xiaomei reached out to stop him. You've got a young wife now, and you're still thinking about Xia Tong? Has she cast a spell over you?
Su Mulan was speechless.
I went to see her for something else.
She was the chief designer at my company, but she quit and left the whole team behind. All my projects have been put on hold.
Gu Xiaomei was shocked. Is she really that good? She went to a top university and is very professional. She really went to a top university? Gu Xiaomei felt uncomfortable. I thought she went to a bogus university and was just lying to save face.
Mom, you have a really big prejudice against Xia Tong.
She has always been very good at her studies. I don't know what you're thinking, but you actually think it's all fake.
His old mother's ability to see only one side of the story was really infuriating.
Gu Xiaomei felt embarrassed and flustered. Forget about her. Since she's good for you, go find her.
But I suggest you use her and then discard her, so as not to affect you and Shanshan. Su Mulan's eyes flashed as he held the phone and walked out of the living room into the garden. He made a phone call. A1, try to contact Xia Tong. I want to know where she lives. A1 was a member of Su Mulan's robot design team and had the best relationship with Xia Tong. He had now been blocked by Xia Tong and could not get in touch with her, so he could only find her through A1. At this time, in a sexy lingerie store,
Qin Ziqing and Jiang Yuan picked the ones with the least fabric, and Xia Tong is left dumbfounded. She can't help but tease, Ziqing might be buying these for Bowie Yang, but why are you so keen even though you don't have a boyfriend? I picked them out for you. You wear sexy lingerie, have sex with your husband every night, have a baby soon, and then I'll help you teach your baby at the kindergarten where I work. Jiang Yuyan shoved the transparent lingerie into Xia Tong's arms. Go and try them on.
Xia Tong threw them back at her. I don't need them.
Humph, I don't think you dare, you coward. Jiang Yuyan looked at Xia Tong provocatively. I guess you're afraid that if you wear this, your husband will fuck you to death tonight. Xia Tong, I think it's you who's sexually unsatisfied.
Jiang Yuyan, heh, that's right, if I meet a man I like, I'll drain him on the first day I'm with him. Xia Tong admired her and gave her a thumbs up.
Hey, isn't this teacher Jen?
What a coincidence. Several men entered the lingerie store and headed straight for Jiang Yuan. The man leading the group saw Xia Tong and his eyes widened in surprise.
Teacher Zhang's friends are just as beautiful as Teacher Jiang. You know each other?
Xia Tong gave the greasy man a cold look, then looked at Jiang Yuan again.
Jiang Yuan's small face was full of anger.
Tong, do you know why I quit my last job? Jiang Yuan gritted her teeth. It was this guy, harassing me. He took advantage of the fact that the kindergarten was owned by his family, and bothered me every day. The other teachers in the office were all affected by him.
Teacher Jiang, I'm only doing this to you because I like you.
The man's name was Chen Zitao, a rich second generation, with a rich family business, but he was a lazy good-for-nothing. When he set his sights on her, Jiang Yuyan felt like she had the worst luck in the world. Pfft, who cares?
Ha, if you don't care, why did you apply to work at my kindergarten? Are you not obsessed with me and trying to attract my attention with this playing hard to get tactic? Xia Tong was stunned. This guy has a great imagination. Chapter 35, damn it, help me up, I want revenge.
Jiang Yuyan crossed her arms. I didn't even know you when I worked there, so don't flatter yourself. Chen Zitao wasn't angry, because he really liked this little girl Jiang Yuyan. You didn't understand what I said, Miss Jiang, the private kindergarten in Tianhe district that you recently applied for, my family has a 30% stake.
Jiang Yuyan's eyes widened in anger, her face turning red. Why is your family so persistent?
There's nothing I can do, my family is big and influential, and it's a source of worry for me, Chen Zitao said with a smile. Miss Jiang, now that I'm your superior, I have some tasks that I need to assign to you alone, so please follow me. I'm sorry, let's wait until she starts work to discuss anything, Xia Tong said, pushing away Chen Zitao's hand, which had reached out to touch Jiang Yuyan, and pulling Jiang Yuyan behind him to protect her. Chen Zitao looked at Xia Tong tenderly. It will be too late to wait until you start work.
What is this lady's name? How should I address you? Your surname, single name Dad.
Your lady. Chen Zitao's smile suddenly stopped, and his face turned green. Jiang Yuyan burst out laughing. Tong, you're really something, I'm so happy now. She looked at Chen Zitao and said, I'm not going to kindergarten, so you can just go wherever you like. Unexpectedly, Jiang Yuyan was so courageous, so Chen Zitao didn't believe it. Teacher Jiang, if you still want to work as a teacher in Baicheng, don't be so ignorant.
I can really make you have no foothold in Baicheng. Zhang Yuyan said, Pa, if I don't want to do it, I won't. I'm not good at just this. Did you hear that? Get lost, Xia Tong said coldly. Chen Zitao was deflated. It wasn't that easy to leave. He had been wooing girls for so many years, and all the women had been licking his boots. He had never been so embarrassed before. Instantly, his temper flared. He waved his hand and told the people behind him to come up and prepare to forcibly take them away. Xia Tong grabbed the wrist of the man who wanted to touch them and took him down with a shoulder throw. Seeing this, Chen Zitao personally got involved and grabbed Zhang Yuyan. Zhang Yuyan screamed and struggled desperately. Xia Tong was surrounded by several people and was having a hard time fighting. Hearing her best friend's cry for help, she forced her way over and threw Chen Zitao to the ground, disarming him. With a loud thud, Chen Zitao's head hit the ground, making a heavy sound. The man's eyes widened, staring at Xia Tong, and blood slowly oozed from his nostrils. Xia Tong was stunned and quickly let go of her hands and stepped aside. You're not allowed to go. You're responsible for injuring our young master. Call the police. Chen Zitao's bodyguards blocked the entrance to the underwear store, while some of them carried Chen Zitao away. Tong Tong, don't be afraid, I'll hire the best lawyer in the country for you, and I definitely won't let you go to jail. Zhang Yuyan said with teary eyes, Oh, I'm sorry, I've gotten you into trouble. Xia Tong patted her head, Don't worry. Qin Ziqing, who had been outside taking a call, saw Chen Zitao, the famous playboy in the circle of the rich second generation, being carried out. She wanted to go back to watch the fun, but was stopped at the door by the bodyguard. When Xia Tong saw her, she just wanted to let her run by saying something, but Qin Ziqing already coldly revealed her identity. I'm a friend of theirs, I'll solve anything that happens. The bodyguard immediately pushed her into the lingerie store. It was so rude that Qin Ziqing twisted her high heels a little. She frowned in pain and let out a cry, falling softly. Xia Tong and Zhang Yuan rushed over to help her up. Qin Ziqing's eyes were red as she grunted, Damn it, help me up, I want revenge. Chapter 36 Chapter 35 My friend is me, and if anything happens to her, it's the same as if it happened to me. Xia Tong looked at her delicate ankle. Goodness, it immediately turned red and swollen from the fall. It really is delicate. He advised, Don't think about revenge yet. Your foot is seriously injured. Qin Ziqing was helped to sit in a chair and took out her phone. I must take revenge for this. Hey, Bowie Yang, your fiancé, I was bullied by a man. If you don't want to be laughed at for being a cuckold, hurry up and get over here. The address is XXXX. Xia Tong and Zhang Yuan. What are you looking at? You think I'll do it myself? Ridiculous. I'm delicate and precious, so of course I'll let a dog like Bowie Yang do the work for me. Qin Ziqing threw her phone back into her bag in a pretentious manner, then covered her feet and cried, It hurts so much. Xia Tong walked to the door and said to the bodyguards, We also need to go to the hospital. The bodyguard sneered, You caused my young master to have an accident, so you're not qualified to go to the hospital. It's not me who's injured, it's the Qin family's daughter. Aren't you afraid that the Qin group will come after you? The bodyguard hesitated, his gaze sweeping over Xia Tong's right hand and his eyebrows furrowing slightly. Follow us. Thank you. Xia Tong let out a sigh of relief. She saw Zhang Yuan running over and holding up her right hand. Only then did Xia Tong realize that she had also been injured, that her wrist had been slashed and was bleeding profusely, with many drops on the floor. She had been so concerned about Qin Ziqing that she hadn't noticed. And the injury was so serious, yet Xia Tong didn't even bat an eyelid. Looking at the wound, gradually, Xia Tong began to feel the pain. Zhang Yuyan took the band-aid the manager handed her and applied it to Xia Tong's wound, hoping to temporarily alleviate the pain. The three of them went to the hospital, battered and bruised. It wasn't long before Bowie Yang arrived. When she saw him, Zhang Yuyan ran to Xia Tong's room. Bowie Yang, get in here, Qin Ziqing's flirtatious voice was tinged with anger. The man strode into the room and looked at her indifferently, You were causing trouble again, and this time you were messing around with Chen Zitao. Yes, are you angry? Qin Ziqing was 6 years younger than Bowie Yang, and every time she was in his presence, she couldn't help acting up. She knew that Bowie Yang would never take an interest in her, and that he would only look at her if she tried hard to assert her presence. Qin Ziqing was not a pushover. She would take revenge on anyone who wronged her. But when it came to Bowie Yang, she became a dog-faced bun. She hated her own inferiority, but she couldn't help indulging in it. It's the Qin group that's humiliated, so why should I be angry? With these words, Bowie Yang took himself out of the equation.
He remembered that Qin Ziqing was the daughter of the Qin group, but forgot that she was also his fiancée. Thinking about the bravado in her words on the phone, threatening to cuckold him, Qin Ziqing felt ashamed. She had been hoping that he had come because of the cuckold, but now she thought it wasn't the case. Chen Zitao harassed my friend, and my other friend, feeling indignant, tackled Chen Zitao to the ground.
Chen Zitao was taken to the emergency room. Bowie Yang, can you help me settle this matter? I don't want my friend to get hurt.
Qin Ziqing looked at the man with sparkling eyes, her charming eyebrows hiding her love. Bowie Yang flicked the lighter, and a blue flame popped out. His voice was cold as ice. Our relationship only goes as far as me solving your problems, not as far as your friends. Qin Ziqing rolled her eyes. My friend is me.
If something happens to her, it's like something happened to me, okay? Bowie Yang remained indifferent. The Chen family is not to be trifled with.
Your friend hurt someone, so she just needs to pay the price. It's a society ruled by law now, and she'll be out in a few years after serving her sentence. What are you worried about?
Get out of here, my feet hurt just looking at you. Qin Ziqing squeezed the pillow between her hands.
What a ghost of a fiancé, go to hell.
Get some rest. Bowie Yang got up and left.
Qin Ziqing lowered her head, miserably dropping golden beans. Over here, Zhang Yuyan had just entered the ward for a short while when Chen Zitao's bodyguard came over and guarded the door.
Chapter 37 Chapter 36 Mr. Li, I'm at the hospital and I saw your wife.
A middle-aged man wearing glasses walked in and said, I'm Mr. Chen Zitao's lawyer.
Zhang Yuyan became nervous. What do you want? You have hurt Mr. Chen Zitao.
According to Article 234 of our criminal law on intentional assault, intentionally injuring another person's body shall be sentenced to fixed-term imprisonment of not more than 3 years, criminal detention or control. If the injury causes serious harm to the person, the sentence shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 3 years but not more than 10 years. If the injury causes death or if the injury is inflicted by particularly cruel means which causes serious harm to the person
and results in serious disability, the sentence shall be fixed-term imprisonment of not less than 10 years, life imprisonment or death. Mr. Chen's injuries are not light.
If you are prosecuted, you will have to serve more than 3 years in prison, said the lawyer. Zhang Yuyan's face turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes.
She stammered, if it's prison, I'll go.
Lawyer, you didn't hurt Mr. Chen, it was the young lady next to you.
Zhang Yuyan was dumbfounded. They had actually investigated everything.
Xia Tong said, Chen Zitao first made advances to my friend and tried to kidnap us.
I was acting in self-defense. If you want to go to court, I'll accompany you, and I'll also sue Mr. Chen.
A ray of light flashed in the lawyer's eyes, and his tone became a little more flattering. Of course you can sue Mr. Chen, young lady, but this back and forth will not only waste time, it will also exacerbate the conflict between the two sides. I have a very good solution for both sides.
Do you want to hear it? Zhang Yuyan, tell us.
Lawyer, Mr. Chen's impulsive behavior this time was due to his deep feelings for Miss Jiang, which is why he acted out of line. If Miss Jiang is willing to go out with Mr. Chen and take good care of the injured Mr. Chen is willing to let this matter go, so that Miss Jiang's friend does not have to go to jail.
Zhang Yuyan was so angry that she burst into tears.
Chen Zitao, this scoundrel, was still thinking about how to take advantage of her.
But she couldn't let Tong Tong go to jail for her, absolutely not. Zhang Yuyan said,
Wan, don't be impulsive, Xia Tong said, stopping her, and looking at the lawyer, I'm also injured and need to rest.
Let's wait until Mr. Chen gets better to talk about everything. Please go back.
Okay, the lawyer didn't pursue the matter, because his goal was to convey Chen Zitao's threat properly, and that was okay. Tong Tong, I'm willing to stay with Chen Zitao, so don't fight the lawsuit with him. His family is so rich, and they'll definitely hire a better lawyer than us, so we can't win, Zhang Yuyan said. Xia Tong laughed and said, how can you be sure that as long as you stay with Chen Zitao, he won't sue me?
Zhang Yuyan's mind went blank with confusion. Xia Tong continued, you compromised. What if Chen Zitao continues to use this incident to threaten you into doing other things? This will be a bottomless pit.
Zhang Yuyan's tearful eyes widened, and a cold feeling washed over her body. Xia Tong patted her head and said, that's why your sacrifice is useless.
Wan, don't let them fool you. Someone like Chen Zitao definitely has a backhand.
Zhang Yuyan bit her lip and looked at Xia Tong. Tong, you're really calm, you can even think of this, my head was buzzing and I couldn't think of anything. Xiaotan laughed, I don't have much empathy, so I don't have the same emotional capacity as you.
That's not true, you're calm and collected, the kind of person who can accomplish great things, Jiang Yuan corrected. Eh? Mrs. Li? Is that you inside?
A male voice came from the doorway of the hospital room, sounding somewhat familiar.
Xiaotan looked up and saw the generous owner of the women's clothing store standing in the doorway, waving and greeting her. Mrs. Li, do you remember me?
Yes, you gave me a lot of clothes and a VIP card, Xiaotan said.
The boss gave a relieved smile, looked at the fierce bodyguard who was blocking him, frowned, and said, I know Mrs. Li, let me in.
She has committed the crime of intentional injury and is going to jail at any time.
You are not allowed to go in, the bodyguard shouted angrily to drive him away.
The boss was surprised, looked at Xiaotan meaningfully, and walked away silently.
When he reached the corner, he immediately took out his phone and called Li Longcheng. Hello, Mr. Li, I'm sorry to bother you. This is what happened, I'm currently at the hospital and saw your wife.
It seems she was injured, and someone was guarding the door, saying that she had committed assault and was a criminal.
Do you know anything about this?
I saw that the person at the door was fierce, not wearing a uniform, and didn't look like someone from the police station.
Chapter 38 Chapter 37 Don't be afraid, honey, I'll be right there. I didn't know anything about this. My wife probably didn't have time to tell me.
Give me the address, said Li Longcheng, frowning, before hanging up. The next second, his phone rang again, and the words wife
flashed on the screen.
Li Longcheng answered calmly, Don't be afraid, honey, I'll be right there.
Xiaotan paused, her voice gentle, you know?
Yes, the owner of the women's clothing store saw you at the hospital.
He just called me.
He said you were injured.
Where are you hurt? Li Longcheng walked out of the CEO's office while asking Xiaotan about her injuries.
Outside the door was Zhou Xi's post. Seeing the CEO come out with a stern face and still on the phone, walking towards the elevator, Zhou Xi immediately followed.
Honey, I'm going to take the elevator.
Wait for me, I'll be there soon. After ending the call, Li Longcheng turned to Zhou Xi and said, I'm going to the hospital, you don't need to follow me.
Zhou Xi nodded, is it the president's wife who's had an accident?
Yes.
Li Longcheng didn't have time to explain to him and quickly walked into the elevator.
Zhou Xi scratched his head. He had only picked up the president's wife at the Pear Blossom Art Park 4 hours ago, and now something had happened? After getting into the car, Li Longcheng called Xiaotan again. The man's voice came through softly, Honey, we didn't finish talking earlier, so let's continue.
Xiaotan, actually, we did finish talking. The whole thing is pretty simple. I might go to jail. Do you want to?
I won't let you go to jail, Li Longcheng said firmly.
Xiaotan swallowed the words divorce me and said, Do you have a solution?
Yes, I'll explain when I get there. Then you drive first, be careful. After hanging up the phone, Xiaotan put the phone back in her jacket pocket.
Jiang Yuan said, Tonton, is your husband coming over?
Yes. Xiaotan was really a bit uncomfortable with a certain title. She had been single for so long, and suddenly she had a husband. Jiang Yuyan was also looking forward to meeting Xiaotan's husband, and winked at Xiaotan, Your husband has a very nice voice, deep and magnetic.
Tong Tong, you're a veteran voice-controlled person, so you didn't marry him because of his voice, did you? Xiaotan didn't know how to respond.
Even now, she didn't know why she was willing to marry Li Longcheng. Soon, Li Longcheng appeared at the door of the hospital room. The bodyguards still stopped him from entering, speaking harshly to him. There is a criminal living here, even if you are her husband, you cannot enter, you have to wait for Qin Xiao to say so.
What are you glaring at?
Ah! Li Longcheng didn't bother to be polite with them, and he used his hands to remove their arms with two loud sounds. If you know what's good for you, go tell your Qin Xiao that I'm here. He shoved a business card into the bodyguard's mouth and casually pushed him aside. He strode into the ward and closed the door behind him.
Ton Ton.
Seeing his woman lying on the hospital bed, Li Longcheng walked up quickly with a cold face.
Ton Ton, this is your husband? Jiang Yuan looked at the handsome Li Longcheng as he walked in.
His deep, handsome features were even more superior than her favorite male celebrity, and her infatuation was about to come out, but she quickly realized that this was her best friend's husband and immediately pulled herself together.
Li Longcheng walked over to the bed, took Xiaotan's injured hand, and frowned slightly. Does it still hurt? Xiaotan shook her head, no. Is the wound deep?
What did the doctor say? Li Longcheng held her hand, his dark eyes full of tension.
Xiaotan said, it really doesn't hurt.
I'm glad it doesn't hurt, Li Longcheng gave her a soft smile. Well, I'll go out first, Zhang Yuan said weakly. She felt like a third wheel here and wanted to slip away. Chapter 39 Chapter 38 Tongtong's husband is here, and it seems he has a solution.
Xia Tong, let me introduce you. This is my friend Zhang Yuan. Li Longqing nodded and looked at Zhang Yuan. Hello, I'm Tongtong's husband. I don't know if she's mentioned me to you.
Yes, she has.
Zhang Yuan shook hands and looked at the door, nervously asking, Can I go now?
Yes, it's safe.
Then I won't disturb you two here.
I'll go see Zicheng. Zhang Yuyan winked at Xia Tong and left the ward with an ambiguous smile.
Sure enough, there were no more of Chen Zitao's fierce bodyguards outside the door.
Zhang Yuyan was curious about how Li Longcheng had done it.
It seems that Tongtong's husband is not simple. Zhang Yuyan smiled meaningfully and walked to the next room to knock on the door.
Qin Zicheng's sweet voice exploded with the temper of a young lady. Bowie Yang, don't be so shameless, I don't want to see you.
Zhang Yuyan twisted open the knob and pushed the door open, grinning. Had another fight with your fiancé?
Qin Zicheng pouted her red lips and said pitifully, You don't know how much he's gone too far.
What's wrong? Doesn't he care if you live or die? Qin Zicheng's fiancé Bowie Yang, the second young master of the Bo family, is notoriously unfaithful.
Zhang Yuyan has met him a few times and doesn't have a good impression of him, but she also has Qin Zicheng's occasional complaints about this dogman to thank for it. Qin Zicheng sighed, her white, like mutton jade hands supporting her rosy cheeks, and she grumbled, He hasn't ignored me. After all, he will come and see me for the Qin family's sake. Even though I asked him to help me with Chen Zitao, he said, I'll only help you, your friends are none of my business.
Damn him, is that dog of a man even human? His heart should be rotten and black.
Oh, that's normal, I'm not surprised at all, other people really aren't obliged to help them. But Qin Zicheng felt like she had lost face, the young lady of the noble Qin family, and she couldn't even protect her two friends. Don't worry, I'll call my brother for help. Not yet, Tongtong's husband is here, he seems to have a solution.
Qin Zicheng's beautiful eyes lit up. Quick, help me go take a look.
Zhang Yuyan was unhappy. Just stay put, why go and ruin the couple's time together?
I just couldn't stand it in the hospital room and came out.
I felt like I was there, just a third wheel, a background figure.
Qin Zicheng, so is he handsome? Tall?
Zhang Yuyan looked at her seriously. I'll tell you responsibly, Tongtong's husband is even more handsome and taller than your boy Yi Yang. No way, Bowie Yang is already 1.87 meters tall.
After muttering this, Qin Zicheng's beautiful eyes widened. What do you mean, he's even more handsome than Bowie Yang? Zhang Yuyan, yes.
Qin Zicheng made a sound. Although I have no confidence in the character of a dogman, I am still very confident in his appearance.
He is recognized as a scumbag face in the circle of rich second generation. The so-called scumbag face is a face that is both scumbag and handsome. I really didn't lie to you. Your fiancé is handsome, but Tongtong's husband is even more handsome. The main thing is
that he is full of Tongtong. I doubt he has been secretly in love with Tongtong for a long time. Zhang Yuyan recalled the scene she had just seen in the hospital ward. The handsome man and beautiful woman were extremely eye-catching, and her flower-crazy disease was about to get worse. Seeing her like this, Qin Zicheng was itching to go and see a face that was even more handsome than that of the scumbag, but Zhang Yuan refused to help her go, and she was furious. Night-night, you're a bad friend, having fun by yourself and not taking me with you. Zhang Yuan grabbed the apple that Bowie Yang's secretary had cut up for Qin Zicheng and placed on the table, took a bite and said, Maybe Tongtong and her husband are having fun right now, so it's probably not a good time for you to go over there, right? Qin Zicheng clasped her fists and said, Sister Wan, you really know what's going on.
I was rash. Just then, Bowie Yang's secretary pushed the door open and greeted Zhang Yuan with a smile when she saw her.
Qin Zicheng frowned in displeasure. Didn't your dog of a man teach you any manners? What if I'm doing something shameful with Wan Wan, and you suddenly barged in? It would be very dangerous, okay?
Secretary. What are you trying to do with your friend that's so shameful, Miss Qin? Want to share? Bowie Yang's iceberg-like face appeared behind the secretary, and it looked like he was angry. Chapter 40 Chapter 39 I'm not even bothering you anymore, and you're the one who keeps coming on to me. It's disgusting.
Bowie Yang is cold-blooded and ruthless, and he's made the entire hospital room feel cold and lifeless. It was once a place full of laughter, but now it's as silent as a morgue. Qin Zicheng raised her red lips and confronted him. Who do you think you are, and why are you talking to me?
Zhang Yuyan tugged at the corner of Qin Zicheng's clothes and whispered, I'll go out first. No, you have to stay here. What are you afraid of him doing?
I'll protect you. Zhang Yuyan laughed, pushed away Qin Ziqing's hand that was trying to stop her, and slipped away with a smile.
Ungrateful.
Qin Ziqing sulked, her beautiful eyes wide and round, radiating disgust at Bo Yang. The beauty of the young lady is innate, and her plump, peach blossom face is charming even when she is angry, giving the impression that she has been spoiled.
What are you doing here again? Are you deliberately trying to jinx me? You're such a nuisance. I'm not going to bother you anymore, but you keep coming on to me. It's disgusting.
After saying this, Qin Ziqing turned her face towards the window, not wanting to see someone. Miss Qin, Mr. Bo just went to the attending doctor to ask about your injuries and has not left, the secretary said softly. A trace of joy crossed Qin Ziqing's heart, and she looked disdainful. No wonder I feel so uncomfortable. The secretary pursed her lips and dared not speak.
This Miss Qin's temper was even more unpredictable than the weather in June. One second she was happy, and the next she could be furious. Bo Yang, are you deaf? You didn't hear what I said? Go, don't get in my way. My brother will come over later to deal with this matter. Go wherever you are. I'm afraid that won't be possible.
I was photographed by the press when I returned just now. If it becomes known that I abandoned my fiancée, it will affect the reputation of the Bo Group.
I'm currently negotiating a major cooperation, and there can't be any slip-ups.
The man's voice was as cold-blooded and ruthless as his iceberg face.
Qin Ziqing flew into a rage, then quickly lay back because her feet hurt.
Her head was about to burst with anger, and she pointed at the man sitting on the sofa with righteous indignation. You have once again lowered your bottomless level of shamelessness.
Marrying into your family is the worst thing that has ever happened to me.
If that's the case, Miss Qin can go home and tell your parents that there will be no marriage alliance.
You think I don't want to?
If we don't marry, I'll be grateful, and your family will have started using the ancestral secret recipe for spinning left over from our ancestors long ago. Bo Yang raised an eyebrow. It wasn't like we stole it, your father gave it to us of his own accord.
Shay.
Qin Ziqing angrily lay on the bed, covering her head with the quilt.
Hot tears kept rolling down her cheeks, wetting the pillow.
If someone had lifted the quilt at this time, they would have seen a pitiful little person crying very hard. He really only married her for family reasons and has no feelings for her at all.
Alas, what a sin.
The ward was quiet, and it seemed as if even breathing could be heard clearly. The secretary bent down and whispered in Bo Yang's ear, Mr. Bo, it seems like Miss Qin is crying. Bo Yang's dark eyes were heavy, and his gaze fell quietly on the raised mound of blankets on the hospital bed.
He didn't say anything.
In the intensive care unit,
Chen Zixio was lying in bed.
After listening to the lawyer's words, he angrily threw the flesh of the watermelon in his hand at the lawyer's head, angrily retorting, What are you good for, a grown man who can't intimidate two women? Go home and grow sweet potatoes. I beg your pardon, Mr. Chen, the land where I come from is not suitable for growing sweet potatoes, the lawyer replied, bowing his head.
Chen Zitao's eyes widened. What, you want me to buy you a piece of land? Should I build you another villa for your retirement?
If that were the case, it wouldn't be bad, the secretary smiled sheepishly and didn't dare to speak.
At that moment, the bodyguards knocked on the door. Mr. Chen, may we come in?
Chen Zitao was about to reprimand the lawyer, and the bodyguards had been waiting outside for a long time.
Chen Zitao was furious. Didn't I ask you to guard the woman's ward? If they run away, you help me find them.
Young Master Chen, a man came over and asked me to give you a business card.
Come in.
Chen Zitao realized the seriousness of the situation when the bodyguard appeared limping.
A man beat the two of you highly trained professional bodyguards like this? You're so useless. He is also a martial artist. Although Li Longqing didn't make many moves, the power and movements were not simple for an expert to see. What business card? This one.
Chen Zitao took the business card carelessly and scanned the 3 characters Night Brocade Cloud on it, his face instantly paled. Chapter 41 Chapter 40 The second young master of the Yi family had married an ordinary woman without telling anyone. Yi Jinyun, the eldest son of the Yi family, and those 2 women have climbed onto the eldest son of the Yi family?
Chen Zitao frowned.
If that was the case, then this matter would become tricky. He didn't want to let those 2 women go, but Yi Jinyun was a big shot, and no one could provoke him.
Young master, this man told you to find him.
He's been staying in the hospital room.
Chen Zitao gave the 2 bodyguards a disgusted look and said coldly with pursed lips, worthless. Help me up.
In the other hospital room, The doctor changed Xia Tong's bandage.
Li Longcheng massaged Xia Tong's soft, unharmed hand and said in a low voice, "The doctor said it's fine, let's go home." Xia Tong was surprised. The Chen Zitao incident has not been resolved yet.
I asked someone to help, and just let him talk to Chen Zitao, and it will be fine. With that, he easily picked Xia Tong up in his arms and walked steadily out of the ward.
Longcheng, can your friend really solve this matter?
I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Xia Tong's weak voice was full of guilt, and she felt very apologetic for causing him trouble so soon after they got married.
Honey, I'm the closest person to you. Nothing about you is a trouble.
In the future, if you encounter anything, you should be the first to tell me. I will protect you. Li Longcheng likes this kind of trouble from her. His greatest wish is for her to rely on him.
Only if she relies on him will she not want to leave.
Okay, the man's words are like the warm spring sun, enveloping her in warmth.
Then repeat, what should you do in the future?
Xia Tong smiled, tell you first about anything that happens.
Not bad.
Li Longcheng had just left the hospital room with his wife in his arms, and Bo Yang had also walked out of the next room. The two men locked eyes and bumped into each other.
Night, Bo Yang almost blurted out his identity as the second young master of the Yi family, but noticed the strong warning in Li Longcheng's eyes and promptly cut off the conversation and changed the subject. Miss Xia, you too?
Mr. Bo, this is my husband, his surname is Li.
He came to pick me up.
Since we've met, please tell Zicheng for me that I'll handle this matter and tell her not to worry.
Bo Yang nodded and gave Li Longcheng another meaningful look.
Okay.
Tong Tong, what's wrong with you?
Jiang Yuyan, who had returned from dinner, caught this awkward situation. Seeing Xia Tong being held in his arms, she thought something had happened. Miss Jiang, I have already asked someone to take care of this matter, so you can go now. I also want to take Tong Tong home. Thinking back to when they first met, Li Longcheng added, shall we go together?
Me and Tong Tong can walk you home?
No, I can go back on my own.
We don't go the same way.
You should hurry and take Tong Tong home.
Bye. Jiang Yuyan waved her hand and watched them go.
She was full of envy.
Was this the rare love she had heard so much about?
The man had not fallen in love with Tong Tong at first sight, and she would have cut off her head for that. No one could take such good care of someone after just one meeting.
Someday, she would like to taste this love melon.
Jiang Yuyan had never been in love herself, but she loved being a relationship listener, and had even written several romance novels based on her experiences, making a small fortune.
Miss Jiang, that gentleman, is he Miss Xia's legal husband? Bo Yang's cold voice sounded. Jiang Yuyan nodded, yes. Bo Yang frowned. If the second young master of the Yi family got married, why had there been no word of it in the circles? Was it a secret marriage? Or perhaps the second young master of the Yi family had married an ordinary woman without telling anyone. Since someone is going to take care of this matter, I'll be going too.
Mr. Bo, take good care of Zicheng.
Jiang Yuyan slipped away. This incident today had made her dizzy.
Not only had she lost her job, she had also gotten into trouble. She had just walked to the front door of the hospital when Qin Zicheng's phone rang.
Jiang Yuan answered while walking, hey, I'm going home, I'm exhausted.
I don't know who Tong Tong's husband called for help, but I'm sure he can solve this.
Those two fierce bodyguards are afraid of him, and even Chen Zitao dares not go to Tong Tong for trouble.
I'm not going to stay with you anymore. Listening to you badmouth your fiancé every day has given me earwarts.
What about you? Chen Zitao first had his eye on you, you know you're in danger. Ow.
Busy arguing with Qin Zicheng, she didn't pay attention to the road for a moment, and Jiang Yuyan directly bumped into a person. The other person was tall and slender. Jiang Yuyan's face crumpled in pain when she bumped into him.
Chapter 42 Chapter 41 What accident?
You just screamed really loudly.
Who was so inconsiderate? Handsome? Handsome guy? Oh my god.
Jiang Yuyan didn't realize that she had bumped into a top-notch handsome guy.
This face, why does it look a bit familiar?
But, for the time being, she couldn't think of where it was familiar. Jiang Yuyan hung up the phone and looked at the man with a look of physical injury. Sir, you hurt me.
You were walking without looking at the road and bumped into me.
The man's indifferent voice was cold.
Jiang Yuan pursed her lips, it was obviously you who hit me.
The man raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes looking deeply into hers, as if he could see through her porcelain soul. With long fingers, he held a business card and placed it on Jiang Yuan's head. Check for yourself, and I'll reimburse you for the medical expenses. With those words, the man strode steadily inside with broad strides. His bearing, his imposing figure, it was full of a sense of security. Zhang Yuyan was already confused by Xia Tong and Li Longqing's show of affection, and now she simply wanted to fall in love at first sight. "This guy is so handsome," Zhang Yuyan said, starry-eyed, picking up the card and reading out the name on it, Yi Jinyun. At that moment, Xin Ziqing's phone rang again, and Zhang Yuyan answered it, automatically explaining, "Sorry, there was an accident just now, I hung up by mistake."
"What accident?"
"You were screaming just now," Xin Ziqing was concerned.
Zhang Yuyan gave a shy smile and said, "I just ran into love." Xin Ziqing. "Master Chen, long time no see."
Chen Zitao barged into the hospital room where Xia Tong had been lying, only to find a young man sitting on the sofa with a dignified air about him.
Night, young master."
Chen Zitao came with a disbelieving attitude, not thinking that Xia Tong, an ordinary person, would be able to invite the great Buddha that is Yi Jinyun. Yi Jinyun is the CEO of the Yi Group, and he is so busy that he has time to meddle in other people's affairs. If it weren't for those extremely intimidating eyes, Chen Zitao would have suspected that this person was fake. "I have already watched the surveillance footage of you having an altercation and physical contact with 3 girls at the clothing store."
Yi Jinyun's fingers tapped on his knees.
Chen Zitao felt that his heart was being pounded by those fingers, pounding furiously.
He lowered his head and said, "Apologetically, since you've come forward, I won't hold this against you." Yi Jinyun raised his eyes and said, "Just not holding it against me? What else?" Chen Zitao was used to being on a high horse.
It was already a favor for him not to hold it against others.
"Young Master Chen doesn't feel that he did anything wrong?" Yi Jinyun smiled. Chen Zitao shivered and continued in a low voice, "So what does young master you want me to do? Just tell me." "You really don't have the slightest bit of awareness as a human being," Yi Jinyun mocked him. "You harassed and hurt 3 ladies, shouldn't you apologize?"
Yes.
"I'll even kneel."
"Then, I hope that in the next 2 days, young Master Chen will do what he says, and I want to see a video of you sincerely apologizing to them."
"I'm going to the next room now to apologize to that lady first." Chen Zitao nodded, but he was reluctant. "I didn't have a dispute with Miss Qin, so I have to apologize for that?" Yi Jinyun said, "Then why is Miss Qin in the hospital?"
Chen Zitao gave the bodyguard next to him a vicious look, and went to the next room with a stifled breath. Yi Jinyun took out his phone and called Li Longqing. "The matter has been resolved, and Chen Zitao will apologize to the 3 girls individually." "Thanks, I knew that as long as you were involved, the matter would be resolved in no time," Li Longqing said with a smile. Yi Jinyun also raised the corners of his mouth, playfully saying, "You being the second young master of the Yi family is not something that can't be solved by revealing your identity, so why hide it? I can explain this to you later when I have time. I'm driving, so I'll hang up first." Without waiting for Yi Jinyun to respond, Li Longqing immediately turned off his phone and turned to Xia Tong in the passenger seat to report the good news. "The matter has been satisfactorily resolved. Chen Zitao will apologize to you." "That's amazing." Xia Tong widened her eyes in surprise. Chapter 43 Chapter 42 I'll go. "He can cook? You really lost at the dog race." Chen Zitao is very difficult to deal with. "What is your friend's background that he was willing to apologize to us so quickly?" "His injury seems to be very serious." The solution was so quick that Xia Tong couldn't quite react. Could it be that she was hallucinating? She pinched the flesh on her thigh and cried out, "Ouch, it hurts, it really hurts." Li Longqing laughed and said, "My friend is very successful in business and is more capable than Chen Zitao, who is just a good-for-nothing. In front of him, Chen Zitao dares not even fart. As for Chen Zitao's injury, you did not cause it. He has always had this hidden illness and would spit blood from time to time. His family has been looking for famous doctors to cure him, but to no avail. They have not been able to find a doctor who can solve the root of the problem. He is a very nasty person and just wanted to take advantage of the situation to extort money from you young ladies." Xia Tong suddenly realized that Chen Zitao was really bad. Fortunately, he and his friends were there, otherwise she would really just foolishly hire a lawyer to fight Chen Zitao in court. "Longqing, thank you." Xia Tong looked at the man driving the car with sparkling eyes, and her clear pupils were tinged with admiration. "Honey, we don't need to say thank you to each other," said Li Longqing with a smile curving his lips, his Adam's apple bobbing up and down. "If you really want to say thank you, then be more proactive during sex tonight?" Xia Tong's face flushed, and her waist immediately went limp. She asked pitifully, "Tonight, do we still have to have sex? With the frequency we're having sex, is it too much?" Honey, I only started having sex after I met you, said Li Longcheng, leaving it at that and letting her figure it out for herself.
Xiaotong turned her head to look out the window, lifted her hand and brushed the hair at her ear, really shy, and muttered, okay. Back at home, Xiaotong did not idle around. She followed Li Longcheng into the kitchen, saying that she wanted to help him. Li Longcheng glanced at her hand and raised his eyebrows. One hand is fine, I'm left-handed. I'm hungry, and if we cook together, we can eat faster, Xiaotong added, afraid that he would kick her out. Li Longcheng said, dishes like spicy chicken and mapo tofu are very oily. Tong Tong, if you stand in the kitchen for half an hour, you'll probably have to wash your hair again tonight. Just wash it, it's fine. Xiaotong didn't care much, and took the initiative to put on an apron, handing the one that was one size too big to Li Longcheng. Li Qing took the apron in one hand and wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her into his embrace. He lowered his head and captured her delicate, soft lips with pinpoint accuracy, and the kiss became unstoppable. He took a deep breath, pressed his breath, and whispered, it's better to wait outside. There are snacks for you in the basket under the coffee table in the living room. Go eat something to fill your stomach. Xiaotong nibbled her swollen red lips from the kiss. Her eyes were wet and looked especially moving. She said, I'll help you. Li Longcheng laughed, took a bite of her white face, and said hoarsely, as long as you're here, I just want to kiss you, I can't cook seriously. Xiaotong. For the first time, she felt a little person in her head frying, crackling, and about to burn. Her heart was beating very, very fast, and her breathing was like it was on fire. Then hurry up. Xiaotong blushed and ran out of the kitchen. She felt hot all over, as if she was going to have a fever. She turned around and locked herself in the bathroom, where the sound of running water could be heard. Li Longcheng smiled, put on the apron over his tall frame, and began his task as a family cook. Xiaotong hid in the bathroom to cool down for a while, then came out and sat on the sofa eating snacks and watching the news. Zizzes, the phone vibrated, and Qin Ziqing sent a video invitation. Xiaotong tapped the phone, munching on potato chips and speaking indistinctly, I just got home. Perfect, let me see your husband. Qin Ziqing had no intention of doing anything good, and she must have been interested in gossip. Tonzi, the style of your home's decor is quite high-end. I agree, Xiaotong smiled and held up her phone for Qin Ziqing to see her new home. Do you live here alone? Not with his parents? Yes, his parents like to travel and are still abroad. He also has 2 younger sisters, who live separately. That's good, it doesn't interfere with each other's private lives. Hurry up, let me witness the beauty of your husband. Xiaoyu said he's better looking than Badog, I have to take a look and then go mock Badog. Xiaotong turned the camera towards the kitchen door and captured a profile shot. She said, he's cooking, so I won't go in and disturb him. I'm going, he can cook? Bo Er really lost completely. Qin Ziqing laughed heartily. Xiaotong really couldn't understand the way this young lady's mind worked. Mr. Bo is your fiancé, but you don't even defend him. What's there to defend? Is he even good enough for her? Qin Ziqing rolled her eyes, but the next second her expression immediately changed. There seemed to be a door opening sound over there, and Miss Qin hung up the video like a thief and instead sent her a WeChat chat. Xiaotong received a link, and the content inside was that she and Li Longcheng had been filmed in the parking lot of Emerald New World. Chapter 44. Chapter 43. Working overtime late at night? You don't mind if I take your bed, do you? Ziqing, Tonzi, is this you? The man next to you is your husband, right? Tonzi, yes, it's strange. Why are there paparazzi taking pictures of us? Ziqing, haven't you read the headline? The second young master of the Yi family is bringing his new love home to live. Have you been deceived? Your husband is actually the second young master of the Yi family. Tonzi? My husband's surname is Li, it's written on his ID card, so the paparazzi must have got the wrong person. Ziqing, is that so? I'll go and deleted. Longcheng, did you get it? Xiaotong asked him. Wife, when I clicked in, I was prompted that the content had been deleted. Maybe their paparazzi also knew they had photographed the wrong person, said Li Longcheng, confident again. That's true. Xiaotong clicked in and couldn't see the content either. Honey, does your friend know the second young master of the Yi family you mentioned? Li Longcheng paused what he was doing in the kitchen and walked over to find out more about Qin Ziqing. This Miss Qin should not know him, right? But her fiancé is Bo Yang, which is dangerous for Li Longcheng to hide his identity. Xiaotong happened to receive a message from Qin Ziqing and shook her head, saying, she doesn't know,
but her fiancé does.
Her fiancé also said that he took the wrong photo.
I told you so, Li Longqing smiled, and his heart, which had been hanging in the balance, returned to its normal place. Just now she told me with great excitement that she suspects you are the second young master of the Yi family who changes girlfriends every other day, and she even went to her fiancé to ask for confirmation. After a pause, Xia Tong looked at Li Longqing carefully. This man was wearing an apron and was also very attractive. She reached out and gently pinched the flesh of his face, and laughed, "You look very wealthy.
If you want to pretend to be a rich young master, I don't think anyone would ever suspect you." Li Longqing felt very guilty. His wife's words made him panic. Then I'll pretend to be you sometime, and introduce you to others as the second young master of the Yi family?
Li Longqing made a test, his dark eyes staring at Xia Tong.
Xia Tong showed a look of resistance. "Why would you do such a silly thing? I don't want to be some rich man's wife." "Longqing, that's a strange idea." Li Longqing laughed. "I was just joking.
You like a simple and peaceful life, my dear wife, I know that." Xia Tong curved her peach-colored eyes, hesitated for a moment, and said sheepishly, "Longqing, don't keep calling me wife.
You can call me by my name, just like I call you. I'll call you Longqing, and you can call me Xia Tong. I'm not going to call you by your first name."
Li Longqing refused this unfamiliar way of addressing her, smiling at her with dark eyes.
"Aren't you my wife? It's legal and reasonable for me to call you my wife." Xia Tong's ears turned red, and she blushed. "That's so mushy, it gives me goosebumps."
"If you don't feel comfortable with it," Li Longqing poked her nose with his fingertip and spoke in a domineering tone, "just call me husband, that way I'll get goosebumps too, then you'll get back at me."
"Wife, this is a good way." "Ha, you're awesome. Hurry up and go cook." Not wanting to chat with him, she sent him off to the kitchen. Chapter 46 Chapter 45 Longqing, if you become a billionaire, I won't leave you.
Li Longqing unexpectedly kissed the woman's white face, never forgetting to seek his own benefits.
"The meal needs to be cooked, but I also hope that my wife will consider this suggestion. I haven't called you like that either." In bed, he was forced to call it many times, but he still wasn't satisfied.
Li Longqing also recalled those passionate scenes.
Contentment is impossible.
With her, he would never know how to be content. He just wanted to take. After sending the man away, Xia Tong continued chatting with Qin Ziqing on her phone. "Ziqing, Tongzi, in my opinion, your husband's aura is not that of an ordinary person. You have to be careful. Tongzi, I also think he has a very good temperament, but there is no reason for him to lie to me. If he is rich, then there must be a lot of people around him who are after him. There are plenty of people prettier than me, so why go through all the trouble to be with me?"
Ziqing, you're right.
The matter of the second young master of the Yi family was just like that, and after having dinner, Xia Tong even forgot about it.
Li Chen let out a sigh of relief.
He didn't want to hide his identity either, but at the moment, his young wife didn't have a good impression of men from wealthy families.
If his identity were revealed, she would definitely file for divorce and run away.
From the moment he proposed to Xiao Tong, Li Qing had made up his mind to win her heart and spend the rest of his life with her. It would be so happy to spend the rest of his life with her in such a plain and simple way, and he couldn't let her run away.
"Wife, if I become rich and become a billionaire, will you leave me?"
Liang Cheng hugged Xia Tong from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he asked in a low voice.
Xia Tong thought about it for a moment and said, "I don't know."
Liang Cheng, who had thought of many answers, never expected his wife to react like this.
He was caught off guard and asked, "Why don't you know?"
"I just don't know." Seeing him frown, Xia Tong explained, "When you become a billionaire, by that time, you will be surrounded by famous women from wealthy families, and it is uncertain whether you will continue to be with me."
"I will.
You are my wife, and this will never change," Li Longqing said firmly.
"What about you?"
The man was in a posture of continuing to ask without giving a definite answer. Xia Tong was torn, and her clear eyes looked back helplessly. After a few seconds, she thought she would change her answer, but it was the same as before.
"I really don't know." Li Longqing. "Is it that difficult to answer?"
Of course, if her husband becomes a billionaire, she will continue to be with him, take over his family fortune, and become a billionaire.
Why can't his wife answer? Li Longqing became withdrawn.
He let go of her hand, stopped hugging her, and walked silently to the study. Xia Tong, who was being held comfortably, said,
"Longqing, are you angry?" She didn't understand why Li Longqing was angry about this question. Could it be that he really thought that with a programmer's job, he could become a billionaire? Xia Tong followed into the study.
Li Longqing sat in front of the computer, fixing the code. Xia Tong stood next to the bookshelf, absently picking up a magazine and flicking through it, glancing at him quietly.
I've never wooed anyone before. I don't know how to do it. 15 minutes passed silently.
Xia Tong realized the seriousness of the situation and approached him gently, tapping her finger on the table.
Longqing, if you become a billionaire, I won't leave you.
Li Longqing, who no longer expected anything, said coldly, ask yourself, how much of this is true?
Xia Tong. 0 points are true. In the programmer industry, there is an upper limit on salary.
You have been working since ancient times, but you may not be able to become a billionaire, not to mention that there was no such profession as a programmer in ancient times.
Li Longqing surrendered. His wife had no romantic.
He turned off the computer and grabbed the woman's wrist to lead her out of the study.
Xia Tong turned off the light in the study and looked at him. You finished working overtime so soon? Chapter 47 Chapter 46 Come to bed.
Li Longqing, who was already lying in the quilt, patted the pillow. Li Longqing looked at her with sad eyes. You've taken away my motivation to work overtime.
What's the point of making so much money if you can't even keep your wife? Think about your mortgage, you haven't paid it off yet.
Xia Tong really thought that he hadn't finished working overtime. Li Longqing regretted it greatly. If he had known, he would not have pretended to be poor, and now she had a lot of excuses to fool him as her husband. He bent down, picked the woman up sideways, and walked towards the bedroom.
It's time to go home from work. What overtime? We need to get down to business.
Xia Tong was carried directly into the bathroom, where the two of them washed in the bathtub, one standing and the other showering. Through a frosted glass wall, the attractive figure of a certain man was reflected. Xia Tong glanced at him quietly twice, and couldn't help but feel that this figure was really good. His legs were legs, his waist was waist, and there wasn't an ounce of excess fat on his body. He had specially installed a gym at home, so it was clear that he was extremely strict with self-management. Xia Tong touched her own flat and firm belly, and was relieved that she went to the gym every week to maintain her figure, otherwise she would be so embarrassed in front of Li Longqing. The sound of the rain shower stopped, and Xia Tong quickly retracted her arms under the water. Li Longqing wrapped a towel around himself and walked out, seeing that the woman was still soaking in the water. He bent down and stuck his hand directly into the water.
The water's cooled down. Get up quickly. Right away. You go out first.
Li Longqing raised the corners of his lips, rinsed off the suds on his hands, walked out of the bathroom, and closed the door. Xia Tong let out a sigh of relief and slowly emerged from the water. When she stood in front of the mirror, she realized that her face was as red as an apple.
No wonder he had smiled just now.
After a few minutes of dawdling, she got dressed in her pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. The room's main light was turned off, leaving only 2 wall lamps, which cast a soft, comfortable light that made the atmosphere perfect for sleeping. Xia Tong's mouth curved up, and her heart warmed. It felt so good to have someone waiting quietly for her. Back home in country, every time she returned, there was only the cold darkness, and Su Newlin was already asleep.
Come to bed. Li Longqing, who was already lying in the covers, patted the pillow.
Xia Tong turned off the wall lamp on her side, lifted the quilt and got in. Before she could lie down properly, she was pulled over by the man's strong and firm arms, which hooked around her waist, and she leaned against his arm. Her hand touched the smooth pecs, and Xia Tong's eyes widened.
Why aren't you wearing any clothes? If I wear them, I'll still have to take them off, won't I?
The man's dark eyes were full of a mischievous smile, like a male demon who could charm a person's soul. Xia Tong didn't dare to make eye contact, and when her gaze fell, it was as if she had discovered a new continent. She squeezed his fingers, and Li Longqing inhaled with pleasure. Xia Tong said happily, your pecs are gone.
Did you slack off at the gym this morning?
Li Longqing narrowed his dark eyes and let her little paws feel around, whispering, the pectoral muscles are soft when they are relaxed, and hard when they are used.
After saying that, he demonstrated it.
Xia Tong truly felt the bulging muscles instantly harden, and her eyes contracted very quickly. Her radiance also shone in the dim environment, as if a galaxy had fallen. Li Longqing gazed at her intently, his handsome face drawing close, his thin lips gently resting on the woman's thin eyelids. In the warm embrace of the bed, they both breathed heavily.
The next day,
Xia Tong woke up late, and when she opened her eyes, it was already 10 o'clock. Li Longqing had left a note, and because he was afraid she couldn't see it, he had specially pasted it to her forehead.
Breakfast is in the kitchen in a thermal bag. If it gets cold, heat it up before eating. Xiaotong quickly washed up, ran into the kitchen, opened the thermal bag, and found that the soy milk was in a thermos, the corn and pork congee was in a thermal container, and there was even a hot water bottle to help keep it warm. She set the food on the table and sent a text message to Li Longcheng. Dear sweetheart, I'm up. Breakfast is hot and ready to eat.
Just as she was about to put the phone down and start eating, Li Longcheng's reply came through.
Lightning marriage husband Li Longcheng, that's good. Wife Xiaodong, yes, I'm eating, you work? Lightning marriage husband Li Longcheng, kiss kiss GLF.
Xiaotong raised the corner of her lips, put down her phone, picked up a spoon and prepared to drink the porridge. The phone rang. It was the security guard at the gate of the community.
Chapter 48 Chapter 47 My marriage has nothing to do with money. Don't speculate here.
On the day she went shopping with Li Longcheng, Xiaotong registered her phone number with the security guard so that she could receive deliveries and takeaway in the future. Xiaotong used one finger to swipe to the answer button, and the security guard's voice came out politely.
Hello, is this Miss Xia? Yes, this is she. What's the matter? A gentleman came here looking for you. He says he's your friend, called Ai. Do you know this gentleman? I know him.
Then come down and meet him.
He says it's urgent. Okay, thank you. Not at all.
After hanging up, Xiaotong immediately went out to meet the person. As she walked, she felt more and more that something was wrong.
If Ai was looking for her, why didn't he just call her?
Just as she was wondering, Xiaotong's line of sight caught a familiar figure, causing her to furrow her brow deeply. As she watched the woman slowly walk out, her pale blue long dress set off her slender figure with a quiet elegance, and she had a charming bookish air about her. Su Mulin's heart trembled slightly, and his gaze locked on the woman's fair face. Standing 2 meters away, Xiaotong's expression was cold.
How did you know I was here? You definitely didn't find out from Ai.
You're wrong. He did tell me, and he's not as loyal to you as you think, Su Mulin said.
Xiaotong, you lied to your grandfather. Xiaotong's eyebrows jumped. What do you mean? Su Mulin took a deep breath to control her fluctuating emotions.
I just now, already asked the security guard, the reason why you can live in this kind of community is because you got married and became someone else's wife.
But what you told Grandpa is that you rent the house. So what? I don't want Grandpa to worry, lest there is something wrong with his health. Xiaotong lamented in her heart, damn it, is Su Mulin sick? He has already betrayed her, what's the point of investigating her so carefully? Don't tell Grandpa about my marriage, I'm afraid he'll get emotional. That's my real grandpa, I know the situation better than you do.
Su Mulin bit her lip and returned his gaze to Xiaotong's pretty face. If you need money, just ask me, why did you have to marry someone else?
I can't believe you're so stubborn. If you ask me, I won't refuse to give you money. Xiaotong frowned, my marriage has nothing to do with money. Don't speculate here. If it's not about money, what else could it be about? Su Mulin smirked, don't I know you?
You're very dedicated to people and things.
You just broke up with me, so how could you turn around and marry someone else? I'd believe you if you said you were in a relationship. It doesn't matter if you don't believe me, the facts are here anyway. If you're here to tell me this kind of thing today, then just come right out and say it.
Yes, I got married, I have a husband now, and I hope Mr. Su will stop harassing me and just go about your own life. Xiaotong's tone was firm, and there was no trace of anger in it.
Su Mulin felt a bit deflated.
He realized that he could not accept the fact that Xiaotong had become a married woman.
Is there anything else? If not, I'll leave.
Xiaotong's voice was cold.
Su Mulin's eyes darkened, yes.
Xiaotong glanced at the man disdainfully. It was just a polite question, but he took it seriously, which was tasteless.
If you have something to say, spit it out. This is not a fart. It's about your work.
Come back to me, and I'll give you a raise. Su Mulin looked serious when it came to his career. Xiaotong narrowed her eyes slightly, looked at him silently, and suddenly let out a short, sharp laugh. She said, I've already found another job, so there's no way I'll go back to work for you.
You found a job so quickly? Su Mulin thought that was impossible.
Xiaotong is an introverted woman who usually stays quietly in his company.
What kind of job could she find? Could it be washing dishes in a restaurant?
Chapter 49 Chapter 48 Taking Xiaotong's waist in one hand, his posture was full of possessiveness.
Yes.
Xiaotong's eyes were indifferent,
you're not thinking that I won't be able to find a good job if I leave you, are you? Mr. Su, the reason I can work in your company is not because you pitied me and gave me a break, but because I really have the ability. These words were like a bucket of cold water, pouring Su Mulin back to his senses. He was stunned and speechless. All along, he had actually been putting the cart before the horse. Xiaotong's words hit the nail on the head. It was him who couldn't leave Xiaotong, not the other way around. Tell me, what kind of job did you find, and where is it? Despite being sobered up, he was still unwilling. It was as if as long as the job Xiaotong found was inferior to his company, he could win back a battle. This kind of personal matter, my wife doesn't need to answer you. Li Longqing came over with a dark face, put his arm around Xiaotong's waist, and took a possessive stance. Xiaotong blinked and looked at the man. He looked up at Su Mulin, and Xiaotong could only see his taut jawline. Why did you come back? I came back to get some things. It was a good thing he came back, otherwise he wouldn't have known that this scumbag came to harass his wife. Li Longqing didn't hide his dislike and hostility towards Su Mulin. Su Mulin could not match him in terms of aura, and when this man appeared, Su Mulin inexplicably felt a sense of creeping dread. His sixth sense told him that this man was a dangerous person. Who are you? Su Mulin returned a similarly malicious stare to Li Longqing. Li Longqing's release was stronger than his, and upon hearing this, he snorted and wrapped his arms tightly around Xiaotong's waist. Can't you tell? She's married. This intimate embrace is something that Su Mulin and Xiaotong have never done together after all these years. Now, watching someone else do it, it makes him feel very uncomfortable. In fact, he has had many opportunities to get close to Xiaotong, but his pride has driven him to keep up his airs. In the Su family, Xiaotong is a guest under the Su family's roof, and he is the Su family's prince. Logically, Xiaotong should lower her status to please him, not ask him to take the initiative to approach her. But Xiaotong's personality is not like this. She is neither humble nor arrogant. She even works part-time to earn her own tuition fees. How could she grovel like a servant just to get Su Mulin's affection? In addition, the presence of Mrs. Su was also an important reason why the two could not get any closer. Since high school, Mrs. Su had told Su Mulin, your grandfather may like Xiaotong, but there's no guarantee that he won't one day. If you touch Xiaotong, she'll hold you responsible, but it won't get you anywhere. You'll be tied down, and if your grandfather doesn't choose you as the successor to the company, there's nothing you can do to threaten him. He took these words to heart and always treated Xiaotong with respect. The more he did so, the more he couldn't resist the temptation. Zhong Qianqian took the initiative to lie in his bed, and he fell. After returning from his thoughts, Su Mulin looked at Li Longqing carefully and had to admit that this man's temperament and appearance were first-class and outstanding, and he stood out among ordinary people. But among the wealthy families, he is just a pretty face. He is incomparable to anyone else. Su Mulin said, you said you were Xiaotong's husband, but Xiaotong and I broke up less than a week ago, and you got married. How dare you say you didn't lie to Xiaotong? Su Mulin, stop it. If this had happened in the past, Xiaotong would have felt that he cared about her, but now, she just felt that he was here to destroy their marriage. Chapter 50 Chapter 49 I want to kiss you, but I can't. Li Longqing's voice carried a sense of grievance. Su Mulin sneered, Xiaotong, you're confused. A man who cheated on you and got married after just a few days of knowing you, and you're still defending him. Are you stupid? She actually called her stupid. Xiaotong was furious, and slapped him. Pop! A light handprint appeared on Su Mulin's fair face. After the slap, Xiaotong returned to Li Longqing's side, grabbed his hand, and said angrily, he is my husband, it is only natural that I defend him. Mr. Su, if your face hurts, don't say anything else that I don't want to hear. I am very protective of my family, and if anyone says anything bad about my husband, I won't be able to help myself from retaliating. Finally, I hope you engrave these words on your forehead. The reason I married my husband is because he is very good, 100 times better than you, 10,000 times better than you. He puts me first in everything, pays attention to my feelings, makes me laugh, and takes me to do things I've never experienced before. But you've never done that for me. You only lecture me, thinking I'm inferior to you. In fact, I'll be honest with you, it's me who looks down on you, because you've accomplished nothing in your profession. This was a very damaging speech. Su Mulin's face went from rosy to pale in just a few seconds. He wanted to refute it, but he had no way to do so. Li Longqing could say whatever he wanted, and he embraced Xiaotong's arm, as if he were a delicate young man leaning on Xiaotong's arm. Wife, you're amazing. Xiaotong patted the man's head. Husband, you're amazing too, in every way.
She deliberately added, in every way, and sure enough, Su Mulan's face turned dark.
Not wanting to lose his composure in front of his enemy, Su Mulan endured. Since you say so, there's nothing more I can say. Don't come to me when things go wrong.
I've given you your chance. Su Mulan looked at Xiaotong deeply and left. Xiaotong ignored him and walked into the building with Li Longcheng, returning home.
Li Longcheng went to the study and got a file. Tong Tong, are you going out now?
The man stood in the doorway of the bedroom and asked the woman standing in front of the mirror. Her figure was slender and graceful, with the right curves and no extra pounds in the wrong places.
Li Longcheng's Adam's apple rolled slowly as he turned away and put his hands in his pockets.
Xiaotong finished fixing her hair and turned around to see the man standing in the doorway with his back to her. She walked over to him, puzzled, and put her arms around his waist.
Why are you standing like that? Well, I'm getting ready to go out, I have a job interview. I'll walk you there.
He turned around and tried to kiss her, but there was lipstick on his lips, so kissing her would mean wasting time reapplying it.
What are you doing?
Xiaotong laughed, amused by the way the man's eyebrows were knitted together, looking strangely cute. I want to kiss you, but I can't. Li Longcheng's voice carried a hint of grievance. Xiaotong's heart pounded, and she lowered her eyelashes shyly. Makeup takes a long time, so you can kiss me when I get back tonight.
That's what I plan to do.
Li Longcheng took her hand and they went out together.
Morning Star Group. Xiaotong walked into the building, went to the reception desk, and handed over her resume.
Hello, I'm here to apply for the position of robot designer, and I've received an invitation for an interview with the design department. After confirming her name, the receptionist said, President Shin told me about it, so I'll let you go see him.
Thank you, Xiaotong smiled. Follow me. The receptionist took Xiaotong to the top floor in the elevator reserved for the CEO. The receptionist knocked on the door of the CEO's office. Mr. Shin, the person you asked for is here. Let her in. A gentle male voice drifted out of the room.
Xiaotong took a deep breath to compose herself before pushing the door open and walking in. Chapter 51 Chapter 50 Li Longcheng, who cooks at home, received this message and his handsome face darkened.
Hello, Mr. Shin, I'm Xiaotong, it's an honor to meet you.
The sweet and gentle voice slipped into his ears like a trickle of water. Shin Nanyu, who was sitting at his desk looking at the computer, raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought the voice was strangely pleasant. He looked up, and when his gaze met Xiaotong's eyes, a glimmer passed through the narrow, dark eyes.
Hello, Miss Xia, please sit down. Xiaotong pulled out a chair and sat down. What would you like to drink, coffee or tea? Just some plain water. Shin Nanyu was taken aback and smiled. You're not going to try the coffee and tea in my general manager's office?
Xiaotong gave a faint smile and said, then I'll have a cup. Shin Nanyu pressed the intercom and said in a steady, magnetic voice, 1 cup of coffee and 1 cup of warm water. Then, he took his hands off the table and rested them on the armrests of the chair, leaning back lazily. You're even prettier than in your photos.
I didn't realize you weren't photogenic. Xiaotong's mouth twitched. This general manager didn't talk about business, but instead praised her looks? What a waste of time. Miss Xia, I asked you here today to let you get used to the working environment in advance.
Your qualifications and skills are beyond doubt.
With you on board, my design team will be very strong.
Xiaotong likes this kind of affirmation from others, and says, I will do my best.
Thank you. Shin Nanyu's tone is sincere.
In recent years, intelligent robot design has attracted more and more international attention, but the intelligent robots in our country are not advanced enough, not as good as others.
We must surpass them. I'm confident.
Xiaotong doesn't hesitate at all when it comes to her profession. She doesn't know why, but when it comes to robot design, she is full of enthusiasm and is unstoppable. Shin Nanyu admires her confidence. Miss Xia, I really underestimated you. I didn't expect a woman with such a delicate appearance to be so determined.
A strong will also means a high level of professionalism. Shin Nanyu feels like he may have found a gem. Right, let's talk about something else. Miss Xia, are you from here? Who's in your family? Xiaotong looked at Shin Nanyu with an unexpected look. The latter laughed, I was just asking, don't get me wrong. If you don't explain, I really will get the wrong idea. Shin Nanyu. It seems that she is a very self-centered and principled person. Shin Nanyu had to give up the idea. After drinking a glass of warm water and agreeing on the salary, Xiaotong followed the team leader of the design team on a tour of the place, and before she knew it, it was evening. Shen Nanyu walked into the office, clapped his hands, and said with great spirit, "Everyone has worked hard today. To welcome Chef Xia to our team, I will treat everyone to dinner tonight at a 5-star hotel." Chef Xia was a characteristic way of addressing people here. Everyone on the team was nicknamed with the word chef and their surname. As soon as the dinner invitation was announced, the chefs began cheering. "Boss Shun, you're awesome. Boss Shun, you're invincible." The atmosphere was one of complete harmony. Xiaotong gave a small smile, said thank you, took out her phone and called Li Longqing to tell him that they couldn't have dinner together. At that moment, Li Longqing, who was cooking at home, received the message and his handsome face darkened. But then he quickly remembered something more important. Shen Nanyu, the third young master of the Shen family, is a playboy who changes girlfriends like he changes clothes. He really does fall in love. His wife is so pretty, so she probably isn't unattractive to Shen Nanyu, right? Otherwise, why would he help his wife welcome her back after a trip? Chapter 52 Chapter 51 How can a couple get angry over such a trivial matter? Li Longqing narrowed his dark eyes and sent a text message to Zhou Xi to give him some instructions. Meanwhile, Shen Nanyu had just walked out of his office to have dinner with the members of the design team when his secretary hurriedly came over to report, "President Shen, the vice president of Qianji Group has invited you to dinner to discuss the previous product development and said that he is interested in increasing investment." At this time? Shen Nanyu exclaimed, "That's unfortunate." Nod your head. Yes. Shen Nanyu's smile disappeared, and he walked to the design department with a bitter smile, explaining his difficulties. As the general manager, he had to continue working even after work. "Chef Xia, let them keep you company this time, and I'll make it up to you next time." Shen Nanyu looked at Xiaotong with interest, and the more he looked at her, the more he wanted to get close to her. There was no doubt that the girl was beautiful, and she was somewhat similar to his aunt, both of them being elegant and atmospheric types. "Since Mr. Shen is going to talk business, how can we hog all the food? Chef Xia, why don't we just forget about it today and we can get together again when Mr. Shen has some free time?" "Sure." Xiaotong thought the same thing. After all, she was just a small designer, so how could she eat while her leader was working overtime? Wouldn't that give a bad impression? Shen Nanyu left. Xiaotong talked about work with her colleagues for a while, and didn't leave until it was officially time to go off duty. She and her two female colleagues had just walked out of the office building when the phone rang. After scanning the caller ID, Xiaotong's mouth curled up a little as she answered the phone to her ear. "Hello, I just got off work." "Yes, I see you, I'm on the opposite side of the street." Xiaotong looked up and looked ahead, quickly spotting their family car. She told her colleague she had to go, hung up the phone, quickly crossed the street, opened the car door, and got in. Li Longqing reached out to take her handbag and the jacket she had taken off, and put them on the back seat. Xiaotong sat down, fastened her seatbelt, and wore a pleasant smile on her face. Li Longqing followed suit, raising the corner of his lips. "Why are you suddenly not eating with your colleagues? I sent you a message, didn't you see it? Our leader had to work overtime to discuss business, so the dinner was postponed." "Oh? Really? I only read your first message saying that you would be home for dinner, and I didn't look at my phone again." In fact, he did read it all, and he knows exactly what happened, but he just wanted to hear her say it herself. "Honey, are you angry that I didn't read your message all the way through?" "No." The man's tone, which sounded so careful and tentative, made Xiaotong wonder if she usually seemed very serious. She turned her head to look at the handsome profile of the man driving attentively, and spoke softly, "Longqing, I won't be angry." How can a couple get angry over such a trivial matter? Please by a certain word. Li Longqing stopped acting. "Okay, I get it." Seeing his face relax, Xiaotong's smile deepened a little at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, the phone vibrated, and in just a few seconds, Zhang Yuan sent 10 messages. She is a web writer, and her typing speed is truly amazing. Li Longqing was driving quietly. Xiaotong clicked into the message, and it turned out that all 10 messages were composed of She sent a over. Zhang Yuan's voice call came through. Xiaotong accepted, and a shrill scream filled the entire car. "Tongzi, do you know what just happened to me? Chen Zitao cornered me downstairs at my house and scared the hell out of me. It turned out that he had brought someone to apologize to me, and while apologizing, he was filming a video as proof. I was so happy. Chen Zitao was like a lapdog, bowing every time he said something, and asking if I was satisfied. It was like two different people, just like the one I met at the lingerie store that day.
Xiaotan laughed when she heard this, as long as he is willing to apologize.
I was so surprised. I originally just thought that your husband's friend would step in and Chen Zitao would just let it go, but I didn't expect him to personally apologize to a little person like me. I will be happy about this for a year, and in the future, whenever I'm unhappy, I will think of this incident to create a laugh.
By the way, Miss Qin sent the clothes she bought at the lingerie store the other day to your house. You remember to go to your property management to pick up the package.
Chapter 53 Chapter 52 Longcheng, do you remember me? Great. You've been at home all day? You don't want that job anymore? Of course not. Working under Chen Zitao's family's business makes me lose my motivation just thinking about it.
I'm going to take a break and become a full-time writer for a while, write a long article of 1,000,000 words, and then continue looking for a job.
How long will it take you to write a long article of 1,000,000 words? 3 months, I guess. Holy shit, are you an octopus?
That's over 10,000 words a day for 3 months.
Tong Tongzi, you underestimate us web novel writers. 10,000 words is the basic speed. An author who can't do 10,000 words is not a qualified word processor. I can't talk to you anymore, I need to go write the outline. Okay, hang up. After hanging up the phone, Xiaotong realized something and glanced at the man. Did I just disturb you?
No, Li Longqing didn't feel it was noisy at all. It was a treat to watch her chat with someone else, but she definitely couldn't chat with a guy like that.
Wife, is this your friend? Yes, she's Jiang Yuan. You met her at the hospital yesterday.
She's a kindergarten teacher and an extremely passionate writer of online fiction.
The other one is Qin Ziqing. Her family is relatively wealthy and she's a young lady. She now owns a clothing design company and a travel company. I'm also a small shareholder in both of her companies.
Li Longqing's handsome face beamed with a smile, his eyes gleaming, and the corners of his lips curling up.
Wife, are you showing off your wealth to me?
His focus was really different.
Xiaotong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spoke with righteous indignation. What's the big deal?
You already handed over the financial power to me a long time ago. I'm just telling you that our family has an extra source of income, and you don't know how much it is.
Haha, the tone of his laughter was particularly melodious. I don't need to know, I'll just ask you for money anyway.
When she returned home, she saw that the table was already set with 4 dishes and a soup, all of which were delicious and appetizing.
Xiaotong felt the taste of home. It was so good, as soon as she returned home, she could smell the aroma of food.
Li Longqing had made it all, and it was all food that catered to her tastes, making her feel like he was pampering her.
She was so happy that it felt unreal. In just a few days, had she really found such a good man? Xiaotong couldn't believe she was so lucky. Longchang, did you know me before? Why do you ask? Li Longqing noticed a complex expression on his little wife's face.
He threw his clothes on the sofa, walked over with long strides, and rubbed her hair in the palm of his hand. Xiaotong blinked her watery, beautiful eyes and said with a blush, "It feels like a dream. I don't know if this is a dream I've imagined or if it's real."
Li Longqing raised an eyebrow and got to the point.
So, what I'm doing now is what you would expect from a good man, right? Looking at his smug expression, Xiaotong gritted her teeth and blurted out, "No, I don't want any of that." "Humph," Li Longqing snorted, took her hand and walked towards the dining table, putting the food cover aside. The two of them began to eat. There were several spicy dishes, so Li Longqing had to get some milk from the refrigerator.
Xiaotong couldn't help laughing. Next time, don't make anything spicy. I like non-spicy food too.
Actually, I want to try something spicy, Li Longqing said with a devilish smile. I want to know why my wife likes spicy food so much.
Wife, you're from Baicheng, right? How come you like spicy food so much?
I don't know, I've always been able to eat spicy food since I was little.
Are your parents also very fond of spicy food? What dishes do they usually cook for you? My parents can't eat spicy food, so I'm the only one in the family who can. My father would cook every dish in 2 flavors, one that they like and one that I like.
But at that time, I was still a child, so there were 2 or 3 spicy dishes in a month.
Chapter 54 Chapter 53 Wife, this nightgown is very cool to wear, do you want to try it on tonight?
Li Longqing nodded knowingly. Then I'll learn from my parents and cook spicy food 3 times a month, and the rest of the time we'll eat more moderately. Xiaotong knew that this was his limit and nodded with a smile. After dinner, Xiaotong opened the express delivery from Qin Ziqing. When she got the clothes, her whole face turned red, and she quickly rushed into the room and threw the things into the closet. Li Longchun, who sensed something unusual, walked slowly in, his gaze falling straight on the woman's rosy face.
His dark eyes deepened. What's wrong? Did your friend send you underwear? No. It's other clothes, Xia Tong was ashamed to admit.
Li Longqing pursed his lips and suppressed the corners of his mouth that were turning up. On the bus, your friend clearly said it was underwear. What style did you buy?
Let me see. What are you looking at? You don't have any special fetishes, do you?
Xia Tong blushed, tilted her head, and scrutinized the past with her gaze.
Li Longqing coughed lightly. No.
Then don't look, Xia Tong let out a sigh of relief. Li Longqing then realized that he had fallen into the trap. What underwear had Tong Tong bought that she was so afraid of him seeing?
Are you going to take a shower?
I'll go collect the laundry outside. Li Longqing strode purposefully to the balcony, collected the underwear, and held it in his hands, placing it in front of Xia Tong. He was not shy at all. Xia Tong bit her lip, quickly grabbed it, and closed the bathroom door.
Liancheng shook his head. After all the intimate exchanges they'd had, why was he still so shy?
Honey, come down when you're done changing your underwear, and I'll wash it for you. That way, you won't have to touch any water after your shower.
No, I don't want you to go away, don't stand there in the doorway.
Oh, I'll go to the study then. After Xia Tong finished showering, she ran outside to take a look, then ran back to the bedroom, opened the closet, and took out the bag containing her underwear.
There were 3 sets of underwear and 2 nightgowns.
The underwear was all the kind with straps, solid colored lace, burgundy, solid black, and purple, all 3 colors being very white.
The nightgowns, it was hard to describe. With this little bit of fabric, you could tell at a glance that they weren't proper nightgowns.
Xia Tong laid them out on the bed one by one inside, and said to herself, those 2 are really bad friends. Buying her this kind of thing, she can't use it at all.
Xia Tong could hardly imagine herself wearing any of this. Honey, are you done washing?
Liancheng, who had pushed open the door, could not believe his luck. He saw his wife busily packing her underwear, and in her panic, a lace thong fell to the floor.
Xiao Tong did not notice, so Liancheng walked over and bent down to pick it up.
At first, he did not know what it was because it was very different in structure from underwear, and it took him a moment to realize what it was when he put it on his hand and looked at the shape.
Liancheng, what are you doing? Xiao Tong yelled.
Li Longcheng was startled, gripped the underwear tightly, and answered obediently, I didn't do anything, I was just picking something up. His handsome face was cold and ascetic, and his tone of voice was extremely innocent, but his hand was tightly grasping.
Let go of it and throw it away.
Xia Tong sat on the bed, her mind buzzing.
She didn't know if she was angry or ashamed.
Li Longqing didn't throw them away, but put them in a bag and said, Tong Tong, you don't need to be so shy.
I'm very happy to see you buy these. Xia Tong, I didn't buy them. Li Longcheng remembered, your friends gave them to you. They must be wishing us blessings and hoping we live a happy life. What's there to be shy about?
The man's tone was as calm as usual, which made Xia Tong seem even more self-conscious.
But, would she really not be shy if this was discovered? Who would give her an answer?
At that moment, she wanted to find a hole to disappear into. In the silence, the man's hand slowly reached into his bag, took out a nightgown, and bent down to take Xia Tong into his arms.
His voice was enchanting. Honey, this nightgown is very cooling to wear, do you want to try it on tonight?
Xia Tong's face was so red that it could drip blood. No.
Just try it. Li Longqing picked her up and walked into the bathroom. Go in and change. You can't just let your friend's gift sit at home gathering dust. I don't want it. Li Longqing, put me down.
Ugh. Xia Tong didn't have time to finish her words of protest before the man placed her on the sink countertop to silence her. With one hand, he supported Xia Tong's shoulders, while with the other, he kneaded her waist. He also held the nightgown in his hand, and gently stroked it against the fabric as if it were a massage. Xia Tong shamefully gave in, and in no time, she responded to him of her own accord.
Li Longqing took the opportunity to coax, put it on, I want to see.
If you're shy, we can turn off the lights.
Honey. Tong Tong. Baby. My dearest.
Shameless, Xia Tong was aroused by this man's magnetic voice, and she grabbed his arm to prevent herself from slipping off the sink. Her eyes twinkled, and she had an idea. If you want me to wear it, I will, but I have conditions.
Li Longqing's eyes lit up. What conditions? Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after that, we won't do anything, we'll rest. 3 days is that long? Obviously, he couldn't resist. Miss Xia, do you have some misunderstanding about your charm? 3 hours is fine, but 3 days? I suspect you want to murder your husband. Why would I murder my husband? It's only 3 days, not 30 years. Xia Tong couldn't understand why he was so eager to have her, and with a blank face, she said, You don't have to agree, I won't wear it. After saying that, she pushed the man away, jumped off the sink, hung her nightie on the wall casually, and was about to go out. Li Longcheng grabbed her soft, slender arm. Then it's 3 days. Xia Tong didn't know whether to be sad or happy. She felt that no matter how hard she tried, she would be the one to suffer in the end. Honey, I'll be waiting for you in bed. Li Longcheng was a man who could bear humiliation. 3 days was fine, he really wanted to see what she would look like in that dress. Chapter 55 Chapter 54 I can't let him get away with it next time. One night of passion. The next day, Xia Tong got up at 8 o'clock. Fortunately, the office started at 10, otherwise she would really be the first person to be late for work. She rolled off the bed, because the lace nightdress she had worn last night had been torn to shreds by someone's claws, and was waiting in the trash can for recycling along with the little umbrella. Someone seemed to have been pushed a button last night, insatiable and a wolf in disguise. Xia Tong felt fear just thinking about it. Fortunately, she could rest well for the next 3 days, which was not easy. After changing clothes, washing up, applying barefaced makeup and lipstick, Xia Tong came out, her gaze falling on the man reading the newspaper on the sofa. She was momentarily stunned. Longcheng, why aren't you going to work yet? I'll wait for you, the man said gently, his eyes taking an unbridled look at Xia Tong from top to bottom, as if reminiscing about the beauty of last night. Xia Tong's face flushed slightly as she sat down at the table to eat breakfast. A heated tablecloth was spread on the table, so that the food could be kept warm. Xia Tong was full after eating 2 meat buns and a bowl of seafood congee. Li Qing was not satisfied, however, because he had prepared a lot of food to reward her for her hard work last night. Tong Tong, eat some more. You exerted yourself so much last night, and now you're only eating so little. You'll be hungry later. I don't want to eat anymore, I've lost my appetite. Xia Tong glared at him. She didn't need to eat more, she just needed to rest a little more. Upon receiving his wife's complaints, Li Longcheng also felt guilty. He silently packed the porridge, side dishes, and 2 pumpkin cakes in the lunchbox, put them in the thermal bag, and held it with one hand while holding Xia Tong's hand as he walked out the door to go to work. I'll just take a taxi. You go to work, don't be late, Xia Tong said. The two of them had to go to work, but Li Longcheng still wanted to see her off. Next time I can't let him get away with it like this. It's fine, I'm not late for work. Li Longcheng acted like she was the center of the world. Xia Tong sighed, you insisted on working until this morning, so you'll have to pay the consequences, right? The little woman's whiny, meticulous appearance was so cute that Li Longcheng laughed out loud, unable to resist cupping her face in his hands and kissing her. His dark eyes were full of affection, it's worth it. Xia Tong looked at her husband like an idiot, helpless. When they arrived at the company, Xia Tong got out of the car across the street. As soon as she crossed the street, Shin Nanyu pulled up in a luxury sports car next to her. His handsome face peeked out of the car window. Master Xia, why don't you take my car to the underground parking lot and take the elevator up together? Xia Tong's face beamed with a warm smile. Good morning, Mr. Shin, but I still need to go to the first floor to buy coffee, so I won't trouble you. That's good, and get me a latte too. If you just say you're buying it for me, they'll know what to do, Shin Nanyu said. Xia Tong nodded, and Shin Nanyu drove off. Xia Tong walked into the office without looking around, and went to the coffee shop to join the queue. This scene fell into the eyes of Li Longcheng, who had not yet driven away, and he was not happy at all. Men are the most accurate when it comes to men, and Shin Nanyu was afraid that he was eyeing his beautiful wife. But his wife, a real stick in the mud, would definitely not realize Shin Nanyu's intentions. If he talked about it rashly, his wife would definitely think he was being petty. Li Longcheng pretended to be oblivious and returned to the Qianji group. Zhou Ci walked into the president's office and saw the president sitting in the big chair with a long face. He stuck his head in and asked, President, why are you interested in Shin Nanyu? He was so nosy, and Li Longcheng didn't want to talk to him anymore. How did the project negotiations go? The cooperation yesterday was perfect. Shin Nanyu even asked why the funding had suddenly tripled. Now he, the initiator, has been silenced, and we have become the largest shareholder of the project. Let me think, does the CEO's wife work at Shin Nan Yu's company? Li Longqing's face turned even more displeased. Zhou Tezu, who gave you permission to investigate my wife? Chapter 56. Chapter 55. It felt like the CEO had loved the CEO's wife for millions of years. Josie's legs felt a little weak when she was stared at by these extremely oppressive eyes. How could it feel like the CEO had loved the CEO's wife for millions of years? They hadn't been together in their past lives, but as soon as they met in this life, the CEO had become a crazy fanboy and protected her like a precious treasure. President, I didn't investigate this. Yesterday, I went to dinner with the vice president in Shin Nan Yu, and Shin Nan Yu bragged about his robot team, and your wife's name was on it. I felt a little bit sorry for himself. It's good to be clear, and Li Longqing won't be angry, but he repeated, don't you dare investigate my wife. Zhou Ci resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Yes. I will never investigate the president's wife without your permission. That's enough, just go, Li Longqing said indifferently. Zhou Ci said, President, Zhou Yuna, the gold medalist from the Financial Weekly, has come again to ask for an interview with you. She says she must see you today, otherwise she won't leave. Male or female? Zhou Yuna, naturally female. Tell her to go. Zhou Ci had long anticipated this situation and had already sent someone to deal with it. However, just as he turned around, the president's voice sounded again. Tell her to come in, I'll give the interview. Zhou Ci doubted that there was something wrong with his ears and said incredulously, President Li, may I know the reason? The reason is that I want to give an interview. Please send someone up. Li Longqing seemed to be in a very good mood. Zhou Ci didn't understand why. However, the president was indeed acting strangely today. It might be that family life was not harmonious, which caused an endocrine disorder and a change in personality. After walking out of the president's office, Zhou Ci immediately called the security guard and asked him not to send Zhou Yuna away, and to invite her up. As the face of the Financial Weekly, Zhou Yuna has only been treated badly by the president of Qianji Group in the 5 years she has been here. With her excellent professional skills and appearance that rivals that of a movie star, she is popular everywhere else, but here at Qianji Group, she has been rejected again and again. For a year, she has not even known what the president of Qianji looks like. At the thought of their meeting later, Zhou Yuna was full of interest in this mysterious man. 15 minutes later, Zhou Yuna was led into the president's office by Zhou Ci. The room was quiet, with only the sound of footsteps. The moment Zhou Na looked up and saw Li Longqing, her heart suddenly raced and her beautiful eyes widened in shock. She never imagined that the president of Qianji Group would be so young and handsome. Zhou Na's heart was instantly captured. Miss Zhou, please sit down, said Li Longqing, seeing that the person had arrived. He got up from his big chair and strode with long, steady strides towards the sofa in the reception area. He didn't look aside as he walked, but didn't know that Zhou Yuna was quietly surveying him. Zhou Yuna had never seen such a good-looking man before, both in appearance and bearing, and his excellence was unparalleled. How could such a man not be attractive? Zhou Yuna quickly suppressed her personal emotions, sat gracefully on the sofa, turned on the recorder, and began the interview. Li Longqing talked eloquently about economic issues, and many of his ideas were surprisingly different. Joanna had a slight struggle catching up with him, but it was a close call and the interview was completed without incident. The final step was to ask a few personal questions as usual. Joanna suppressed her pounding heart and asked, Mr. Li, with such a successful career, I'm sure your love life is also soaring. Rumor has it that you don't get close to women. I wonder if this is true. Li Longqing gave a faint smile, raised his left hand, and showed the simple ring in his hand. Reporter Zhou, haven't you noticed that I'm married? Chapter 57, confessed your identity to the president's wife? Zhou Yuna only then noticed the ring on the man's hand, and her mood immediately fell to the bottom. She exclaimed, Mr. Li is actually married? Which rich lady is she? How come this is such a big deal, and there hasn't been a whisper of it in the whole city? It can't be that it happened recently and it's about to become public? There won't be a wedding for the time being. My wife doesn't like to attract attention. A gentle curve appeared at the corner of Li Longqing's mouth. Without waiting for Zhou Yuna to continue, he interrupted her, let's end the interview here. You can send me the draft and I'll check it before publishing it. Yes. Zhou Yuna looked at the man reluctantly, reluctant to leave. However, the man finished speaking and got up to go to his office, showing no interest in her at all. Such a man is clean, dedicated, doesn't fool around, and got married young. She was so envious she couldn't describe it.
If such a man was interested in her, she would definitely be the happiest woman in the world.
Happier than his wife.
2 days later, Zhou Yuna appeared in the CEO's office, no longer wearing a white shirt and a skirt like last time, but a flowing, sexy blue dress this time. Her long, wavy hair was scattered behind her beautiful shoulders, sexy and charming.
Mr. Li, I've finished the manuscript and I've brought it for you to review.
Zhou Yuna said softly, her beautiful eyes looking at the man who was bent over his work. Hearing the sound of her voice, Li Longcheng reached out his hand. Give it to me. Zhou Yuna thought about it for a moment, then immediately placed the document in the man's hands. Her fingertips lightly touched it, and it felt as if a current of electricity had passed through Zhou Yuna's body. Li Longcheng carefully reviewed the manuscript and returned it a moment later. No problem. Zhou Yuna hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. I'm very grateful to Mr. Li for agreeing to my interview, which has boosted my performance by a large margin.
I would like to invite Mr. Li to dinner. I wonder if Mr. Li has the time.
No, you go to work.
Zhou Yuna froze. Mr. Li. Something else?
Li Longcheng seemed to have not heard what was just said, and his dark eyes swept over her fiercely. The sense of oppression in this gaze made Zhou Yuna's legs tremble with fear, and she turned around and left. Once the press release was issued, Zhou Xi finally understood why President Li, such a big shot who was rarely seen in public, suddenly agreed to an interview. It turned out that he was showing off his love for his wife. He had someone take pictures of him shaking hands and announced that he was married. I've seen dogs do this before, but I've never seen a dog do this. President, you announced it in the magazine, and your wife doesn't know how much you care about her.
Did you confess your identity to your wife?
No. I just felt like making an official announcement, Li Longcheng said with an unknown emotion. Qianji Group is the leader in Baiqing, and even the slightest movement can attract a lot of attention. This financial news quickly spread throughout the Baiqing business community. Xiaotong was minding her own business writing code when a colleague fed her a piece of news. Xiaotong, I found out that your ring is the same as the former president of J Group's wedding ring. The colleague lifted Xia Tong's right hand. Xiaotong looked at the picture, which was only a partial shot, and couldn't recognize whose hand it was.
So the billionaire's wedding ring is the same as an ordinary person like me. Xiaotong, why are you wearing a ring?
This is my wedding ring, Xiaotong answered her colleague frankly.
You're married? Master Xia, how come you're married so young? I was thinking of courting you. A male colleague broke the ice.
He had a crush on Xiaotong, but hadn't started pursuing her yet.
He didn't realize that Xiaotong was already a married young woman.
Shen Nanyu, who was standing in the doorway and heard this, his handsome face's smile faded considerably.
Ah, this is really headache. Chapter 58. Do you feel guilty for stealing my brother's glory? Master Xia's husband must have met him while studying at university, female colleague Xiaoyi gossiped.
Xiaotong blinked, looking at Xiaoyi puzzled. Why do you think so?
Isn't it?
Xiaoyi was surprised. Chef Xia, you're only 23 years old, and you graduated just a year or two ago.
If it wasn't for a husband with a deep affection for you, would you be willing to become a housewife so young?
Xiaotong was silent for a moment, because she had never thought about this. She got married in a daze, and she is still living her life in a daze. The only thing she is certain of is that she is quite happy. She doesn't want much, and she's quite happy living a stable life. At this moment, Shen Nanyu strode in, clapping his hands. Tonight, I'm treating everyone to dinner.
Welcome, Master Xia. Mr. Shen, wait, aren't you going to another dinner meeting?
This time, I don't think so. The deal with the Qianji Group has been closed, and if other companies approach him, he'll definitely say no and postpone until tomorrow.
This dinner went very well.
However, when it was time to go home in the evening, Shen Nanyu was still a little nervous, fearing that Qianji Group would contact him again.
The meeting place was chosen to be a high-end Chinese restaurant.
Xiaotong followed the group inside, always feeling like there was a sharp gaze on her. She looked up and met the gaze, and Xiaotong's eyes flickered a little.
So it really is you.
Zhou Yuna got up, smiling as she walked over, her gaze going up and down Xiaotong. Long time no see, you've actually returned to the country.
Reporter Zhou, do you know my employee? Shen Nanyu and Zhou Yuna are old acquaintances.
Zhou Yuna is a financial reporter who has interviewed Shen Nanyu many times. Her professionalism is better than other reporters, which has left a good impression on Shen Nanyu.
I know her.
Her name is Xiaotong, and she went to the same high school as my brother, Zhou Yuna said coldly. I don't know if Xiaotong remembers my brother. Xia Tong said indifferently, I don't remember. Upon hearing this, Jonah's face turned cold.
Then you really are a forgetful person. The events of that year were so unforgettable, and you've actually forgotten. Perceiving the tension, Shen Nanyu laughed and interrupted, Reporter Zhou, you're making too much noise reminiscing. Let's eat first.
If you have any questions, just whisper them to each other in private. Shen Nanyu's obvious defense made Zhou Yuna's mind, which was occupied by anger, clear a little. She coldly glanced at Xia Tong and turned back to her table. Shen Nanyu's arm was leaning against the back of Xia Tong's shoulder, pushing him.
Go, leave her alone. When they arrived at the private room, the staff dared to relax and gathered around Xia Tong, asking, Chef Xia, do you have a grudge against Zhou Yuna? She deliberately mentioned her brother in front of you. Did her brother pursue you when he was studying and you didn't agree, and she got angry for her brother?
She thought her colleagues would laugh at her, but she didn't expect them to be on her side. A warm current surged in Xia Tong's heart, and she shook her head and said, I don't know what she means.
Then Zhou Yuna is looking for trouble herself. Let's not discuss Master Xia's personal matters, order the food. Shen Nanyu gave the order, and the others tactfully didn't mention it again.
When they had almost finished eating, Xia Tong got up to go to the bathroom. Just as he finished washing his hands, Zhou Weina walked in through the door, her eyes blazing. Xia Tong, you're doing pretty well now, and you've even joined Shen Nanyu's top-level intelligent design team, but my brother, he's still in a wheelchair, and he can't even hold chopsticks steady.
Do you feel guilty for stealing my brother's glory?
Chapter 59, she really had no impression of him, and she didn't even know what he looked like.
Xia Tong's expression was cold. Why would I feel guilty?
Miss Shou, your brother's accident had nothing to do with me.
Haven't you figured that out over the years?
Ha! Jonah coldly snapped, taking a few quick steps to grab Xia Tong's hand. Her face was hideous with hatred. How dare you say that his accident had nothing to do with you? If he hadn't gone out in the rain to get a delivery for your birthday, even though it was pouring, he wouldn't have been hit by a car and lost both his legs.
Xia Tong, is your heart made of iron? How dare you say it's not your fault?
Xia Tong pushed her away and said the same thing again, it's obviously not my fault. Although your brother and I were in the same class, I don't even know where he got my birthday from, and it wasn't even that day.
So, you are deliberately lying to him, which is even more outrageous. Xia Tong. I have seen unreasonable people, but I have never seen anyone like Zhou Yuna.
I heard that you are a journalist, but the way you are being so stubborn and disrespectful of objective facts and the truth makes me wonder what makes you suitable to be a journalist. You are in no position to criticize my profession, you don't deserve to, Zhou Yuna said coldly, my brother is still in the hospital. If you have a conscience, go see him.
He is in the psychiatric hospital in Jiangnan district. It is all because of you that he has fallen to this state. Psychiatric hospital?
His mental state, Xia Tong never imagined that the boy had become like this. She really had no impression of him, and she didn't even know what he looked like. If it weren't for the incident and his parents coming to the school to scold her for no reason, she would never have known that this male classmate liked her.
What did it matter if someone else liked her?
Back then, his family forced her to take responsibility and asked her to drop out of school and take care of the boy. Uncle Su personally came to reason with them, and they stopped harassing her. It was also because of this incident that Xia Tong strengthened her plan to go abroad. In the blink of an eye, a few years had passed, and this incident was brought up again, and Xia Tong felt nothing but helplessness.
She didn't want to have anything to do with the Zhou family and turned away. Zhou Yuna clenched her hands tightly.
It seemed that Xia Tong would never repent, so she would not let her off the hook. Xia Tong had ruined her only son, so she would ruin Xia Tong. Chef Xia, I saw Zhou Yuna go to the bathroom just now.
You didn't run into each other, did you?
Xia Tong was greeted warmly by Xiaoyi as soon as she returned to the bathroom.
Xia Tong was stunned. You went to the bathroom too?
No, I went out to get some paper towels and saw Zhou Yuna heading towards the bathroom. Xiaoyi had wanted to follow her, but then she thought that she and Master Xia had just met and it would be bad to eavesdrop, so she didn't go.
It's fine, Xia Tong calmly replied, and then her phone vibrated.
She clicked it open and her dull eyes lit up slightly. Li Longchen got out of the car and walked straight into the Chinese restaurant. Jonah's surprised voice came from the side, Mr. Li.
Hearing this slightly familiar voice, Li Longchen turned his head and looked, his face cold and abstinent. Reporter Zhou? Jonah smiled slightly and lowered her voice. Mr. Li, are you here for dinner too?
Li Longqing didn't explain, nodded, and then walked in, not intending to linger and chat with her. With so many colleagues watching, Joanna felt a little embarrassed, and took a big step forward to stop in front of Li Longqing. The interview I did with you last time had a very good effect, and sales of this issue of the magazine have skyrocketed. Our president has asked me to do another issue. Mr. Li, how about we set up another time for an interview? You are like a mysterious book, very attractive from the very beginning, and I can't help but want to explore. Chapter 60 Anna, from now on, you will be the beloved woman of Bai City's most powerful man. This made Li Longqing frown, and he spoke in a low, cold voice, Reporter Zhou, I will only do one interview, and you must not come to see me again. Why? Haven't we worked well together? Zhou Yana lightly bit her red lips. No interest. Mr. Li, take care. Zhou Yana wanted to continue to try to get along with him, but Li Longqing gave her a cold stare, and she was scared and stepped aside. She returned to her colleagues, who looked at her with envy. Anna, is that the legendary president of Qianji Group? You're amazing, you actually got to know such a big shot. Joanna flicked her hair back, and she must have been in the right place just now, because none of them saw Li Longqing's expression of disgust. She smiled and said, he wanted to come here with me to say hello to you all, but I saw that he still had things to do, so I didn't let him come. He said, thank you for helping me write the script together. Oh my god, Anna, you guys wouldn't, he has a wife, Anna, don't be like that. Rich people marry for business, and look at Mr. Li's wedding ring, it's so plain, I bet his wife is much older than him, traditional and old-fashioned, she might even be Mr. Li's mother, why would he like her? But, Anna, you have a bright future, why would you want to be a rich man's goldfish bowl? Joanna's face was displeased. What do you mean goldfish bowl? Mr. Li and I share similar interests and are soulmates. Don't make wild guesses. Even if a couple doesn't have feelings for each other, they still have to maintain appearances. I understand, Anna. In the future, you will be the beloved woman of the most powerful man in Baicheng. I will cling to your thighs. Yes, Anna, please take care of me in the future. Her colleagues were even more enthusiastic, and suddenly Joanna didn't want to explain anymore. Even if she couldn't get an interview with Li Longqing now, she would get one in the future. She was the only reporter who could interview him, and this special existence was enough to make everyone else look at her differently. Xia Tong came out of the private room and saw Li Longqing appear at the elevator door. She smiled and greeted him, why are you here? I came up to see if you've been bullied, Li Longqing put his arm around his wife's waist. Xia Tong was puzzled, why would I be bullied? Li Longqing said, I sent you a message asking if you were done eating. Your reply was a bit unusual, so I was worried and came up to check. Xia Tong was shocked and quickly pulled out her phone to see what she had just sent. It was just a very ordinary sentence, so what was unusual about it? Isn't that a very normal reply? Why is it unusual? I'm not telling you, Li Longqing said, playing hard to get. If he told her, what if she deliberately didn't let him know about things in the future? Xia Tong cut in, there's nothing unusual about me at all. I get along well with my colleagues, and they care about me. Really? As long as there's nothing unusual about you, that's good. Li Longqing said with a smile. Xia Tong, on the other hand, couldn't hold her temper, and once they got in the car, she asked again, how did you figure it out? My text wasn't unusual at all. Li Longqing raised his eyebrows and gave a devilish smile. If it wasn't unusual, why did you keep asking me? Tong Tong, did someone bully you? Does your leader have bad intentions towards you? Xia Tong rolled her eyes. No. What is it then? Li Longqing pounced over and picked her up in his lap, laughing wickedly. Fess up. The 3-day vacation is over. If you don't tell the truth, I'll punish you severely in bed tonight. Xia Tong's back began to ache, so she obediently said, let me sit up straight and organize my thoughts before I tell you. Okay, said Li Longqing, who had no intention of doing anything to her in the car anyway. She had a thin skin, and if he did something in broad daylight, he would scare her into tears. The car slowly started and headed home. After a few minutes of silence, Xia Tong said, I met the sister of a former high school classmate at this store, and she has a very bad impression of me.